Guys, do you hear me? Hello? My PC blue screened. I really hope it was a fluke because that is concerning. Blue screened. My PC hasn't blue screened since like 2012. What? Insanity. Absolute insanity. A blue screen. I can't believe. Anyways, hi guys. What? Thank you, Becca. What Windows version, boy? I don't know. The recent one. Or whatever. Hi guys, hello, hello, hello. Good morning. You not doing RP today? The only thing I'm RPing is a goddamn lawyer. What you talk about RP? You haven't been here in a couple weeks, have you? He said GTRP. Are you guys ready? I'm very excited. The trial is back in about 3 minutes. It's totally not biased clueless. It is biased PogChamp. Like, actually biased. Actually unbiased. Oh my god. Turn brain on. Turn brain on. I'm actually gonna be unbiased. I'm actually gonna be unbiased. Trust me. I've been practicing. Yeah. I've been practicing. It's legit. This jazz music is some of the best stuff I've ever heard in my entire life. I am also on the brink of confirming some cool
Gifty
news.
Gaming tipped $2. Good night from Malaysia. Hope you have a great day ahead.
Thank you. Good night. Yes, some cool news. Also, I gymmed yesterday and I'm in a lot of pain. A lot of pain. Boom. Boom. Ba-na-na. Ba-na-na. Welcome to my stream. No pain, no gain. I guess that's true. But
Jay Scott tipped $4.20. Haha, pre-chosen tip amount was funny number.
Is it 420? I didn't even know. Beardy Baron, thanks for the 44 months. I have a question. Especially for any ladies that gym. Do you guys ever have issues with grip strength? Who cares if you're in pain?
Are you ready for the jury?
Me?
Okay, sure.
I don't know what that means. Yes, 100%. Okay, because like my forearms and what is this called? Is this your underarm? Like this is your underarm, but like what's this? My forearm? Oh, both of these spots hurt. Oy vey, you know? And I think your arm calf. My arm calf right here, guys. It was so strain pain yesterday. And the issue is, I think I really need to let it, like, rest and heal, which means I shouldn't game a crazy amount. It's just odd having... No, you don't. Just keep working out. Bitch, I'm gonna get injured.
The 307
Weirdo.
1000 bits.
Warning, today they showed bloody finger? Really? Oh my god, I didn't see. Can somebody show me? They did? Yo. Rui, link me. Is it TOS? Oh shit. My fit is not fitting, but like, don't at me, it's 8 a.m.
Thank you. May be seated. All right, your next question.
Ow, I'm
Thank you,
so
Your Honor.
sore.
Dr. Spiegel, before we took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders.
140 in the VOD?
Does
Okay,
the
we'll check
literature
it during the
support,
next break.
your testimony on this?
Yes, the literature fully supports everything I just said in that interaction.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
Turn the volume up.
So
Thank you for
during
letting
the
me know.
video deposition,
I'll just put it all the way up.
what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory. All that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until
Thank you,
he was
Liko.
more
Thank you, Nana,
structured
for the subs.
by
Welcome back.
Ms. Bredehoff to kind
And
of get to
yeah,
the
maybe I'll
point
try to ice
of the question, which
it later.
happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in their mid-50s,
Oh my god, I accidentally hit that. That's
probably
crazy.
due to the alcohol and substances.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
Yes, or
okay.
and,
Or any
and
other
on the
time?
record evidence either.
So, again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he was able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And
Wait,
I
was he?
do
I didn't
believe
see
that a lot
that.
of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober, okay? And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification. okay, delay and reward. And certainly one way to
Bonk.
make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
And you may have subsumed this in, but what, if anything, did you observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist
I'm so sorry.
myself.
My arms, my shoulders, my everything
There was
is
a
so
very
sore.
large
I'm
ranting
multitasking,
about
stretching,
Dr.
and
Cowan,
watching.
who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider.
Armpit not shaved.
I have no problem
Yeah, and
with
they don't
that.
need to
You can
be.
dissatisfied, and you have the right to go to wherever you want to go to. But
If you want my armpits to be shaved, shave them for
texting
me.
that were involved in this in terms of erratic behavior was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to use some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Your Honor.
I can?
Believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay, all right, I want to make sure. Sure, I want to make sure. Okay, so it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an
sorry.
effing charlatan.
An effing charlatan?
He ought to.
Objection, hearsay.
He's entitled to rely on it and he's to give his examples.
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll
from
sustain
hearsay.
the objection.
Huh.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the
Go ahead,
exact words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout
Damn.
multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was, like I said, it was without
Where did
relaying
Camille go? I'm
exact
pretty
thing.
sure she's just out of the
trying
shot,
to be as
like on the
accurate as I
side.
can.
That's all y'all care about.
And I think at the end
mean,
of
I don't
it,
blame
think
you,
he was
I
also
guess.
talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts, a therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general and he's entitled to rely on it. Thank you.
So
Okay, nice.
more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him, and actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was kind of teaching Amber how to misheard how to use conflict resolution.
We are
in a more
unbiased.
appropriate manner and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And for that, there were a lot of negativity.
No, we really are.
Sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of.
For
writing text,
example,
I
I think this testimony is really hurting Depp's side.
It's just the expressing
That's
of it, the
unbiased,
continual
right?
ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless,
I think that's
we've
unbiased.
seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment.
This guy
we
is no
talked about.
witness to
Objection
anything.
beyond the scope of the question.
I think people at home are genuinely so biased that they are so far disassociated from the perception of this trial from the jury's perspective. The jury is not on TikTok watching people dress up their cats to look like Amber Heard. Like,
Consider 58 years old, I'm 59, okay? I will tell you that the age-related
you guys
changes that
don't
occur in
realize
humans
if you
are
weren't
they're very,
impacted by social media's perception
erratic,
of this
hit and
trial,
miss, meaning they'll occasionally
you would view this very differently.
You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You
jury
wouldn't
stands
describe
Camille.
what,
I actually don't think
Dr.
they stand her
Blouse's
as much
changes
as we
were,
do,
or what I
but it
saw
is
in
also hard not to
deposition
stand her.
attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic. which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder,
Damn.
adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? I mean, this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, please
So
explain.
the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorder.
Sorry, this part's kind of boring, so I'm just talking about this. Someone said, did you even watch the first half of this where he insulted Depp many times? Not biased. I've been watching the last hour-ish of this deposition, and from what I saw, I don't think he insulted Depp. He did bring up a lot of instances where Depp's memory could not be counted on, per se. And to be honest, like, objectively speaking, saying things like, oh, he has to use an earpiece to remember his lines for movies and things like that. I mean, whether you like it or not, it's going to discredit Depp as a witness in general.
So it does.
But he also said, like, this has nothing to do with how good he is at
Dr.
acting or his
Spiegel,
talent.
what effect would this
He's
have on
just
Mr.
speaking
Depp based on the dosages?
to the memory
he was
loss that
taking?
occurs when you abuse the
So,
kind of substances that he's been
I think
using.
what you're looking at is a
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Please continue.
what you will see in patients who have substance use disorders
Has nothing to do with
are
Depp
people
abusing
who
her, though.
unfortunately kind of wake
This
up
is so
and
not
fall
true.
asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own
So again, we've talked about this before. I feel like there is a decent chance that Depp might have been abusive and was just so intoxicated that he can't even remember those moments. And he's like copiuming himself into thinking that he was never abusive.
that characteristic of what would be
Yeah.
actually legal prescribed.
Do you lean
substance.
towards any side? Nah.
That's not illegal
It's
at
too
all. That's very legal.
emotionally
And
committing
that's
to
seemingly
do
what
that.
these medicines effect are on patients of substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is
So Neurontin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures.
True, but it makes
and
no sense
might
for it
be
not to
indicated
happen in
for
front of
one
others
chronic
if it's
pain
that bad.
condition, although I
But
can't
she
say
has
that
had
too.
witnesses say that they have witnessed it.
Again,
So it has happened in front of others, just not the people that Johnny Depp employs.
people who
Which I don't think
misuse
that aspect
opiates
is too weird.
supplement.
It's like,
that
of course they
with
would lie
Neurontin
for him,
because it has
or
this
he
anti-pain,
wouldn't do it around them.
calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates,
Well,
there
her
are
sister and then
people
her
that are
friend
unlucky enough
said
to
he
succumb
heard
to
it over the
respiratory
phone.
suppression as a result, but it has a
that's at
very
least two people.
additive, calming effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on
And again,
Mr.
that doesn't
Depp
mean
and the
Amber
dosages he was taking?
Is a perfect person or something?
Again,
But yeah.
objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value of using it with the opiates. The advantage is you're using with opiates, and it's making, because opiates in general, despite everything.
Listen, here's the thing. If you're going to say her sister will obviously be on her side, then you also have to agree Johnny Depp's employees will obviously be on his side. It's fine to believe both of those things, which I kind of do. I mean, I didn't feel like her sister was omega biased, but nonetheless, obviously both people that they bring in will probably be biased towards the person they're testifying for. But then you have to agree that works on both sides. But then you also have to agree, like, maybe trust expert opinions like this then? Like, who else are you going to trust if not?
Which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again.
Sister equals / employee. I would actually argue that an employee is more likely to lie for someone than their sister because their livelihood depends on their job. And I mean, I know that, I mean, that's not to say that a sibling wouldn't lie for you, but that a sibling might come to a point where they disagree with you. And then obviously they're not going to lie for you on the stand.
Hailed Sanna tipped
Stop it. I would
$2.
lie for my
Hey,
mom, but
Poki,
never my
I just
colleague.
got affiliate on Twitch.
If it's not your colleague, though, it's your job of, sorry, it's your boss of numerous years. Well, I guess that's fair too. Okay. Maybe not more likely, but I would say just as likely. Because you can tell they're like really devoted
So
to him.
when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are.
I'm a
effects
deaf stand.
where you
Everyone
are
is lying,
looking
and
at,
expert
right,
opinions
the-
don't
the-
matter.
the
That's my
predisposing
point. Like,
traits of
it's
intimate
fine
partner
to think
violence.
the sibling would lie
So,
for her, but then you should
jealousy,
also keep in mind
rapid mood
that
changes,
employees would likely do the
poor
same thing because
self-control,
they also like they
and
have a
to some
personal
degree,
relationship with
and
Depp
to
at
some
this
degree,
point as well.
condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting, euphoriant effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start
So you
getting
think Amber is
irritable.
guilty of abusing him?
You
There's
start
no
getting
evidence he physically
agitated.
abused her.
Okay?
When did
You
I
start
say that,
becoming
bro?
Suspicious, jealous, potentially disinhibited.
Someone said I believe their
psychotic,
shrink when they
and
said mutually
these are the
abusive.
risks. And again,
I believe
talking
that
about
too.
Not
That's
your
what, in
average,
my opinion,
everyday
we've seen
use
evidence
these
of the
substances.
most.
We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire. And that's all of us.
And the substances that
not?
Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to
I'm
those,
curious. Could you elaborate?
did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
I know
So,
the chat's
in
gonna
terms of
haunt
substance use
you, but
disorder,
if you have an
when you look
extension
at
to your
it,
opinion, please do elaborate.
So major
'Cause I
role
genuinely just don't
obligations not being
understand.
fulfilled. Don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using. Because
Oh.
if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead.
I can't say that.
Unsuccessful
yet.
efforts.
We can talk about that later.
Difficulty
Too much to
cutting back.
explain.
Using more than intended.
Aquaman.
Giving up social, occupational obligations because this, I know it was right after the rehab on the island in Australia.
I'm
when
not
he
speculating.
went out
He
partying
has
with
said this
Marilyn
numerous
Manson.
times. And if you want the
Objection
specific
beyond the
evidence,
scope
go
of the
back
question.
like
Actually, that's asking for the record evidence.
35 minutes.
Objection, next question.
He spoke about that at length.
Okay.
What other record evidence did you
Okay.
have supporting this?
So, psychological, using despite.
By the way, guys, I don't know if you know, but I don't know if you would call this a rumor. I don't know. There's been articles that have been posted claiming that Johnny will take the stand today.
Substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues.
Today
This
we
is very
find out
serious stuff we're
Are
talking about.
articles real?
And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
This is highly relevant.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
Beyond the scope.
Yeah, let's go to the
These
question.
the same dudes with strong opinions sometimes. The stand means he will be
Tell me
talking.
more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again, that you are talking about this and you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV.
Emo Christian,
Any
thanks
of
for
us might be
subbing.
able
Harry,
to.
thanks for 9 months.
Okay, when we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do, and it's supposed to prevent you from doing this quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm?
This
that
dude
may
be
have
weird,
led
so
to Mr.
animated. I
Depp
think he just
injuring his
talks like
finger?
that.
So I think the
I don't think he's
physician,
weird.
before we explain that
I find
pretty
him quite
well,
genuine.
but I'll tell you that
Because like amidst even saying things like like he'll even
cutting himself to death.
he'll give evidence as to why he believes Johnny Depp suffers from, let's say, memory loss, and then he'll also tag on, by the way, this has nothing to do with like his talents as an actor, and like I don't mean this personally whatsoever.
Exactly.
So in my opinion, you know, he's not trying to be super
A
biased or
disagreement
anything like that.
related to her wanting him to be sober, and then as a result of that, he said he got so
He
angry.
looks like a cockatoo, though.
He cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
That's exactly what he did. Thank you.
Stop.
It was overruled. Go ahead.
I think he
So-
looks like a very nice man.
That is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but I've seen people do a lot
Zinker,
worse
thanks for
than
the
that.
11 months. Scene,
So
thanks
the
for
answer
8
is
months.
yes.
King Tay, thank you for subbing.
I'm going to
Welcome.
turn now specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about
I
it.
feel bad for
But can you
laughing.
tell
Jail all over the
jury,
place, thanks for
please,
subbing.
a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
So the APA Task Force on Violence in the Family defined more or less this topic of domestic abuse and intimate
Hello,
partner
Vegas.
violence as
Vegas.
recurrent abusive behavior by means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment
Nar.
for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Damn.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control, it can be destroying property, it could be financial, which is part of that, verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it, verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric, and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate
Wouldn't that
partner
apply to
violence
Amber?
experience mental health issues?
The thing is,
Can you repeat the
well,
question?
Amber
Do
just
survivors
wasn't.
of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes.
She wasn't a
Okay,
drug
so survivors
addict.
of,
She
intimate
did drugs
partner violence.
sometimes.
And by the way, I should
But I guess he's
start
trying
out by
to
saying,
differentiate and explain.
we don't expect, in psychiatry, we don't expect our
Certain side
victims to
effects.
be perfect. We
yeah.
don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received. So starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or a subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of Bader-Weiss syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem about intimate partner violence, is just the hitting. Again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very
Lupita,
rarely
thanks for the 16
will go
months.
into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice. to try to repair what's happening.
Who wanted to get the
Okay?
couple
But
straight?
in terms
then?
of actual perpetrators, no, they don't do that.
In your review of this case,
Oh.
is there record evidence of physical violence
got
by
you.
Mr. Depp?
So. my
Objection,
view-
Your Honor.
Which I
No foundation.
Do you want to approach him?
Mutual abuse isn't a thing. Someone had to have started the abuse, so that's just retaliation of a victim. You can be mutually toxic, but mutual abuse isn't a thing. I understand the premise, like the concept you're trying to explain, but I think that's a little too black and white. And what I mean by that is, okay, let's say in a single instance, perpetrator goes to hit someone, victim retaliates. Okay, but that's one time. What if afterwards the initial victim hits the perpetrator 100 times over on 100 different instances and the initial perpetrator doesn't ever hit them ever again? Would you then say that the person who started it is still the only one abusing? You know? Like, I think it's just a little too black and white to say this is exactly how it is. The first person that hits is always the perpetrator, and the person who hits second is always the victim. So in my opinion, I guess putting it into three separate buckets where it's like either one person is the victim because they're the victim like 99% of the time in these instances, or it's more so mutual abuse where they are both doing not exactly the same, but like a similar amount of bad things to each other, or the other way around. It's mutual and reactive. I think this makes sense. It can be reactive and be mutual at the same time. Okay, defend the abuser. What the fuck? But I just proposed I just proposed a hypothetical where you have two people, one hits the other hits back, and then the other hits them back 100 times again over that same year. Would you still think that the initial person who hit their partner is the victim in that instance? And I'm not saying they are or aren't, I'm just saying it becomes very, very murky. I see that point, but abuse is an imbalance of power. I think sometimes people use certain terms or definitions that are intended to help you recognize instances where abuse can be happening, but they start using it a little bit too much as rubrics. And what I mean by that is, like, let's say Johnny Depp dated someone who was not in the industry whatsoever, okay? A normie, per se. And she started physically abusing him, and he never hit her back once. Is it all of a sudden not abuse because she technically doesn't have more power than him in the relationship? I think an imbalance of power can be a way that either someone does abuse you in some way or like tries to control you within a relationship, but it's not a prerequisite to abuse. Does that make sense? Someone doesn't have to be richer or more powerful than you to abuse you. I guess that's my point ultimately. And I'm curious if you guys agree. That's how I view it. Someone doesn't need to be more famous or more rich than you. Does it help? Yeah. Is it something that someone can use against you? Yes, but it's not a prerequisite. It can be size and weight too. Again, these are things that help, but just because someone is smaller doesn't mean they literally cannot be abusive towards you. I think that's very, very unfair. No, your point is that power doesn't have to be physical. No. That's not my point. I think power, I think money, I think a lot of things can be a factor. My point was strictly that someone doesn't need to have more money or more power than you to be physically abusive. Do those things sometimes go hand in hand? Sure. Can you tell me that, like, typically the person that has the most power in a relationship does end up being the abusive one? Sure. But it's not 100% of the time. Sorry, but your point makes no sense. Oh my. Okay. Do you want me to bring out the paint? 'Cause I'll do it. I think this is an important point to drive home. All right, look. We have small relationship, okay? We have woman, she's small. Okay, we have man, he a bit bigger. This is looking a little sus, so let me make him not that much bigger. Okay, we have man. I am man, I have mustache. Woohoo, okay? Now, man, more money. Man, stronger. Wow, look at my biceps. Okay? But then if the woman hits him in the head 100 times, you can't tell me that just because he's stronger and has more money that this is not abuse. Does that make sense? Just because he technically has more power initially in the relationship, you also have to understand that abusing someone is a way that people regain power. Because now, like, he feels probably like emotionally like emasculated. You know what? I saw hella truths, so I think you guys get my point. I thought you meant the opposite. Oh, well, I'm glad I was able to explain. My point is just because someone is richer or has more money doesn't mean they are unable to be the victim of abuse. Yeah? We're all on the same page?
Please continue with what you reviewed.
Nice.
Therapists' notes, counselors' notes, text messages, depositions, video, pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations.
2 biceps.
I said physicians.
He's just that strong.
That's what I
A bicep and a
right.
bicep.
Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you
Ashley
please describe for the
61202
jury
tipped $2.
what
You should-
psychological aggression is and what
Dude,
it
I saw,
entails?
but
So, it says psychological
I think it
aggression.
would be hard to co-watch
would
this
be
kind of thing.
The engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone, with the main purpose of, again, to maintaining control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults, intimidation, holding things financially against someone, jealousy
Yeah.
rants,
Yeah.
property destruction. So all that is involved, a nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved in psychological.
I want to talk about
treatment.
something, but I don't want to cut him off. So maybe I'll wait after.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yeah,
Section leading.
Overruled.
Siraj
So, yeah,
underscore
trying to
Verma
so-
tipped
trying to control
$2.
someone, that
I
would
think
be
writing
under
unbased in description
financial
somehow indicates
trying
that
to,
other streamers are
to,
biased.
mistreat someone.
I think it would be absolutely
Especially if
clueless
someone
to
wants to
pretend that the
succeed,
entire,
and
the
try
large majority of the internet right now is not biased towards Johnny Depp. As well as the fact that Twitch is obviously
The risk factor
extremely male dominated, which would also make them more likely, not certain, but more likely to be biased towards Johnny Depp as well.
Yes.
So,
it is
yeah,
risk
people
factors
are biased.
precipitating cause.
And what record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in
Aren't you just
substance abuse?
confusing biased with neutral right now?
So
I don't think so.
the record evidence of
I feel like people have
I'll
gone
just
so
start
off the
with
deep
Dr.
end of being
Kipper
biased that being
and,
neutral is like this,
the substances
you know?
that Mr.
It's like
Depp
that much further
was
away.
using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed and on your drug screen, were brought out through that.
Okay. Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
I disagree. I think
risk
the bias
factors
mainly
for
came
intimate partner
from
violence?
Yes.
how
they are.
profitable it became to shit on Amber Heard and make
What,
memes
if
out of
any,
her and out of the trial in
record
general.
evidence were you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening.
Like it just became
Objection.
profitable to poo-poo on her.
Record evidence.
That
Poo-poo.
correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Threatening, destroying furniture, property, breaking things.
This is an expert
writings
witness.
on walls, mirrors,
Full cheer 200 bits. I
writing
feel
in blood
like
on
Johnny
furniture.
Advantage calls the kids inspired our
all that would be go
and
with
grown
that.
up now.
Okay.
I didn't even know
Right.
who she
The
was.
thing is, this doesn't give him
and
an advantage in the
what, if
court.
any,
It gives him an
risk factor is
advantage in
narcissism
regards
for
to public
intimate partner
opinion, but not in
violence?
the court.
So, a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder, the overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
Well, I'll sustain objection if you
Okay.
ask a question.
Can you explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control. Okay.
Who's the
Rapid
narcissist
mood
in
shifts.
this situation?
As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power. They worship
Both?
control.
I don't know. Actually, I could see both.
They have lack of empathy.
I just thought it was kind
People are
of
generally
more
kept
so
around as long
established
as they're used
via
to
past
them.
witnesses that it was Amber, but I could see both.
A large sense of entitlement.
Just cause the woman is small don't mean they can't be abusive.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Why doesn't it
Need for praise.
powerful and keep doing it?
So that
True
would go under
facts.
Narcissistic personality and IPV.
What if any what if any traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
Yeah, oh yes, requiring admiration.
That's a
need to
good
be
one.
admired
I
is
like that.
Part
That
and
was
parcel
good.
of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes,
Would being envious fit within that?
yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
This is what you're supposed to do in a court of law.
And
Aquaman.
what, if any, record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr.
Bruh.
Depp being narcissistic?
Well, I do think that
You're supposed to speak to the
The-
jury.
fact that he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him,
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
the fact that Ms. Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. I do think the jealousy aspects are an example of that. I do think, as I think Mr. Tillett had testified that
Those lawyers are
being
hardcore
admired is
modding
one
this
thing,
shit.
but then
Yeah, they're
coming
moderating so
back
hard.
Saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree this whole trial is that. because I
Objection,
think-
Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's not record evidence. Speculation.
Please continue.
That this whole trial, in terms of narcissistic insult, is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be,
He's able to explain what
I'll
he's...
sustain that objection.
I'm
Can
unbiased,
you
so I
explain what
gotta
you mean
say
by
her
this
hair
whole
looks
trial?
especially good today.
This
Can we
proceeding would go.
approach?
She should have done this hair the
this
whole
court
time.
case we're going through, right?
There's an objection, sir.
And I like the fit today. I don't know, it was with the fits from the past days. Quaker Oats head ass. The evil guy with the pinky head ass. Just saying. Just saying.
What other?
Yeah, Dr. Evil.
Verma
As in
tipped
record
$2.
evidence
I
that
definitely
correlates,
feel being
with
biased in a
Mr.
trial is a
Depp
crime, but
having-
people
being
sometimes see the
narcissistic,
truth
having
and they
those
follow the
traits.
truth. Sometimes it
What's
feels
the thing
like
about
bias.
the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
Your Honor.
you're not allowed to say that.
Not say that. Okay.
Okay.
She looks
the
like
only other
she
thing about narcissism, I
owns
think, in terms of the trial, would be in order to
KFC.
maintain any sense of control. A narcissistic person.
Y'all are the
really has to
worst,
have
bro.
Lack of empathy.
I
Because in order to
can't.
engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to
Dog,
keep
come
individuals in
on.
control.
What?
You don't really think about the other person. You're not really caring what happens to that other person. So I think that's
Bro.
another facet.
So, are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
I want there to be
Yes.
a compilation of chat comparing people on
Do
the
some
stand to other
perpetrators of
things.
intimate partner violence try to
We got
minimize
Quaker Oats, we got the
IPV?
Yes. So
the
it is
cockatoo,
unfortunately
we got the
not
KFC, we
uncommon,
got Dr.
especially
Evil. We had so
during-
many things.
Especially during
so
the
many
calm
things.
phases of the abuse cycle where there is no increased tension, there is
So
no
many things.
acting out. Okay, you were talking about more of the honeymoon, apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going
Baby,
to change,
please.
maybe giving them gifts. And then when the dust settles
Sorry, I have something in my eye.
later in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim, saying that, hey, you know, this either denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make me look bad, or an allopathic defense where you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where I'm doing it for you, transformative effect. that society kind of
C45C0
accepts
tipped
this.
$2.
So it is
She looks
very
like Duck
uncommon for
Dimmadome.
all of a sudden for that to start shifting. During that time, because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim.
You're not allowed to say that.
Not say
It
that.
looks
Okay.
like Doug Dimmadome.
The only other thing about narcissism that I think in terms of trial would be in
_DK
order to
tipped $2
maintain
when we
any
getting a
sense of
stream.
charming.
Ooh, a
phase
Dr. Pokey
where it
stream?
looks
I
like
don't know.
the victim is, you know, just
Owner of the
fabricating.
Dimsdale Dimmadome? Yes, sir.
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, I mean, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses on
Damn,
the
this motherfucker
allopathic
stay laughing.
defense comes along with victim blaming. That's what essentially you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
And is there record evidence that you reviewed
Oh,
that
shit, not the
correlates
poo
with
on
Mr.
bed.
Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety. Coming back to that severe substance
objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to explain it. Thank you. Please continue.
There's severe substance use disorder, and many of their arguments, from what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety, and that was happened. So as a result, she was
That
blamed,
nose pick just cost him the trial. Sad
For-
facts.
you know, bothering him in a way he didn't want to
Mm-hmm.
be bothered, and that triggered what was going on.
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
Quick, take a picture.
I'm familiar
I
with
will
that.
say I was annoyed that
What,
that's
if any,
most of her
gaslighting,
evidence.
is consistent with intimate partner violence and the risk factors?
So again, when you start being able to be, when a person starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be able to win people over. And especially when you see someone who's a victim who is essentially vulnerable, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you who's very charming, very engaging, very personable. And then all of a sudden, it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
Is there examples where an intimate partner violent?
I saw a gas station where the price of gas was above minimum wage.
Again, that's part of that is very common in the occurrence of the
Shit in America is
honeymoon
weird.
phase and the calm
Like,
period of the
genuinely
abuse
weird.
cycle. Very common during that.
Yeah, it was like
where the victim
$7.60 or
is
something.
shifting the blame or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this
Just
case,
go by
correct?
foot.
Yes.
And what, if
Okay,
any,
forehead.
evidence did you review there that correlates with Mr. Depp attempting to claim that Amber
Just
was the one?
walk.
Well, I think that was what was said, that Amber
Just walk, bro.
was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't understand the objection.
What record evidence?
Thank you. Please continue.
He's not
So
as good
that
at
claiming
objecting
that,
as Camille.
Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario. And what I will reiterate again is that, one,
Do you think
victims
Amber
aren't
will go
perfect,
bankrupt
and two,
if she loses? Yeah.
it is not uncommon.
Not just
in
go
the
bankrupt,
context
but
of
you just
being
file
a
for
victim,
bankruptcy because obviously you
when
can't pay
know
that amount.
Person is
That's what
about
everybody
to
does.
proceed or relapsing.
You
to
know,
a substance.
sometimes people strategically file for bankruptcy.
What happened
Yeah.
that you anticipate the next move and start initiating self-defense. But by and large, that's
Like
not what's
rich
going
people
on
will
here.
do that.
By and large, Mr.
I think
Depp,
Trump has done that or something.
behavior.
Objection, Your Honor.
I could be wrong. I'm
behavior
sure someone in
was
chat will
Who
correct me.
tipped $2? He looks like Dr.
50
Doofenshmirtz.
cent.
All right, we can move on to the next one. Is prior victimhood of abuse
Yeah, he has.
a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And
So-
go ahead.
There's something known as the intergenerational theory of violence, which is basically along the line of observation, imitation, reinforcement. So you
Damn.
observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is, interestingly, it's
Was Johnny's mother abused?
not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse.
No?
That
Okay.
they're the
Yes.
victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
She was abusive.
So
Oh, well, she abused him.
warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalations
sense.
of tension. So that's when you start seeing, hey, partners getting angry, okay, starting to break down the communication, starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats.
Stock cheered 200 bits. Is it just me or does Johnny's lawyer on the left looks like Mr. Bean?
I see it a little bit. The fact that you are spamming my chat with the same message every 3 minutes. I hate to break it to you, but
What, if anything, have you seen
It's
in
giving
intimate partner
jealousy.
violence about apologies and promises?
it really is.
So again, the apology is
I'm
part
I'm
of
sorry
the
that,
honeymoon phase.
you know, maybe you can't do what I do, but spamming my chat about it isn't gonna get you anywhere, sweetie. It's giving joblessness.
Faithful to this, and as part of the abuse cycle.
Hold up, guys.
In the calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get some help.
Krutz 2 tipped $2. Shouldn't he be looking for Perry the platypus?
Y'all need to stop. Halt.
It could be
Halt.
bothering someone about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about finance.
Why
It
don't
could
they
be
just
bothering
turn
something
off
about
your stream?
career. Anything is liable.
Honestly,
to
the
build up
perception
tension.
or the impression
And
that
have
I
this
get,
framework of limited self-control.
and this sounds really sad, but I feel like some people are like upset that I get to do what I do. And to be honest, I'm very, very lucky. Like, this is an awesome thing to be able to do, to just sit and watch a trial with a bunch of you guys. Like, this shit is sick. And talk about it.
Share 200 bits.
So I think they're just upset that they can't do that. And they're like, why does she deserve that and I don't?
Letting this monster out.
It's like, at the end of the day,
Letting this anger out.
throwing a temper tantrum in my
almost
chat
routinely.
isn't going to get you anywhere in life.
And there's
It's not going to
very
get you
well
here.
record
I've never
evidence
thrown a
of
temper
that
tantrum in someone's chat.
starting as early on in the marriage,
saying.
in therapy for Ms. Heard. So that's very common and very much occurred. Recognizing what happened, and the other part of this is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you could recognize that things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't
Why is
use
someone
can be
spamming
resolved.
stay strong force?
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater
strong,
rule.
Force.
Can you explain the Goldwater rule, please?
So the Goldwater rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s, because I was too young to even follow politics then, so I...
Again,
please
no
don't quote me
offense,
on
but you saying you
exactly
were not
what it
throwing a
was.
tantrum while still recognizing
But
his
basically
remarks
what's
as a little.
happening is
I don't get it. Am I not allowed to
clinicians,
reply
psychiatrists were
calmly
making
to
these
things in my own
quote
chat?
unquote armchair diagnosis from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV.
That's something I've recognized
the
a
way
lot.
they
Anytime you,
acted,
like, talk
and were
about
asked
something,
to
people are like,
comment about what
"Oh."
they think their diagnoses are, and therefore
I'm just
it was
speaking.
felt
No, you're
that
not allowed
that
to
should not be
speak,
done by
woman.
professionals in-
It's giving that, yes.
Does it have any applicability here?
No, it does
Objection.
not.
Or why not?
No foundation.
No speak woman.
He was explaining what the
Any woman
Goldwater
speak
rule-
tantrum. Sorry. Let me go make you a sandwich. Bro, that's the worst part about sexism. I could not make a good sandwich for my fucking life.
Detra tipped $2. Girlie
Don't
said-
get me wrong, like, you know, voting rights and all that, very important too. But, like, I literally cannot make a fucking sandwich. I can barely make, like, decent pasta and eggs, like, the easiest shit. Like, a sandwich with the mayo and then, like, maybe, like, cold cuts and then, bruh. Ugh. Ay. Sorry, someone said, girl, you said luck. Nah, you were destined to be here. Keep moving forward. Love your content. That's the cutest shit I ever heard. Case Gang BRM, thanks for subbing. Not waifu material. High key. To be completely honest with you guys, and as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not wifey material. I'm patriarchal husband material. I got money, I got a place, I'll take care of you, you don't need to work. I need someone to clean my home. Clean my home and take care of the kids, please.
Dr. Spiegel, do you
You
remember
know,
the
it
question?
just is what it is,
Does
man.
the Goldwater rule have any applicability
Also,
to
I
your
wish
testimony and your...
it kind of sucks being friends with all these
Or
streamers, like these hot streamer girls, because they're also employed, but I need one of those friends who like wants to be a trophy wife, but then they can just be like my trophy friend. Like if one of my friends just wanted to live with me, a girl, not a guy. A guy's, you know, if a girl wanted to just live with me and like cook and take care of my house, I would be all for it. Literally all for it. And as much as I love everybody in chat being like, I'll be your trophy friend, like, you know, stranger danger a little bit, but I appreciate it. Like, if I were to become friends, maybe, you know? Lily, bitch, Lily has a whole ass career. Hello? What you talking about, Lily?
In the beginning, a lot of professionals and their
Anyways,
evaluations and their
that's my
treatment
life.
course, video
That's my
deposition,
life.
picture deposition, court filings, email. I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that directly describe Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh, yes.
Give an
And again,
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So to be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly, and both times.
I'm sorry that I'm interjecting so much, but I think we can all agree this is not the most spicy part
SMK35
of
tipped
the
$2.
trial, and that we kind of get what this guy is saying. But this shit was funny. So you do prefer the gender role? Only allowing girls to live with you, even if a guy's qualified for the role? Bro, I'm not hiring for a job. What the fuck is this? Cringe chatter. But yeah, I'm not hiring for a job, dog. I'm just saying, if I'm gonna live with one other person, is it not crazy to think that I'd rather live with a girl than a guy? Because just living with one other guy, you know, it's just easier. It's sexist. You're fucking sexist for wanting to live with a girl. You're fucking sexist. Exposed. It's like put exposed and spouse together. Exposed. You're fucking sexist for wanting to live with a girl. No, I just want to walk around with no pants on and not have it be sexual. Right?
I'm standing otherwise.
The
Right.
court said no to ordering
Right.
Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Court did not require it, right?
And there was
Dreamer
one- there was
underscore
one,
N
in fact,
underscore
right?
meme tipped $2.69.
I like this. It's not sexist.
All right,
It's
so-
sexless.
The last thing we
Yeah.
talked about
I want to live with a girl because I'd prefer
was
that
the
there be none.
Goldwater Rule.
Yes, sir.
There would be none.
Been
It's
around
just
for
a nice
almost
platonic
50 years,
hangout.
right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of
The cross.
presidential election that you referenced.
Photo Verge
Yes.
tipped $2.
And
Normalize
who
platonic
has that
friends
rule?
with benefits.
What organization
Well, that
maintains
makes it
that
not
rule?
platonic.
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Yeah. Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical
We're
rule,
all
right?
fellows, technically.
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
And you know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule, so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say, about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it.
Get this guy
It is
out of
unethical
here.
for
Where's
a
Camille?
psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay.
But I don't think he's doing that. I think he looked
However,
over
a
the evidence.
diagnosis
That's what he
is
said at
not
the beginning.
required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony, without direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you're reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who is publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited
I think that's a
from
good answer.
evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to, again, then this whole thing on expert, we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time.
I think that's
for
fair.
Court proceedings. Because that you're saying is
That's a
unless
really
a
good
court
response.
orders it, and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an
Jason,
And you guys
observation.
brought
$5.
expert witnesses as
I'm on
well.
Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on medical record with our doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have is null and void.
I'm not saying.
No, yes, you are, sir. No, you are.
Well, give me a second. and
Someone said,
I'll
I'm
give you
late.
more
Is
than-
the attorney in the back
What-
doing
what
a Nurse
I'm
Akali cosplay?
saying, and what I am reading to you is a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of
Bravo.
evaluation that you say I'm
Bravo.
eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional
I don't
opinions
like that the
you
lawyer
rendered
brought
were,
that up.
inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, my first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that, but regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rules say we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
And I think that's fair.
Asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
So the answer is no?
Secondarily.
Ooh,
again,
y'all
in order
fight.
to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal law is corrupt and unethical.
I do think
for
he
engaging
should
in an act
deliver
that the
this in a
APA
less
clearly
defensive
says
manner, though.
We should not do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
They would deem
Again, I
all
am saying you are saying that the whole- I'm an
expert witness
I'm saying
testimonies
as an expert
unethical.
witness,
Maybe.
and solely as an expert witness, that guy.
don't like this line of
is
questioning.
preventing that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater rule. And we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
president, yes.
Well, and the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual.
It's very
That's
smart
right, sir.
questioning. It's undermining
not
his
just presidents,
testimony.
not
It's
public
disingenuous
figures,
as
it's
fuck.
individuals.
Funny, it was named after the, according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning, I believe, at my intimate
Yo, that's
partner.
a lot of smirks.
So what I would say to you then,
I'm gonna put it at 9.
is that if you say this about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation.
For some reason, I really like your watch parties. Your unbiased POV makes it funny since you grill both sides.
We deny patients treatment.
That's what I wanna
unfortunately,
do.
without seeing them, and I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer.
I want to shit on everyone equally.
You were saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is what you are. This is how I'm interpreting
like
what
that.
you are saying to me. That unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it could not be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that's applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It's applicable to multiple branches.
Another one.
Hospitalization,
Yo!
hospitalization stating
Okay,
and
he's taking it back.
So tell me where you want me to end.
I'm not gonna lie, his facial
Well,
expressions have
why
been
don't we-
confusing
why don't we-
too.
Why don't we
He'd
talk
be like,
about
just kidding.
what you just testified to? Because I didn't
He
ask you
redacted
anything about
his
that. I asked you whether, under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them
Well,
to
that's-
decide.
yes
And
or
that's
no.
for them
You're
to
doing
decide.
No,
great.
let's go to the next
You really
question.
are.
Okay.
Right?
I think he handled that great, aside from
Psychiatric
being a little
diagnosis occurs
defensive.
in the
I think if he
context
said
of
all of that a little
evaluation based
calmer,
on thorough
would have been like
history
9
taking,
out of 10, 10 out of 10.
Examination, and where applicable, collated or collateral information.
Because he didn't allow it to be a
agree with
gotta
that?
I believe I
moment.
said that earlier, yes.
Yeah. And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that.
Okay.
By themselves is
I muted
not
him.
a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that.
Wait, this guy's so much
Narcissistic
louder.
personality traits is
this
not
good?
a diagnosis. Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone
Look
here,
at how biased the
those are the
YouTube
steps
chat is.
I would take.
We,
He's
I
grumpy.
think, started with
Dog.
the notion
This
that
guy's
this rule
so
applies
mad.
broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
Aw.
believe
And
you
you
just
I
quoted
like this guy
prefer-
too.
professional
Give this
opinions
doctor his
relative-
pills.
relative to
OMFG.
narcissistic
Zombie
personality
crying
traits. How
cat
did you serve
emoji.
relative to Mr. Depp?
Again, I believe you just
Poor people
commented
have
on what
nothing
it
to
takes
do
to
at
do in a
home.
psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that. But I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither I...
Bro, have you guys noticed the amount of simpy moms that are on Johnny's side?
You are saying I acted on...
Not to be weird, but it's all mothers. And it's like, what if that was your daughter on the other side? But instead they're just like, Johnny Depp, marry me, or
Your
something.
words, I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay.
Okay. Let's start with the easy question then.
Yo,
Maybe
he's
we can-
hella
That was pretty easy.
smiling
Go ahead.
today.
Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay, sorry about that. Haven't
Yeah.
getting into
You,
it.
you need to just answer the questions,
Okay.
Dr. Speak.
You are not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever.
Listen, I know it's unprofessional of him to be like
Today
getting
or
into it,
ever.
but for some reason I think it's so cute. Is that just me? I like him.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality disorder, I would say traits. Certainly, from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes. And
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances. I mean, you say you've gone through the
I
record.
meant his
That
person.
wasn't really an issue with this trial. He's said it from day one.
oh, she's saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis.
Like a
He's
cute
already admitted to the
grandpa.
use of the substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic
On
personality
God, I have a
traits.
chair.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis,
can't breathe.
correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits, which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis probably of narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, but when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires.
Am I the only one who
order to
finds
find that
Depp's
diagnosis,
facial expressions today
5
weird?
of the 9 facts.
It seems like he can't
And you
help
haven't
but
done that
smirk.
analysis. You've never
Like
made
he's
that
on
diagnosis.
laughing gas or something.
You've just
Like, none of
identified
this is
certain
funny.
factors.
But he keeps going,
That are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis.
Looks like a
You've
deep
already
fake.
told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just
Hold it in, Johnny, hold it in.
traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Right.
it's odd.
And did you testify in
Why are you
deposition
laughing?
that the existence of traits
My smirk
as opposed
counter
to the
is
disorder
stonking.
doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct saying. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that one is has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IP. Again, you're not allowing me to answer. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs
Yeah,
between
I feel like he's
the traits
splitting
that are
hairs and not
consistent
even in
with-
a
which
way
all
that
I'm
makes
commenting
sense
on
to the
is
trial,
behaviors and traits
likely.
that are consistent with the diagnosis. And Mr. Depp, narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with
Garage
IPV.
underscore Verma
Let's go
tipped
back
$2.
again,
Hi
and
Pokey,
maybe we can-
proud of you that you are
we
number
can
one
focus
female
on the question
streamer.
I
Keep
asked
up
you,
the great job.
and we can get
Your
an
chat
answer
is
that's
like
addressed to that question. Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
Bitch,
Yes or
you
no?
is not the
Yes.
only one that is
And you
lost right
previously
now.
testified
I think it's
that
because the
there is
lawyers-
no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes,
That's incorrect.
you didn't testify to that.
A cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is
Ooh,
part
he
of,
getting
is a
offended.
huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which include, cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst
Here's
others.
the
So the
thing.
answer to the question is,
Yeah, they're arguing nuance, but like,
Intimate
I'm sorry,
partner
lawyer man, you're not gonna gotcha him on
support.
a nuance
Cluster B
in
traits,
his field that he's an
narcissistic
expert in.
personality falls under,
Especially with
is a
his
risk factor
personality
for
type,
intimate
he's not the personality type to be like, well, I guess he'll just get defensive
Risk factor for IPV.
and be like, no, I know what the fuck I'm
Again,
saying,
I will repeat.
and he'll word it differently,
Cluster
he'll do whatever.
B
So this is just
traits.
annoying.
I didn't say any trait. I said cluster No,
Oh, let me be more precise then.
okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself
Bro, Johnny's just dead ass
is a
laughing.
risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and it would behoove you to do so, you will see that cluster B traits. I didn't say narcissistic percent.
What's a cluster B? And is there cluster A? Is there cluster
Wait,
C? Like, if I was a jury, this is what I'd be thinking. I'm like, I don't even know who's right now. But are there different clusters? A, B, C, D, E, F, G?
Uniformly
I don't
true.
know.
And I'm not sure. The thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry.
And then I would keep thinking
because
about a
I'm telling you
cockatoo.
what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
So you want to talk about cluster B, so let's do that for a minute.
Okay.
Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Is that a question?
Histrionic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
Less so.
But it
Less so. Less so. I mean,
cluster.
it's a risk factor, but less so, yes.
Yeah.
Less so. Significantly less so.
Bro, he's low-key
So-
a good witness. He's like, less so.
Which traits?
You have a
under
point, but it's a smaller
narcissistic-
point than my point.
Before I move on there, there's only been one diagnosis in court.
My point's bigger than your point.
Personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp? Ms.
Cowboy
Hurd? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
$2.
Do you understand that there was a
Alpha Bravo
medical
30
examination
confirmed.
done of Ms. Hurd?
Yes, I did.
Do you
Dario
understand
tipped
that the testimony
$4.20.
was
The lawyer is an
ultimately
effing joke.
that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurd or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you,
Yes or no to my question?
which was his only
Who
one
asked?
diagnosis of. Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are. I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say is that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way,
He disagrees with the
testified to
testing.
before, which was that one, I don't expect perfection from my victims. Two,
I don't-
absolutely there were cluster B traits Ms. Hurd had. Absolutely, Ms. Hurd had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a
Okay.
new question.
Okay.
Cluster D's
All right.
nuts, huh?
You indicated, in your opinion today, that you thought, oh, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
Who
Okay, so
cares?
you don't know what
Sorry,
the ethical rule
sorry,
of the American
sorry.
Medical Association
Bro,
is
don't ask me to be a
relative
witness
to
on this
doing
stand. I get tired. Start playing
clinical
TFT under the
diagnoses about
desk.
individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's
Listen,
rule?
for me, it's just like, because he's going to be like, are you a part of this organization? Well, they have this rule that says that you can't have a cluster of your hair sticking up on top of your head. So you're not legit. Like,
Rule.
I'm not a member of the
there's
AMA,
a
so I don't
billion
think I really do.
organizations
move
with
on.
a
You don't know the
billion
rule.
rules, and just about nobody cares. Like, point out something that he said that was
Rendered
incorrect.
An opinion about Mr. Depp's
Otherwise-
purported cognitive
Don't give a
impairment.
fuck.
Yes,
Yeah. What do you use as a baseline?
a baseline for processing speed.
Yeah. For,
I also do
for
think, though,
anyone
in his
think
line of
Mr. Depp,
answers, you can tell he's like a little biased towards
What is a baseline
Amber,
for
but
that?
he's trying not
I
to
mean, I
show
guess
it
my
too much. Where
baseline
she's
would
like, yeah,
probably be
she has
how
some
I've seen him
signs, but
interact
you
in
know.
public. I have seen him interact
You know.
with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
a deposition.
I like how he
didn't you
says
say
process
that
speed,
what
like-
you did was
like he's a
compare
PC?
Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition
Done
testimony
45.
here.
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp
Yeah, he is
do
Amber's witness, to be fair.
apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing speed. All I'm saying
Let me
is,
ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke? You didn't make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay.
Two
Because you know you
boomers
can't
fighting.
compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Do you mean pirates in general or Pirates of the Caribbean, the
But,
movie?
but as an aside, you can't judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like, I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline.
Okay, I just think
Because
it's
we
weird
know
when he
that.
says
So then I would say
pirates
your process
generally.
speed
Like,
right now
say
is not slow.
Pirates the movie.
So,
So when he just
we
says
judge the
pirates, I'm
processing
like,
speed, I'm just saying.
"Arr, you can't judge pirates." I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, they're just doing their best.
So, but no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only
is
I've
this?
seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory?
He said,
Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
"What?"
Is that, do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka. I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened. Whatever it was about. No, I did not.
He said,
All right.
The man was
you made,
speechless.
a very
But there was some tongue,
admission,
but there was
I
no
think, early on in your
speech.
deposition that you're not claiming to be a better
I think he's
actor
just
than Mr.
appalled.
Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
He admitted, I didn't watch that one.
100%.
All right.
I don't think that's
But
something
with
against
respect
him. I
to
don't think he spoke
acting,
about that movie.
You know that
I think he's
actors
annoyed because he's
actually
like, did you watch every
rehearse
single
for
movie
their
Depp was in?
parts
He's like,
and
what the
work
fuck?
on the
No.
language, diction, timing of their dialogue.
I don't think he mentioned that movie, did he?
If you say that's, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
No idea. Are you truly a fan? Name 3 of his movies. Pirates of the Caribbean, 1, 2, and 3. Easy. Easy.
During your deposition, what were the circumstances
Done.
in which you
Got him.
decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Huh?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why?
Oh, I think, okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the, probably should read the context. But I think
He's
the
hella
context
laughing
was-
at that.
And I'm trying to think back. Okay? And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to
Well,
some
he was
deposition-
exhibiting behaviors
Okay, and again, I'm
of
thinking
being
back, so you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from
Well, I'm trying to
Europe
think
for
back to the
a
context.
deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took it overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words,
Hey,
so
good
I mean
catch.
he's an idiot are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure, again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is idiot a
Lawyer
professional
man, I
opinion?
hate
I
you.
wasn't rendering professional opinion,
Yeah.
no.
Is it a psychiatric
Oh my god,
opinion?
I mean,
that
I'm
follows the golden rule.
unbiasedly disliking you.
How does it follow the...
Oh, you just said that. I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a...
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion.
What the
You're-
fuck?
Practice
I just,
to describe
he's
people
being
as idiots.
annoying.
My practice to describe people... In my practice?
He's like,
No,
you
I
called
don't
him an
try
idiot?
people clinic-
I said he'd have to be an idiot to do XYZ, which, like, you know, I guess I am becoming biased because I feel like that's the kind of clickbait shit people do to me. You called this person stupid. I said that if someone did this stupid thing, they'd be stupid. I'm not calling the
I
person
don't know
stupid.
Mr.
It's
Depp's
a
IQ. I
hypothetical.
don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So
He's just
you did
trying
say you don't know
too
his overall
hard
functioning, but you
to
made
make
some
him
testimony
look
today
bad,
as
but
to
it's just
some
coming off
evaluations you
annoying.
made relative to his
Instead of
functioning.
coming off as like,
You would agree
got
with
him.
me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are
Anyways,
asked
obviously
you
some
in a
people in
court
chat will be like, I
proceeding
agree, and some people will be
before
like, I
answering.
disagree.
Am I allowed
So
to answer
let
that
me
question?
try to
Yes.
Okay.
neutral, unbiased,
What I meant by
unbiased,
function, what I
unbiased,
said by
unbiased.
function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay? I believe the thing was in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing.
All the middle-aged mothers
so if
be
you're
like,
asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based, at least in part, on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline
Yes.
testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes. Okay. And that's what I said. Yes.
Right. And so all I'm
that
asking
lawyer
you
must be
is,
so
Cowboy
pressed.
Poticative,
Don't you think it's a good
$2.
idea
I neither agree nor
when you're in the middle
disagree
of a
and
court
just here
proceeding
for poker
to answer questions carefully.
I will spill the tea.
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocog disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again,
Gross, like
age, normal
disgusting, like
controls-
bleh.
I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman.
My point is, this whole back and forth to the jury is probably just like,
And you derived this without ever once
you know?
talking to the man.
Me directly talking to him. Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly
ping
talking
pong,
to him?
yeah.
Yeah, you never talked.
No, I've never talked to him.
Right. And this exam you gave,
Johnny was like, he'd probably like
well, you
to.
did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand
Man,
that
I need to
the
go make
entirety
food.
of Dr.
I'm hungry.
Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
Let's
a
talk
cognitive.
about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a
The
30-point
what?
scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing.
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's.
Okay.
It was made for dementia for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use
I do
disorders.
really
included.
just want to flatten out a couple
Okay.
hairs on his head.
Now-
Not in a BM way, just in a like,
There is
Gramps,
an
I'm trying to
element
help you
of
out
that
kind of way, you know?
exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So
And
don't
Johnny
know
Depp was witness to have drawn a gigantic.
the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual or spatial
I will
perception skills.
And you don't
Cowboy
know
Poticative,
what score
$2. Pro
Mr.
gamer tip.
Depp
Leave the case
received.
running and go make
on
food.
the exam.
Smiley face.
I was very
But I
specific.
don't wanna
I know
miss it.
3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, you didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam. Out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory's 3. But again, the memory
He's like,
section
are you
in and
asking
of
me
itself
or you need
tests
to answer?
memory. That's the only question that tests memory, only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory
Hello?
section tests memory. It's the only section you're testified
Wait, what's the
about.
one word that
And
he
for all you
remembered?
know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on,
one's hard to forget.
Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be
Hard to
telling, though,
forget.
cognitive, if you score 27 out of 30 and you miss 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
And again, now if that's, again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been
Is
using
that your
cocaine, and that would
defense lawyer?
absolutely affect his memory.
Sorry.
That's what I said. Yes, you're right.
My client
So
didn't
ultimately,
remember
you
the
have
words
no
for the memory test
idea
because he was
what state
high
Mr.
as
Depp
fuck.
was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Get Camille back, bro.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why 15-year-olds
Bro,
also with
yes,
strokes and
this.
other neurocognitive
Ever since
conditions.
you
But
pointed
short of
out,
that,
all I see is
there shouldn't
soccer
be a
moms
really
in the
good
jury.
reason
Have
why
you guys
someone at
noticed?
that age shouldn't come
Have
up
you
with at least
noticed?
one.
I noticed. I was gonna talk about it later.
But in answer,
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can
Oh,
absolutely.
sorry. I
affect
know this isn't
cognition.
the
I'm
jury.
not-
This is just the people that
Sure,
showed up to
yeah,
watch.
I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem.
What would you,
So you
spectators?
don't know, one way or the other, how he scored on the exam. You
The
don't know
gallery.
whether he was at the
Yeah, so this is the people who like wait out all night and day, I think, to show up and watch. Which is like, I'm assuming, hardcore fans.
Okay. You rely on tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini-mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini-mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think
I
we
mean,
know
that's kind of on the client to not be high during a memory test.
Let's
I think.
talk a little bit about this word you kept using,
What is this?
correlation. You know the word, right?
that. Yes.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
Correlation, no, they're not the same thing.
No, how are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, it means direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that.
Are
Correlation
you exhibiting some
is
cognitive?
A risk
This is fun.
for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Like
Correlation
lung
is
cancer, for
not
instance.
causation.
Smoking is
You know? I think
very
they teach
highly
you that in
correlated
school.
with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link
Right.
to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that.
Mm-hmm.
Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
All right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No, no, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's
Right.
what tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk, right.
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right.
Mr. Lawyer, I'm gonna give you.
IPV can occur without
Listen, if I was the coach on this team, I would say, listen, I know you're trying, but stop. This is just not a witness that you're gonna break down. You're gonna frustrate yourself and the jury. Okay, just take the partial L and go. Move on. It ain't worth it.
substance abuse.
I'd say abusing.
Unbiased? This is unbiased. Chat, tell me if you disagree. If I was in the jury, I would want them to move the fuck on. Like, at this point, I'm not siding with either of them. This is just annoying. And it's making the lawyer himself come off way worse, which I don't think is worth it. You're arguing nuances that the jury is not even really privy to understand.
Face, speedy.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
Just stop.
So there are significant numbers of people.
I think it's just to
you said
create
it was
reasonable
over
doubt.
50, so-
I understand
so
the purpose.
you'd say 40%
However, the
of
result
people who
is
have
creating reasonable
substance abuse
frustration
disorder don't commit
against
IPV?
both of them.
And those
But
are the ones
mainly
that
the
do
lawyer.
not have IPV risk factors, though, right? So we're talking about people
Wait a
who
minute.
I
don't.
think it's
Isn't substance
making the
abuse
lawyer
disorder
look
and
worse
IPV risk
than the
factor?
doctor.
These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have,
Sarah.
the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might. So that's
but
all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right. You either commit IPV or you didn't.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't.
And the thing is, like, I get it. He's trying to say, just because Johnny's at a higher risk doesn't mean he did, right? And it's like, sure, but the whole fucking point of me being here, me being an expert witness, is to talk about the likelihood. That's it. Like, what do you think? You know, expert witnesses aren't there to say, this for sure happened. They're trying to make the jury more educated to make their decision. That's obvious. I know, but that's what he keeps trying to like really drive home, but you've said it 10 times.
And never commit IPV, right?
Along that line.
Right.
About
Should I
80
just
to
go make
90%
food?
of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10%.
Yes.
Obviously
okay.
do not.
There are more
Have you? What is your point?
close links with IPV
The amount of lawyer shows I
for
watch.
borderline personality disorder
I might as well have been.
than narcissistic personality disorder. Correct, sir?
Jokes.
I'm not going to agree with that.
Right back.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you there are absolute. If you're asking me there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies say yes, so studies say that. That has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No,
No.
absolutely not.
MDMA. What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote-unquote normal dose because, honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated, so.
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's a symptom?
Again, at low dose, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an adaptogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warmth to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal. Right. So that's not well-being. I don't know if I'd call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with, okay? You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. That's not gonna happen. So what I would say to you,
Cowboy
again,
Aquatica tips
because
$2.
substances of abuse are
Chat, it's the
unpredictable,
chairs
they are
stream
not
now,
regulated, no one knows what they're going to. No one has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic and tactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathomimetic, increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and something we talked about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel. That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel can it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say.
No.
They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon. And the thought was initially that
Bo wants like an infinite amount of wet food. Every time I go by the kitchen, he's.
when in fact, we absolutely know it is.
It sounds like that, like he's fucking dying. And I'm like, you have dry food right there, and I fed you when I woke up.
Bunch of testimony about street value.
Should I keep feeding him or not?
You made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact,
I know he's a growing boy,
He also
but
has a prescription for oxycodone.
if it was up to him, he'd have 3 cans a day.
Because that's also probably not a good thing.
No, don't give in. Okay.
Just because you have a prescription doesn't
I
mean
think
that
Mr.
doesn't.
Depp would agree with you.
I'll
wasn't
keep
a
it
good
to
thing.
1,
Just because
1.5
you have a prescription
cans a
doesn't
day.
mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct? No, shouldn't be.
The doctor's
We can have
rolling him,
prescription
is he?
substance use disorders,
$2.
and that's not uncommon
It's
if you look
boring
at
and
the
it
opiate
doesn't make
epidemic
you
that we're
sleep
living in
either.
right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing. Unfortunate, but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So, Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off-label?
When I saw what?
What is this?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off-label?
When used off-label, it's used, it can be used sleeping agent, yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this
What am I
in
eating?
this trial, where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree, but I'm not sure at the end of the day if you have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
You're annoying me,
Yes,
lawyer.
it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its
Yeah,
used
what's
for?
its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell
I don't
you
want to
exactly
be
what it
BM,
does, but
but I'm just a random viewer at home, so I think it's okay for me to speculate.
For anxiety.
Am I the only one who's like, is Johnny Depp on laughing gas or something?
That's another
Like, he really looks like, hold it in. He looks like he can't hold it in.
And you
To be fair, I don't know anything about drugs. I don't know what else could make you laugh, so I'm just thinking like laughing gas. But like, he looks like a permanent Pepe laugh.
fell asleep with.
He looks like a permanent Pepe. He's giggling a lot
I
today.
was told it was vomitus.
See?
You talked
But the thing is,
Mr.
and I understand he could laugh at things in the trial, but he'll just laugh randomly.
earpiece.
I read that, yes.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his line?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Mr. Depp was listening to music
That's odd.
rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that may have been that example, Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at.
I would hate
I'll
to
put
cross
that out
this
there.
guy.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledged that early on.
Cowboy Aquatic is
Well, better than me, so I know
Can
that.
you blame him?
'Cause you don't
They
act. In
serious
fact,
but
you
his
don't know
lawyer
about
proudly
it.
over there like you know what funny
You're
than
right. I have
24
no idea
Amber
about
Durr.
And you don't know
7
how
hype
prevalent the
_DK
use of
tip
earpieces are in
$2.
acting.
He could be laughing because he is
Again,
nervous or he
I,
just
don't,
from the letters.
I know
who
nothing
knows?
about acting.
What the fuck is lettuce?
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit.
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's
Devil's
a cognitive
lettuce.
deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong.
When you say
Maybe I
just
could be wrong.
lettuce.
Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know.
I guess it's the squinting that really gets me.
If you're doing a movie, and you
he's
don't know
like,
the lines, but like you said,
It's just very
I'm
Pepe
just
laugh.
telling you what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
Cali resident copia.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
I said if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right. I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But again,
This
I don't
looks
know
like
what the
a
standard
carrot,
for
but it's
standard
not.
is Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
It smells like an orange. What are you? Oh my god, Johnny
Your
keeps
use-
laughing.
your
My
testimony
counter
about
is
the use
going
of an
up so
earpiece.
high.
As maybe you were wrong,
I don't
You're
think it's a
comfortable
tomato.
with
It's
the
not
fact that
red.
it's
It's
made a mistake?
orange.
Been paying attention
No,
on this
because I think in
trial
the
for
basis of
weeks.
what I've read
Amber
about
Heard
it,
is
I'm
guilty.
comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given an
Congrats.
entire script.
I'm so sorry. The fact that I've been paying attention on this trial for weeks. Amber Heard is guilty. The fact that you say you've been paying attention for weeks and then you make this statement as if you know makes you makes you so not believable. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If you've been paying attention to everything and you're like, I for sure know what happened, are you trolling? I think if you've been paying attention, you've only gotten more confused. It's so gray and muddied and whatever. Like, I would only know the truth if I could have 24/7 surveillance footage of them for like a full 6 months. You can say, I feel like it is more probable. But when you take a stance and you're like, statement, I know what happened, even though it's literally impossible for you to know what happened, you just sound like a troll. You know, maybe say
You may
this
want
one
to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody, okay?
So what do you guys think this is? Ooh, sipping some Gatorade. Okay. A tomato? Guys, there's no way it's a tomato. It's orange. Aren't tomatoes red?
All right. So let's come back at 1:55 then. All
Cowboy
right. Is that
Aquatica
fine?
tips $2. I've been watching intently for weeks and objection leading hearsay. I believe the jury cried
This
once
is a
and the
fruit.
judge is guilty of the Boston Tea Party. Factually, of course.
Guys, this is like a...
W7 tipped $2.
What the hell
not
is
the
this?
orange. What
This is
was
not
it?
a tomato, by the way. What's a kumquat, bro? I feel like I shouldn't be eating the outer part. Like, I tried to bite into it, and I was like, I should not be eating this. It's white on the inside. You eat the whole thing. Are you sure? Do you promise me I'm supposed to eat this whole thing? Well, if I choke and die in front of you guys, just know it's your fault. Death by Twitch chat. It's so sweet and sour at the same time. Oh! That's a big ass seed. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! That's probably a kumquat. X is calling. Yo.
Yo,
Yo.
somebody in chat said that you're on Amber's side on this one.
I'm on the unbiased side.
Oh my. Okay, please. That's cooked up.
Okay, please, you want to talk?
Yeah. I just, somebody said you want you had the award, so unbiased. That's all.
So why do you think I shouldn't be in the position that I'm in?
What are you talking about?
I mean,
Unbiased?
yeah. Sounds to me like you think I should be on Depp's side, right?
Yeah. I mean, coming at the beginning, we should be. I feel like you shouldn't be anything. You should be whatever you want to be. Based on what you've seen and heard, right? Mm-hmm. But I think it's kind of hard not to be biased at this point. Isn't called biased? I mean, you're not even really biased because you're kind of like watching the whole thing from the beginning. You're almost like kind of like you're a jury of your own, right?
So I guess when I say unbiased, my point is I'm trying to look at each piece of evidence objectively. So I'm not going to look at a piece of evidence that Amber's side comes up with and then try to justify how it could make sense from Johnny's side. I feel like that's what I mean by a biased perspective of viewing. Does that make sense?
Okay, so do you think that he cut his own finger or that she cut his finger off?
I didn't get to watch the beginning of this trial where I think they showed the photo or something, right? Go ahead. Tell me what happened or the proof as to why it was one way or the other.
Well, the top of his finger was cut off, but also the underbelly of his index, right? Mm-hmm. Because from the evidence that was given to the dude who made the examination, he had his hand flat down on a table. Look a machine if you want to see them. Just like so, like that, right? It was my understanding that from his expert opinion, it's impossible that the bone at the end would have been crushed, right? At the same time as causing the fingertip to cut off like this, because it was kind of like that, right? So this portion that's red would be cut off, right? Because if we throw the bottle at the finger, what he was saying, I think, unless I misinterpreted this entirely, was that it wouldn't have cut because the finger would be shielded a little bit by the table. It would have cut like that, right? Because it was pretty deep under like that, But
I mean, what if the knife just went in at an angle?
Okay, he said it is extremely unlikely that it was a knife. He said that it doesn't make sense that it would be a knife because there is the bone is shattered at the end, which is more conclusive with a crushing wound or crushing injury.
So is it a bottle?
Well, he said that you could still, less probably, you could still see the bone being shattered that way if it was glass. But
who Megalol's witness was this? Johnny's?
No, not a witness. That was a random but extreme experts of
Well, someone had to bring him in.
Yes, it was Amber's professional. It was like a master of the hand.
So if it was Amber's professional, then he must be testifying in favor of her. And you're in agreement with that testimony?
No, because then it was revealed that they actually said in the testimony that his finger, if you look at a drawing, wasn't like that, but in fact, it was more like this. Right? With the fingers hanging off the table. Right? Right?
Yeah.
Which, if the ball was coming at an angle, right, makes much more sense.
Yeah.
Since the underbelly was cut off.
Yes.
Because now it's not protected by the desk.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. But the dude was really adamant about the like his entire point was consistent with having his finger on the table. So whenever they brought up the fact that it was off the table, they was kind of like, oh, okay, well, it was just a lack of precision, which I think was a little bit disingenuous because the main point of the defense is that the laceration or whatever couldn't have happened in at the underside of the finger because of the angle of the finger. This is like a game changer, but it seemed like he was like downplaying the importance of that being a game changer, which I think was a big problem with his testimony. And I think they kind of got him good on that.
Oh yeah, so you're essentially saying if his finger or his hand was a little bit further off, it would be really hard to slice it in the way that it was. Or in the way that he claimed it was.
No. Kind of the opposite. The way that Amber's team gave the testimony or whatever.
Yeah.
Or maybe even skewed information because it seemed like it was kind of skewed. They say it was flat down on the table. When in fact, it was off the table. Therefore, the tip wouldn't be. I would assume it wouldn't be protected by the desk, right?
But
So
then, how would you be able to cut further off under if his hand is like hanging over the table?
What do you mean over?
Because you said it grazed the underside of his index.
Yeah. So,
How would that work
what do you mean?
if his hand is like laying over? I mean, you're not looking at me, so it's hard to explain.
If it's laying on the table like this, look at the drawing, okay? On the table, okay?
Yeah.
With the fingernail
Yeah.
like this,
Yeah.
okay? Basically, what was cut off is it's all the way on the under, right? All of this, all of that. So this entire part that I just painted was entirely cut off, the whole thing.
Yes.
All the way to the fingernail.
Sorry,
Right?
I think I misunderstood. When you said the underside of his index, I thought you meant further up as well, not just the tip. Because you said the tip and the underside.
No, just the tip. Just the tip.
Okay. Sorry, I thought when you explained, you said that there was another piece that was cut
No,
off
that's
too.
all right. That's all right.
Oh, okay.
But basically, what the other guy said, at least you're looking
Yeah.
green,
Yeah.
he said it was more, from his perspective, whatever he was given, he said with a glass bottle, it would have been impossible because if you think about it, if you throw the bottle, how would it go all the way under like that and cut all the way through it? Right? Because you're kind of like shielded by the desk, if that makes sense.
I think I need
Right?
to see the photo of his finger cut off to know the angle, because to be honest, the red part that you're indicating right now makes it look like his nail stayed on, but I'm pretty sure his
It
nail
did stay
didn't
on.
stay.
It did stay on.
His nail stayed on?
Yeah. Like the
Were you
end.
able to look at the photo on stream, or do I need to?
Well, it showed it by accident, so I mean, I'm probably gonna get banned for it, but still.
Well, if XCC gets banned, I get banned.
But yeah, so it's almost like it's like chewed under and all the way across inside. So it's like I drew perfectly almost, literally. It's almost a perfect drawing. It's like the 3/4 of the top of
Yes,
the
I
top
don't even look if it's
last
perfect.
bone, the 3/4 of it. It's like the whole thing through, but not the nail. So basically.
No,
When
I
was-
get what you're saying. Like, how the heck could the bottom of it be cut off if his hand is flat on a table?
Yeah,
That's
because
true.
it was
That
all
doesn't
the
really
way
make
through.
sense.
Like literally, it was like it would have been all the way inside of it, which is doesn't it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So whenever it was presented to him that this was actually what happened, or they say it, right?
If I'm being completely honest, the alternative doesn't make a crazy amount of sense either, because especially if it's not with a knife, how do you cut just the bottom part of a finger? Like cutting upwards with a bottle?
Okay, no. If you throw a ball at somebody, I don't know if you've ever been injured by glass before in real life. Basically, it's kind of like shrapnel. Like when glass breaks, if like a very sharp piece of glass gets hinged on something at pretty decent speeds, right? I mean, it'll chew it right out. So with certain speed, if glass hits something and breaks, and the sharp edge of the glass like etches, like is like etching into like skin or something that's fragile, yeah, it'll just cut right through it like paper. That's just kind of how it is.
Okay.
So like,
Again, I'm just saying it's such an off angle, and I haven't watched both sides regarding this that it's hard for me to debate either which way.
Unbiased. Well, I'm not. What? Guys,
Are you biased towards either side?
Yeah, but when it comes to the expert analysis, though, I was literally on this. I mean, I approve it. I was literally on the side of the expert, saying that this actually makes sense that it could not happen. I was like, yeah, I mean, he's right. It couldn't cut under all the way through, right? And I was like, this is kind of peculiar. But then when they brought the fact that his finger was off the table, it makes much more sense. Because he even said that the bottle came at an angle, right? And the finger is cut at an angle. If the bottle did come at an angle with the finger off, and even more than that, if it broke off the table, yeah, I mean, this does make sense. I mean, it does. It literally, it does. Even you don't have to be an expert, I think, to know about that. But the problem is still the bone, though. The bone was splintered in like 4 or 5 pieces at the top.
Okay, can we talk about something aside from the finger?
Well, that was an important part. But there's also one other thing.
In my opinion, it's less so about like this finger is such an important part, because I could believe that happened. Like, I wouldn't argue against Amber exhibiting a lot of abusive behavior towards Johnny. But would you say that you really doubt that he was abusive towards her at all?
Well, I think at this point it's almost irrelevant in that particular case, right? I think in this instance, because if right, you cut somebody's finger off, right, and you make up an entire story about how they cut their own finger off, that is an insane amount of, I mean, that displays behaviors that are like kind of fucking far out.
I agree, but a lot of the stuff that was described that he could have allegedly done as well is just as abusive.
No, I mean, I agree with that. The problem is the
and guys, okay, hold on. Just so chat can stop trolling, it's not that her being abusive is irrelevant. It's that this is a defamation case. So the point is, was he abusive or not? Whether or not they prove that she was abusive, at the end of the day, will not really matter to whether or not he ends up being guilty or not. If she was abusive and he was abusive, he will still lose.
So here's a problem. I think out of like, I would say, what is it, like 3 times or whatever the fuck that I'm aware of, that Johnny's team said that she was abusive, there was a pretty good amount of proof, right? It was like almost like 3 out of 4 times they claimed that was like, yeah, I mean, this probably did happen, with like pictures and shit, like the finger, you know. When it came down to her, in my opinion, with how many times she said that she was hit or abused, and how many times that she normally records and documents stuff, it just doesn't line up.
I agree. I think
she claims like
I think it was obnoxious to watch that the things that she did document seemed to be the more irrelevant things. Like, you're gonna say that he almost broke your nose or he sent you home bloody or XYZ, and those aren't gonna be things that you document. But then she'll have like a photo of her with like slightly red cheek. So I agree, objectively speaking, that was really bothersome to see.
Okay.
But again, it doesn't mean that someone being abused wouldn't document those things. You know, it's hard to say. There was still...
But she did document a lot, though. I mean, she documented things so I mean, quote unquote, thoroughly, that she even documented him fighting the cabinets. I mean, if you see somebody fighting somebody or going crazy, you would think you would film that before filming him.
I think the cabinets thing was seemingly at the end of their relationship, where she maybe wanted to document something, but then kind of got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps, but she has a lot of recordings. They have much more recordings. It seems like, in my opinion, she does much worse when she's the one filming, right? And he's doing much better overall when he doesn't even know he's being filmed, which is, I think, to me, fucking alarming. Because imagine if you reverse the roles, where if that's how she acts when she knows she's recording, and she's the one recording, so she knows she's being recorded. That's how she acts. Imagine how she acts when she's not being recorded, or when she's not recording.
I mean, we've seen both of those things.
That is mental.
She is She was very annoying. But I mean,
So the
hold on.
Aquatica tipped $2.
For starters,
What state is this
yes,
being
a
held
lot of
in?
the stuff that we heard in the audio recordings were appalling, both by her, but also by him. He has
Like
said
what?
like what? Like she's talentless. Once her tits sag, she'll have no job. Just shitting on all the roles she's taken. Him shitting on all the roles she's taken. Her shitting on all the roles he's taken. Aquaman. I mean, they both shat on each other. You can say
I mean,
Amber
that's just,
shat
that,
more.
That is toxic back and forth garbage.
Yes.
Like,
Yes, I agree. But the craziest thing is, because this trial is just about, like, the only question is it a false statement for her to say that he abused her? That's really it at the end of the day.
that is not what she claimed at all. She claimed much worse than that.
Well,
The
she
title of
claimed
the
being
op-ed,
an abuse.
you're denying, you're forgetting a lot of things. The title of the op-ed, sexual violence and shit like that. These are strong words you don't get to back out of the blue. And you know for a fact that the title was so strong and so hardcore that she even denies its existence, and she even denies the fact that she even saw it before. Not only
Tweeting
not
it.
retweeting, or she literally singular posted it, a unique tweet with the article in it. That literally, whenever you copy the link has a title in it. So she would have had to literally scroll over with her cursor over the words sexual violence. So that nobody believes that shit. Nobody buying that shit.
Question, do you not believe her sister's testimony regarding
I know
him
what you said.
pushing
I
her
mean,
and everything else he's done?
okay, so the problem I have with that piece of testimony overall, right, is that she claims she was pulled across 2 rooms. She was pummeled multiple times behind the head. That she was like thrown around, punched in the face.
No, she didn't.
Punching. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she
The
did.
sister?
No, her.
Oh no, I'm
Amber?
talking about the incident with her sister that her sister testified to.
Oh, I didn't get to watch that much of that. What was that about?
So basically, her sister came on and she said that one night Amber and Johnny were having an argument, not to go into the details, but that they were essentially like at the top of stairs, her and Amber, and Johnny was at the bottom, and that he basically like ran up and then hit the back of her sister. And then Amber claimed that that was the first time that she retaliated and she hit Johnny back.
The first time, how would the fuck would she know that?
Amber said, like, beforehand, he was always abusive towards me, but that was the first time that I hit him back.
Okay. I mean, there again, this is tough because I do think that testimonies are very important when people under oath or whatever.
Agreed.
But the problem is that at one point, I think it's very important to have at least one piece that sticks super hard, right? And the problem that I have with most of it, what Amber says, that she claims not 1, not even 10, she claims dozens of abuse things and crazy things. Yet I don't think we really got any one instance that really stuck with like evidence and whatever. Some of this shit that she said didn't even make sense either. Like my nose broke or something like that. Like do you know how
That
your face
was
reacts?
tough because she said there was a doctor that said she had multiple fractures on her nose, but I don't know if I haven't watched the whole thing, so I don't know if there was
did
very
not see
clear
any of that.
evidence of that. She did like claim it quite a few times. But I think to say there's absolutely no evidence or proof is a little pushing it.
There's none that
It's
is like
just,
undeniable
yeah,
beyond a
it's
shadow of a
not
doubt.
as strong as like, I literally took a photo of myself after being severely beat up. And I don't disagree with that. And I agree it makes her look less credible. But then it poses the question, should you never believe a victim of domestic abuse unless they have really, really, really well...
I don't think you should believe anybody. Doesn't matter who. until you go through the what? No, I'm not
No,
saying
sorry. When you said I don't think you should believe anyone, I was like, oh, like
anybody.
neither side.
Well, I don't mind this being a blanket then. It's a blanket statement then. I don't think you should believe anybody, ever, literally. I think you should
Until
go through
there's
I think you should go through the proceedings. I think you should lay out what happened. There's so many factors to everything. You shouldn't believe anybody.
Well, I think in an ideal world that would be great, but there are plenty of incidents, especially in regards to sexual assault, where people cannot have an abundance of proof.
Well, this take is the reason why we're in this position in the first place.
I do understand, obviously, in a court of law, evidence is important, but
that is. Then you want things to be out in the court of public? What is this? The 1600s? We want witch trials?
No, but you are making a blanket statement. Are you saying that is only applicable in court, or just in general in life, do not believe people until they have an abundance of proof?
It's pretty black and white. Yeah, I agree. Sorry. I hate that it's this way. Somehow, not really. But when it comes down to legal claims, we have courts for that, not Twitter. Twitter's the court of the public.
Well, no, yeah.
Okay?
X, I asked you a question. Are you talking about in general or in a court of law? If you're saying in a court of law, then of course I agree. Like, people shouldn't go to jail when someone has no evidence, because that just allows for way too many false accusations.
Well,
but saying
then,
in general, don't believe people.
In general, no, I actually believe. I mean, unless it has any sort of legal ramifications, you can believe it whatever you want. Because people believe that the Earth is flat, even though we have a lot of shit that it's not flat. You know. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is that in general, it doesn't hurt to believe people. It's like if somebody says, "Hey man, I just ate a cookie," right? It doesn't hurt, or does it have any legal ramifications to believe that he ate the cookie or not. It does nothing at all, right? But if somebody says, "Oh, some guy just punched me in the face," right? Well, now that involves two parties. One that did a crime, one that could go to jail. It's like a whole thing. Then yeah, there are courts for that. It's illegal. Now it becomes a legal proceeding.
In a legal proceeding, I agree. We shouldn't believe people without adequate evidence.
Then what is then for you then a general thing then? What is it? What is the general thing?
For example, a friend comes up to me and she's like, "Hey, this guy abused me or essayed me or whatever," right? I'm not going to say, "Hey, can you show me video evidence of him doing that before I believe you?" I think it's instances like that where it's important to give people some benefit of the doubt.
Well, no.
But obviously, if you have reason not to,
then you should support them and help them get the help that they need to either seek treatment, help, or go through legal proceedings or whatever, right?
Yes.
And help the victim in that case.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I agree.
So you do the best you can with the information you're given.
Yes,
but you shouldn't make any legal conclusions, and you shouldn't defend it in public because of that.
Legal conclusions, I agree. You shouldn't come to legal conclusions off of that.
So if you want to keep reservations for that person and not hang out with them, whatever. And
sorry. Listen, I think a lot of your viewers are coming into my chat and saying unbiased ? I don't think that is an unbiased thing. Yeah, like that is so odd. I think my statement is what a normal person's reaction. And even X said in that situation, you don't like discredit someone or disregard them.
Okay. Yeah. But okay. You shouldn't disregard them. Okay. As a person, okay, you can still understand what they're saying. Keep your reservations for that person, right? That you heard is a bad person or something that did something bad, right? Mm-hmm. You can still do things that help you and help them, but doesn't fuck the other person over if you can't prove it yet. Yeah. Right? Yeah. You can still help yourself without attacking anybody. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. That's the difference between helping yourself and healing and attacking.
I think we agree on a lot of things. The reason I was trying to make that distinction is because when you, in front of 100,000 people, say, we shouldn't believe people, sometimes some people will take that a little bit further and then think we shouldn't believe victims in general, not just in a court of law, or not just when there's, legal ramifications, etc.
Well, I thought people would understand 100% what I meant.
Okay.
Is that you
And I think that's
shouldn't-
fine because, you know, we went over it. But my point is, like, sometimes chat's reaction is just like, it's too
I mean,
much.
you know when it says that's like misinformation spreads 8 times faster than actual information.
Yeah.
Burning a forest down
That is a very nice drawing.
is burning something down is a forest down is much faster, right? And efficient than stopping it, right? Does that make sense? Like if you say something crazy, right? The repercussions that's gonna have are most of the time going to be irreparable, right? So I think it's kind of like your job as a person, not instantly believe anything you hear, just because you don't want that to happen to anybody, because you want that to happen to you either.
Well, yes, but most people don't behave that way. Most
Yeah,
people behave in the way
but you
that
shouldn't
makes them feel best, not in like a Gandhi, treat others the way you want to be treated kind of thing.
I mean, but you shouldn't reward them.
Oh, I agree. Anyways, let's go back to the trial, because I think sometimes it sounds like we're arguing when we agree on a lot of things. So, is there anything that makes you feel like potentially, whether in retaliation or otherwise, Johnny could have been abusive towards her?
Yeah, of course, of course. I don't think she would lie about 80 million things at the same time simultaneously. Okay, I'm not going to be delusional about it. Okay.
So you
But
think he could have potentially been abusive?
Yeah, of course. I believe that anybody, that a lot of people can be abusive.
Well, that's really the same situation I'm in. I'm like, I cannot with certainty say that he wasn't. And that's kind of the point of the trial, right?
No. What if I have a thought in my head and I'm like, wow, this could have potentially happened? I'm still skeptic. I'm still open to new information. I don't want to be locked out of an outcome because I was like, nah, dude. As the idea that Johnny is the best person in the world, now I'm locked out of any possible new information that comes in. I don't want to be like that.
Okay, but a lot of people are.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm not gonna do that though. Right? So I keep that as a possibility. That yes, and I also think that people don't understand because everybody on the internet is a fucking cocklord, like forever single person who doesn't understand relationship dynamics that are extremely complex and hard as an outsider
Yeah.
to even relationship counselors to understand and deconstruct in order. What? It's true though.
It is. No, I agree, especially because, like, no BM, but I feel like a lot of the people with very strong opinions in chat right now, it's like, have you even dated someone for like half a year, bro? Toxic relationships are especially complicated to like truly understand when you're not even in the relationship. Let alone if you've never even experienced one. Clueless, bro. Clueless.
Yeah, it's why I think that it's like it's a little bit disingenuous to people. Like, oh, dude, this would never happen. This is that. Is it like? I think people are being close-minded on both sides.
Didn't have these problems.
Right? I think people are being very, very close-minded, and I think people make conclusions that are drastic about how relationships function and how things work.
I agree. Like, people saying, I've seen a lot of people say, like, Johnny had the power in the relationship and Amber didn't, so she couldn't have been abusive. And I'm like, it doesn't matter how much money or power or fame someone has, they can also be abused by their partner. No amount of money.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think a great example of that. Just watch a movie about Gucci, right? The guy that had all the power, all the money, all the juice, all the whatever. He was getting smoked by his girlfriend.
Yeah, a little bit. Lady Gaga?
Yeah, she was smoking him the whole time. She was controlling him like
beat
crazy.
him? She didn't, right?
Well, you don't have to beat somebody to show some sort of
Oh,
control
I
over
agree.
them.
I just wasn't sure if that's what you were saying.
Yeah,
I like that movie, though.
It was kind of dog shit. I only enjoyed the movie because the information and the educational value or historical value of the movie kind of shows the history in an entertaining way. But the movie actually, the movie itself and the acting is complete fucking dog shit.
I feel like there's a lot of chat hoppers from your end. They're like, why are you laughing? Because he just brought up Gucci, the movie. Am I not allowed to laugh?
Yeah, you can laugh.
We're talking about a real situation. He's like, yeah, just like in that movie, Gucci. Like, I'm sorry for finding that funny.
Because
My bad. Guilty for laughter at XQC, as I'm sure you all are as well.
Because she's poor. Because she was poor and kind of a nobody, and they were rich, famous.
No, yes, I get what you're saying. And she started dating him, and she still kind of emotionally abused him, regardless of whether he was the more rich or powerful one in that regard.
Yeah. So of course, you have as somebody who has more in your favor or more chips in your corner.
Yeah.
You have a lot more recourse to do abuse on somebody else, right? So financial, right? Right, like you say, I'm gonna cut you off. Oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Whatever. And then you get things to do your way. Whatever. You have a lot more avenues to do it. That doesn't mean that you do it. And I think these conclusions are absolutely brain dead. Just like this expert we just saw on the stand saying, at 50% of the time with this trait, people do IPV. So it's more likely
I
to
don't think that was brain dead.
That is absolutely fucking stupid. That is okay. Let me take this then. Okay. When you test subject, okay, let's say, okay, let me open this up. Here's my analogy. Okay. Let's say I conduct a study. Okay.
Yeah.
0.08%, okay, is the legal limit of drinking, right?
Yeah.
At 0.2%, let's say, right? I make a study and I say 50% of the population that drives their car, right, over the span of 30 minutes will crash their car. That is my conclusion after the study, right? So that is my statistical study. And then I go in a trial, right? And then I say, oh, my client was 0.2% inebriated. I say he was drunk at 0.2%. And he drove his car for 30 minutes. Well, we can just say, guilty. My client crashed his car.
Okay, chill. Listen, if there was an accident...
That is exactly what he's saying.
Listen, if there was an accident and the jury had to decide whether or not someone was responsible, I'm sure the level of how inebriated you are could play a factor in how likely or unlikely they are to believe you. At the end of the day, I get what you're saying, which is exactly what the lawyer was saying, which is like, just because it's more likely doesn't mean it happened. And it's like, yes, sure. But that's kind of what the point of expert witnesses are. They're supposed to make a jury more educated on factors that could make an outcome more likely or not.
It's what an expert doesn't get caught up on specifics about a question. And if it's a black on white answer, you answer black on white as an expert. You don't get mauled about your ego or some shit, and you end up twisting the answer because you're upset that it makes you, quote unquote, lose or surrender your point. That is so stupid. Okay?
I think he was just trying to maintain what he was initially saying.
Okay.
You know? He just said, yes, that doesn't mean that Johnny did it. It just means that there were certain character traits, either of his personality or of his behavior or his drug abuse or drug addiction, that make it more likely for him to have been abusive.
is what they were trying to say.
Yeah.
Said, okay, you're right. That is not what the guy was saying, though. He was making a medical conclusion and diagnosis of that based on these more likely than not statistics. Literally.
But I think
that is exactly what he was doing, though. That is exactly what he was doing. He was saying, yeah, it happened because he has all the things and he's over 50%. He's like, medically, it's more probable that it happened. Who said that shit? Like
I
uh,
don't think he ever
mo-
said like.
that's what it was getting at. If you didn't catch that, I mean, there's no shot.
No, I mean, of course, his point is to talk about what factors could have made it more likely for Johnny to have done that. But
Doesn't mean
he
that he did it,
didn't
though.
say he
But-
surely. Yes, I agree.
That is what he absolutely did point at that. And I mean,
It's his job to point at that, as were all of Johnny's witnesses. It was their job to make Amber look like a narcissistic person and like she had all of these personality issues as well, which they also did.
his job as an expert, right? Would be to let's say you have an analysis about your subject or you're analyzing, is to give an opinion about that. The problem I have with this guy, that he takes a bunch of things that he saw and then that he's seen on the media or whatever, and puts all together plus the things that he's been told, and makes literal medical conclusion and diagnoses about something he never even met or had a conversation with. He literally falls under his own definition of Golden Bridge, Golden Gate bullshit. He literally self-reported.
I get what you're saying, but he also said like that's kind of what all expert witnesses are supposed to do.
Okay.
And
Well, I
do
I
agree.
think-
Maybe judging things off of articles without really looking into how credible they are isn't fair. But I think
Well,
he
it's
also
only
looked
fair.
at the
It's
witness and
irresponsible
spoke
and
to
not-
that.
and
I'm not
it-
sure.
It is literally unethical. It is black and white unethical, literally.
So
by
then,
definition.
are all expert witnesses unethical?
Well, talk about what you do
Darkson
know,
tipped $5.
right? I mean, he's getting clowned on, literally. What he observed is somebody telling him he is getting fed his line, and then they said it was music. Oh, okay. Now they're disintegrating his observation by objectively proving that every point of observation he had was end up being false, literally. And now he falls into the guy who literally is like, he literally looks like a parasocial guy who said, but my streamer said this to my dono and did this in his IRL stream, therefore he's mentally ill. He falls exactly in that category. He's looking like a moron.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree. You know, clickbait articles, this and that, shouldn't be used as evidence or to form an expert opinion. However, it seems that there is an equal likelihood that it was or wasn't music. Because people are saying it wasn't, and some people are saying it was, so...
Huh?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait. You're being clickbaited. You're being clickbaited.
Well, obviously, if you're on Johnny's side, wouldn't you say that?
Well,
But, like, how are
you
we
say
to
you
know?
You say you're unbiased. Then you'd say you're on nobody's side.
Well, yes. So my point is not that it was music or wasn't, but it's that they're claiming different things. So who are you to believe?
Well, you as a medical expert of psychiatry need to dismiss that unless you have a one-on-one analysis of a controlled subject to have a good and valid medical conclusion. Otherwise, you are just as good as some random fucker looking at some people on the internet. Right?
I wouldn't equate it to that if
Why
you're
not?
an expert in that field, but
Cowboy Aquatica tipped $2.
I get what
How
you're
do you
saying.
index-
They did dispel some of the things, like saying, oh, he wasn't being fed his lines. Sure, it was music.
Okay.
But then what about the test that he took?
So what you say is that if some guy in chat is a qualified professional of mental health or psychiatry of some high degree, he could come to my house now and give me a prescription for certain pills and certain medication and say, I've seen your streams and your interviews and when you competed, and you are a fucking moron that is a mentally ill, parasocial weirdo and shit like that because he drew a medical conclusion and diagnosis from long range and observations without having an interaction with me directly.
To be fair, I don't think they should be medicating you, but if they're is a psychology professional
A
who
diagnosis, if
but he
correct.
didn't diagnose him.
Well,
Hold on, let me finish my sentence.
Go ahead.
I actually think you're setting yourself up in a bad situation. Streamers, we stream
Silly
ourselves
Billy
for
01 tipped
hours on
$2.
end, for days on end. If a psychology professional could observe us for that long, I'm sure they could make some educated guesses on what issues we suffer with.
That is a dangerous conclusion to have for the field of psychology, right? Because then you would start judging pieces of media or pieces of art as how a person really is. What if you were to quantify or analyze dog disrespects behavior? Who is a persona? Who is not? Who acts different on the internet? Who doesn't? Who acts different when in front of an audience or a camera? And who doesn't? What can you tell about these things?
Again, I don't want to argue against Johnny's situation because I don't think he should be diagnosed by a psychology expert through his movies. That is a very, very clear setting where you are... It's just a very clear setting where you're supposed to be acting. Streaming, for Dr. Disrespect, he's a persona. For us, it's less so like that. But haven't you seen an equal amount of people deducing similar things from Amber Heard's interviews, from the way she speaks on the stand, from XYZ?
I think a random Twitter's opinion about her behavior isn't comparable to a qualified medical or psychiatric expert going on stand and under oath about on it. I don't think that these are even comparable. They're not even close.
Well, I mean, that's fair, but isn't that what a court of law allows?
What do you mean?
I don't know what is common or not.
Wait, in what sense?
Well, do they not have experts come on and I guess give their opinion from what they've seen of the evidence and maybe the trial?
Well,
and
I think
whatever else?
that's what it's all about, right? I think that's what they're trying to prove is that if you bring your witness that has studied and been one-on-one with your subject, right? And ask questions about those findings and their medical, analytical opinion of the field that they're experts in, right? Mm-hmm. Not their long-range analysis of 4 or 5 pieces of media given by one side of the fucking.
But you do recognize that he was also speaking about like some sort of memory test that Johnny Depp did take. So I think that's
three out of 30, which he could not deem as conclusive because the subject wasn't controlled. It could have been drunk or high, or it could have been a jet lag.
Yes, but isn't that still? I feel like that's such a biased response. Like, hey, here is a test that someone takes to judge their cognitive ability or their memory. Yeah, but what if they were high when they took it? Like,
okay, that's 3 out of 30.
What if?
That's 3 out of 30. You know that, right? No, I'm not kidding. So he did not see the result of the tests, right? All the 27s, right? All the whatever the fuck the rest is, right?
If an expert witness isn't able to have a one-on-one session with someone, this is all the information that they have. My point is, you should just. Well, then we shouldn't talk about anything.
Well, that's why they brought doctors of her doctor. She spoke about her. Doctors spoke about her experience. Doctors came on and psychologists came out to speak about her experience and her thoughts and her, because she analyzed her. This guy is as good as some random YouTuber who analyzed Johnny's clips on the internet. He's just as qualified.
To be honest, I'm a little annoyed because I feel like I'm being put in a position to defend this guy whose testimony I only watched half of. So okay. I can't really do that. But I'm curious, do you know whether he asked for a one-on-one? Was he not able to get one?
He asked. So we don't know entirely, but they did ask, but it wasn't court ordered, so they just declined on the advice of counsel.
Well, then if you are Amber's legal team, would you rather have nothing or have this guy come in and give his expert opinion off of what he can, which granted isn't much and isn't really credible, but
Well, I think
it's like you're arguing with me, but like
you just don't bring him at all. I think you just don't. I mean, you bring him in to talk about what he found about Amber, right? Because that's their side, and kind of move on from that, right? But I think it comes across as incredibly risky and disingenuous to bring a guy who's seen clips and who was literally being disproven on the stand that he's wrong. They literally said that his earpiece could have been music. I mean, who are you or who am I to say that it wasn't music?
yeah, but who are we to say that it was?
Well, it's a code of law. Yeah, you would have to prove that claim. You can't just make a claim and say, well, it could have not been, lol, or it could have been. It could have, lol. It's a probability. That's what the guy's doing. That's what he's getting rolled for.
Well, the onus can be kind of on either.
Well, it's a code of law. They have to prove it. They would have to prove that they would have to prove that it wasn't music, right? Yeah, it's guilty. Innocent until proven guilty, right? Right? Innocent until proven guilty. The burden of proof falls on them.
$2. You are wrong because this doctor only saw JD's videos. Dr. Curry tested Amber.
I'm tired of speaking with this chat reading. And again, like when I say unbiased, like I am just watching the trial from the moments that I can watch, which is not all of it, and I just judge individual pieces of evidence. That's it.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, I think the guy did an extremely garbage job, and I think he's actually molding on stand, and I kind of feel bad that
I
they
do
had to
think
go to
he
lunch.
got kind of defensive, but I feel like Johnny's lawyer wasn't doing a great job either. He
Well-
was arguing nuances, which like I kind of understood because the guy was
SPN33
being
tip
defensive and kind of
$2.
standing his ground. At least I, as a viewer, and I'd assume the jury too, just
Okay.
gets kind of frustrated watching that back and forth.
In my opinion, in a battle of Pepega against Pepega, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The guy asking questions wins by default. Because the jury is idiots. It's your average Joe dumb fuck like me. Right? So then, if they're both going full Pepega, the question is so stupid, right? And he doesn't know what the fuck is going on and answers some dog shit. I think that makes him look to the jury. He's getting agitated. He's getting mauled. He doesn't know what the fuck is going on. He's answering weird shit to the point where the judge has to step in and say, yo, answer the question, even if it's stupid. It literally makes him look bad in front of the jury.
I think there were moments like that where he looked bad, but there was a lot of moments where the lawyer was like stuttering but also speaking really slowly, and he sounded confused and wasn't delivering his questions properly. So I think they both looked really bad.
That's why I said Pepega against Pepega.
Yeah, I just don't feel like the witness looked that much worse.
I mean, I think he's kind of self-destructing in terms. My problem with him is that there are some points that are very easy to concede that don't make him look bad or weaken his defense, right? But he just won't give them up. He just won't just say, yeah, you're right.
I think he did. I mean, with the music earpiece, he said, okay, well, I was told this. And if that's the case, then I retract that or something like that.
Which would alter his conclusion. But then he said it didn't affect it didn't do anything to his conclusion. So it doesn't even make sense.
From what I was listening to this morning of his testimony, my main takeaways were him just going over how Johnny Depp's drug addiction could impact his memory and his likelihood to be involved in like domestic abuse or like something.
Wait, say that one more time.
So my main takeaway from his testimony that I listened to this morning, what I heard was just him talking about Johnny Depp's
$2.
drug addiction and how that could impact his memory issues, memory loss during those moments, and his likelihood of doing IPV, I think is what it's called, which is just like, yeah.
So what do you think about that?
Well, when I hear an expert talk about that, I'm like, well, that kind of makes sense to me.
No, it does make sense. But like I said, again, they're all talking about like
It's not a
probabilities.
for sure this occurred, but it's more so
Well, I
the
don't think it helps
likelihood is higher.
at all.
I think it helps Amber's side.
You think?
Yeah. For someone to say that he was likely to do it due to his addiction and issues, yeah. That's the whole point of him being the witness.
Well, in that case, I mean, her doing drugs doesn't help her either at all.
True, but drug use is very different from drug addiction and abuse. And I am also like very, very against stigmatizing those with drug addiction or even drug addiction in general. But really going into the nitty gritty of how that can impact someone's behavior, their memory loss, mental disorders, all of those things, I think is helpful information.
Yeah, I mean, I give you an example, but I don't think there's any conclusion to be drawn from that. It's like, I mean, people that are addicted to drugs, I mean, do a lot of other things. I mean, they have financial problems, right? They go in debt. They go homeless. There's suicide.
Yeah, but for
there's
example,
problem with family, right? But I mean,
for example,
does that mean that
I never knew how much both the drugs that he was taking or the things that he was prescribed or the things he was addicted to could impact his memory loss. And to me, I feel like, you know, it becomes more of a possibility that he perhaps did abuse her but didn't remember those moments or blacked out during those moments. And I think creating like that doubt in a jury's mind is obviously helpful to Amber's side.
Okay, I mean, she was recording a lot, and she said in her testimony, under oath, that she was recording to help him remember. Right? I remember that. Right?
Maybe.
So,
yes. Like,
so I'm sure she
like
has,
the
she has
snoring
evidence.
and stuff.
Anything. So I'm sure she has evidence of him. Abusing her, black and white, right? That he doesn't remember. Surely there's some of that, right? That's what I think. That's what I'm waiting for.
I think it would be obviously all of this would be easier if she had very direct evidence of him abusing her.
The problem is that she's filming like 20 things.
And yeah, the photo evidence she has is really not strong in comparison of the claims that she's making. I agree. But like, that's all I have to say.
I mean, I don't know. I think that's
I'm not on Amber's side, but I do think people are trying really hard to justify every single thing Johnny has done, and there still is a decent amount of
justifying. Like what has he done that you think needs to be justified, or people are justifying?
Even the texts he sent.
Which one?
Like saying that he wants to like burn her to death and then F her corpse and then, you know, those things. But people are like, it's a movie reference. And it's like, even if it is a movie reference, I think that's a bit of a crazy thing to text.
I'm going to be honest. I've been trying to like kind of like dismiss some of his text messages because I think he speaks in poems, like kind of like boomers, right? And it's just kind of like really dumb.
I think in some instances, yeah, he does. And again, it's crazy to me because like, I feel like I sound like I'm on Amber's side, but I'm really not. I'm just trying to be like, well, this looks bad for her and this looks bad for him. And that's really it. And even that I feel is because in comparison to how biased the media has gotten around this case, it feels like I'm biased towards her. But I don't really care how this trial ends. I'm just enjoying kind of watching. I guess it's more so like I'm not emotionally invested in either her winning or her losing, is my point. And why not? Just because I have no
I feel
personal
like we
biases towards either people or either
I
person.
feel like we should, because it's like a win for everybody.
Why would this be a win for everybody? Either which way.
Because I think if she ended up being wrong and whatever happens, I think this will prevent people from doing dog shit for any reason, attention or whatever, or anything public that is crazy, right? Because now there's a precedent that doing dog shit while you're high roading legitimate movement that help and empower victims, right? You can't do that. Right?
I get what you're saying, and I think
It's a
that
win
would
for-
be true if it was the case where, like, I really felt like there was absolutely 0% chance that he abused her. If this was, like, super clearly a fake thing, it would be easier to say that. But at this point, it's gotten so, like, gray and murky, it's a little bit hard to tell.
I know what you mean by that. What's murky? Waters? What's murky?
Yeah, the waters. Like, if
Well,
it
I
was
mean,
very clear that she was lying about this and doing this for money or just doing it for attention and whatever, I would understand that her losing would be a win for everyone. Because it's setting the precedent that, like, you can't just go after people for no reason and profit from it, even if what you're saying is a lie. Do I feel like she exaggerates and she does lie sometimes? Likely. But can I say without a benefit of the doubt, can I say without a doubt that he didn't abuse her at all? No, there were just way too many things he said and did, and a couple instances that, like, witnesses that she's brought on have attested to.
In my opinion, then I'm gonna just fire back with that. Then it's something I'm gonna fire back because I'm not that invested. Like I said last time, I think relationship dynamics are really complicated,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I feel like it's kind of a bad precedent because if you, let's say, violence is never the option. It shouldn't be any violence ever, right?
Yeah, I
But
agree.
if, let's say in a scenario where both parties are equally abusive and crazy and toxic and dog shit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I think it's a bad precedent to possibly run to the press like it's like a race.
Yeah, and act like
First
you
one
were
that-
the
first
only
one-
victim when you weren't.
First to go to the press.
I agree
first
with
to
you.
get there. And I think that's just fucking lame as shit.
No, I actually agree with you. I very much do. Like, if both people were mutually abusive and toxic, I do think it is lame for one person to go to the press and say, I was the victim and that was it. But the thing is, defamation is like a very, very, like, it just can't be the law to set that precedence because defamation just says, did this person lie? And if two people are abusive towards each other or violent towards each other and one person says, you know, I was abused, technically they were, even if they also did abusing. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, but at that point, then
It's not for the courts to
public
decide.
Opinion matters.
Yeah, but it's not for the courts to decide whether that's like defamation is just not going to make a difference in that regard. Johnny should have just also publicly done some kind of op-ed and said we were both abusive, blah, blah, blah. Like, that would have been as equal as they really could have gone.
Oh, I mean, okay. I don't know if you've been living under a rock or something like that. Okay, that is not how things go.
Moonchild is a tipped $2.
with all due respect,
there is no such thing as mutual abuse.
There's absolutely no. I mean, there's like I genuinely think there's a little bit of an imbalance, especially with stigmas around interpersonal and violence, especially in relationships.
I agree, but I don't
do
think a
think
court
that-
of law can do much about that because of a defamation case. My point is not disagreeing with you, and I do understand, like, abuse and SA allegations will typically favor, in a court of public opinion, the woman going through it. My point is just regarding the legalities of defamation. And you know what those are, right?
What do you mean?
Defamation is just, did this person lie knowingly when they said this thing?
Yeah, for sure. I know that.
So when Amber said, let's say in this hypothetical, Amber and Johnny were both physically and emotionally abusive towards each other. So when she wrote in an article, I was abused, is
That is
she
not what it-
technically lying?
As far as I'm concerned, that's not what happened. What was written is survivor of sexual violence, blah, blah, type thing, which is much, much bigger and a much harsher and like impossible position to defend yourself from. Like once I don't think you understand. Once you end this territory, you already lost.
I think her. Hello. I think
Even if he wins, he already lost. Wait, hold up. I hope you understand this.
Yeah.
Johnny already lost a long time ago. The second this op-ed was posted live, he already lost. Even let's say that he was right, he already lost. The damage is irreparable. You don't get that time. You don't get that prime. Let's say you when you were prime and your viewers were popping off, right? And you were growing. I told you can't go live for a whole year. Doesn't matter. You already lost. You'll never recover that.
Mm-hmm.
You'll never be in your prime again. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then you just have to decide a point at which legally you deserve some kind of payback for that. And what the courts have decided, defamation is when the person is lying and they know that they're lying. So again, my point was... Oh, okay.
I'll do it in a minute. Sorry for getting off. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Again. You sure? Oh, God, I feel bad now.
No, it's okay. I was just saying, like, defamation is a really, really difficult thing to prove. That's all. Okay, bye. That was one of the least fun things I've ever done in my life. Usually I have fun with, like, speaking to X, but the juicers were on one today. Like, especially for someone who, like, I'm not here to defend Amber, but it's just like, I feel like I was put in a position to. And I think a lot of you guys don't know, you don't know the bias that also Twitch chat creates. And I understand he's your juicer. You know, he's my juicer too. But you shouldn't just like question mark anybody's opinion as soon as they speak. Especially because I think the majority of the things we said, like, we don't even fully disagree with each other. Not sure if you've discussed this already, but defamation is a lot different for a public person like Johnny than a private person like us chat Andes. You have to prove a lot more for public people. That's my point. Although I agree with a lot of the issues regarding the Me Too movements and allegations and all of that, defamation is a very difficult thing to win. That's it.
Based on publicly
Also,
available records.
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
Thank you. Now, you were asked...
I just wish it wasn't such an aggressive thing. Like, why can't me and X talk and it doesn't have to be like, this person's a fucking idiot. Did you say something that isn't completely... Do you have a differing opinion? You're a fucking idiot bitch woman. Jesus Christ. Pokey, you are not on the level to talk about this. And XQC is... We're all shitposting Pepega streamers. It's not that deep. And I just didn't like, because, like, him and chat obviously all have all these points that are like, yeah, well, she did this or she did that. And I'm like, I don't want to defend these things. I'm just out here trying to spectate with you all. That's it. This is literally my stream, fam. And apparently you've been talking. Oh, are you still talking in my chat? Oh, thick lol, let me grow. Are you still talking? Shh. Bunch of fucking weirdos.
Behaviors that are exploitative.
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay. The fourth one was lacks empathy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking empathy?
To be able to commit intimate partner violence and the control you have over someone.
I'm sorry?
Can I be heard?
Okay.
Cross-ban him? I don't think I have ban powers in X's chat. And I typically don't do that. It's someone else's decision who they want to allow in their stream or not. You
I'm
aren't
just
even
gonna ask
watching
you
it
to
daily as other
give
streamers,
the
and your
record
opinions aren't on
evidence
point, which
of
led to misleading.
Mr. Depp.
I said this. I said I haven't watched everything, so I'm not here to argue about those things or defend
lacking
anyone.
empathy.
I'm not a fucking lawyer in this trial. I'm just watching
One
half the
does-
You're
so,
using things
let
that
me
I
wonder,
said against
so
me
if
when
you're
I was
not
using it to say.
agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say.
And as far as
you
I
are
know, I
no
don't think
longer
XQC
useful.
has watched everything
Okay,
either.
Therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit.
Preface the entire thing.
Off and on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on.
So I don't think either of us should be-
Substance detox is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
You just sent me money to say
right.
something
Another
rude.
one of the
Do you realize
characteristics
how
that you
idiot-
cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Imagine sending someone your hard-earned money to call them an idiot. If I was an expert witness, I would say that you're exhibiting idiotic behavior. That is very much in line with being an idiot.
What is the record evidence?
Money use
Last week
minus
first
2,
he
bro.
commented about things about jealousy, so I
Trivia,
think it's
thanks for
pretty
50 months. Lady
apparent.
Dragon, thanks for 7.
Okay.
Emily, thanks for 4
And
months.
the
Ultimately,
next
I
one
just
you
want to say
listed
it
was
sounded
fragile
like
self-esteem.
me
Do
and
you
X
recall
were
that?
more against each other
Yeah.
than we actually
And what
are.
is the record
But I
evidence
think it's
of
just
Mr. Depp
because
exhibiting
I
that?
felt like I was
So
put in a
fragile
position where
self-esteem
he's
can
like,
be
what about
modeled
this? And I'm
on a
like,
lot of cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for.
I haven't watched all this. I
narcissism,
really can't
so it's
say.
a trait. And basically, what that means will be that the
I don't want to.
combination
This is why
of
I'm not a political
poor
debater.
self-control and rapid mood
Debater?
states is fragile self-esteem.
Not a master
fragile
debater.
Personality, so traits. So it go into the line of cluster B rather than per se narcissistic.
All right. Now, we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you
Oh my
were
god, the fact
asked
that that was sustained
about
too is
the cluster
fucking
B.
hilarious.
And counsel for Mr. Depp came back and said, are you aware Ms. Heard
That
has
was
been
stupid, yeah, and
diagnosed with
hilarious.
borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder. Now, you
Now, what does his
reviewed-
eating candy say?
I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
What, if any, evidence was there that Bonnie Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair, Cross. He asked the question. That's fair.
Pop on
Redirect.
Discord TV
Beyond the
tips
scope.
$2.
It's not
A lot of
overruled.
people
Thank
in
you.
chat are young,
So, I mean, if
their
I could start,
opinions
Ms.
are
Jacobs
black or white,
demonstrated
and
no
in between.
type of
That
personality,
also
sort of
happens to
borderline or
streamers
otherwise.
too.
And
It's
on a
such a
review
pain
of
to deal.
Dr.
Yeah, I just don't feel like it's that black and white.
Dr. Curry's records.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
It is, I'll ask each of them separately. And you
you've
also
been in a
reviewed
toxic
the medical,
relationship,
the
you
therapy
probably know
records
this.
for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed all of Don
smirks
Hughes'
are off the
records
charts
and her
today.
testing, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
It is in black and white, but Heard was the main
Okay.
antagonist.
And you also reviewed Dr. Curry's
That's
notes
possible.
and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's?
If anything, it's kind of annoying that, like, again, this isn't even about, like, who's guilty or not. It's just defamation. Like, did she lie when she made her statements or not? And it sucks that it will be used to basically say whether the abuse happened one way or the other
Deb's
or
com-
not.
You started to talk about battered wife syndrome. What is your experience with
As
battered
opposed to
wife
speaking
syndrome,
generally in regards to the
sometimes
relationship.
Being
It's just, hey,
mistaken
did she
with
lie when
borderline
she said
personality
this and
disorder
this? Like,
or
she could be the
histrionic
worst.
personality disorder?
She could be the worst human being on earth, and as long as she didn't lie when she made those two statements,
So
Then
battered
it
wife
won't be
syndrome,
defamation.
which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has 70 symptoms of PTSD. And if you hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have reliving experiences as if feeling as if the abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of abuse, such as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity of borderline personality disorder. They do have avoidance symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper-aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly can be an issue. Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for
Quixotic
borderline,
wrote
and B, could readily
Hey
easily be
Poki, are
explained
you coming to
by battered
TwitchCon
wife
Amsterdam?
syndrome, a
I
full
am.
Sorry to bother.
PTSD.
First time on
Thank
your
you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools.
took a break and
who's an
didn't fix
expert on
his hair.
intimate partner violence.
And I'm
She
mad
had
no
a
one
chance
else
to meet
fixed
them in
it for him.
relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's not non-responsive. I said, what, if
Lazy
anything, did she
underscore
find?
one tipped $2.
All right.
I'm
Tell
both
the jury
autistic and
about Amy
ADHD.
Banks, the significance
This
of
have
Amy
led to
Banks.
So
really
Ms.
uncomfortable
Dr. Banks found was that
situations.
she fully
Therefore,
believed
much of my
Ms.
social
Heard's
life has been
version
going
of
to
what was going on.
Objection,
Bill Guy
hearsay.
underscore one tipped $2. 3.
I reversed
Three
those.
nose
Let me
picks
do
at
it
least by
again.
the end.
Please tell the jury.
Sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms.
Oh.
Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world, who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is, above all people, who understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic
Banks?
personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's a credibility testimony.
I think he can testify to that. Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion was, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
I'm getting so annoyed by people saying shit like this just because I'm not as on Johnny Depp's side as a lot of you guys might be. Listen, I'm not on anyone's side. It's the same guys before. Bro, frick off. I actually don't feel like I'm more on one side. If I ever do sound like that, I think it's because I'm speaking to how difficult it is to win a defamation case. And defamation is not about saying who's right and who's wrong. It's about saying, did someone lie and were they knowingly lying? Those are just two different things. Does that make sense? It doesn't even mean like who was the bigger abuser in a relationship or the abuser. So that's what I'm trying to explain. And I guess that's just how the internet functions. It's easier content to digest when someone is just biased and on one side, and it's harder for people to have nuance. But hey, I'm going to clarify this for the millionth time. I personally, I'm not personally attached to whether one side wins or the other. I'm just enjoying watching with you guys. And I am just not, I don't want to be a Johnny Depp justifier. So yeah, I'm not on his side, but I'm also not on her side. That's it. But I do feel like he was wrong.
Responded.
So,
there are
Ms.
ways where that
Heard
has been shown
discussed
improvement.
in trying to, again, as the victim, trying to save the relationship, discuss with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not given what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's my.
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay. So you can rely on it.
All right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Mr. Depp said nothing when Ms. Heard accused him of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance
Objection,
of that?
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. And what is the significance of that?
The significance of that is with
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
All right. We'll move on. You were asked about MDMA.
Okay, he's starting to sound like
and what the
Camille.
impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right, from Mr. Depp,
getting
Ms.
bored
Heard,
by
and a
this.
number. Okay. Do you recall that Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Okay, also
Yes.
this. JD
Okay.
supporters
I'm
just
going
think
to
if you're
ask
not
you, sir,
vehemently
can you
supporting
bring
him,
up
that you're supporting Amber, when in
1828?
reality,
It's
we
already
just
in
think
the
it's weird
evidence.
how hard they're deriding Johnny despite the fact it's obvious that he was a piece of shit as well. I'm not going to go as
if
far
we
as
could
to,
publish that, okay, we
say
can.
all those
Thank you.
words. But I agree. I think some people are so on his side that they think anything else is like, so you're on Team Amber? No, there's just been like a decent amount of evidence of him saying and doing really bad things, so I'm not going to justify all of his behavior. That doesn't mean I'm on her side, but I'm also not on his side. I'm just, keep me out of it, but I'm going to be watching
No foundation.
with my little popcorn.
Speculation.
The foundation's already been laid.
N1's tear tipped $2. Just a little help. If a liable plaintiff is a
What if
public
any-
figure,
if
he
you
or
look
she
at
must
the
prove,
painted
by clear and
canvases on
convincing
this
evidence,
one.
that the defendant
What, if any,
No, I agree, exactly. That's why defamation is so hard to prove. I don't know if you guys know that. And that was also my point with XQC. Defamation, you don't just have to prove that they lied. You have to prove that they lied and they wanted to lie to hurt you.
You testified earlier about property, destruction of property. Do you
That is
recall
really,
that?
really hard
Yes.
to prove.
Okay, could you tell the jury how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829? And this has already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
This is weird,
I would say
bro.
that, one, that demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think.
Objection,
This
Your
is
Honor.
what Johnny wrote on a lampshade, I'm pretty sure.
Thank you. Please continue.
It would be people who would misuse ecstasy without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess? And that's already been admitted into evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published.
Uno momento.
And what, if any, evidence does this correlate with behavior indicative of IPV perpetration?
Again, this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Okay. If you want.
Monka. What does this say again? She loves naked photos and so modern, so hot. I remember that part.
Dr. Spiegel, if you can answer the question.
Oh, of
What,
herself.
if any, evidence is this correlating to the risk factors for IPV perpetrator?
Again, I think the violence
tipped
comes through.
Objection, Your Honor.
$4.20. I really don't understand where
Just the
people get the
evidence
take
of
that
risk
you're
factors,
siding
right?
with anyone
Evidence of
while
ri-
I
I'm sorry,
feel
the
like
evidence
you've
of
been
risk
pretty
factor would be-
unbiased in your opinions, takes on the matter.
I think it's just because
100%
I
correct
spoke
on
to
how this
XQC.
defamation will be taken.
And he kind of put me in a position where I'm supposed to like counter it, but I don't want to because I don't really want to be on either side. And then his views are all
Record evidence of Ms. Hurd
Quiver.
writing on walls, mirrors,
I'm angry.
countertops, or painting canvases?
No.
Go do your homework.
Thank you, Michelle. You can take that down now. Now, you were also asked about Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications. Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 301. And Dr. Spiegel, it's not into evidence yet. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury that we've got Seroquel, 50 mg? Can you just
Objection,
tell,
hearsay.
Can you just tell the? I haven't finished asking the question yet. So
Let's approach.
okay.
Sorry, I'm keeping myself a bit muted because the vacuuming. Mega point. Aw, this is cute. I agree that the media is very biased, so getting a more nuanced take is refreshing. Thanks, Poki. Honestly, I think it's more fun this way because you get to point out the weird things that both sides do. Like when she said those photos are different, and I made that meme where it's like, these are the same photo. And randoms be like, no, actually, not Amber sad. Sure. Sure. Bet.
Michelle, can you scroll up just so I can see all of them at the same time? Thank you.
We get to shit on
So-
both sides of the bed.
Dr.
Poggers.
Siegel, if someone was taking 50 milligrams of Seroquel, 25 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 milligrams of Seroquel and 50 all in one day, how would that impact them?
So obviously this is not for sleep because I'm
Sorry.
presuming you're not wanting to sleep in the
What
morning,
kind of grams?
noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for one purpose. As I say, with substance use disorder, they're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a downer to relax. And given that you're taking 45 milligrams of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's more than the prescribed for adults and children for that matter, the combination makes very little sense at all to me.
And if a person was taking 300 milligrams of Neurontin, I'm going to pronounce that wrong again, 4 times a day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Oh my God, I was muted. Sorry, this is the final week of the trial, yeah.
They're solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to
Can you
calm
do
them
the
down.
WAP dance, please?
That's all this regimen is about. Gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than, actually doesn't have a psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down. And it, as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Cimetidine, Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unusually calming effects from these medicines, while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive
upper and a
amount of
downer.
Adderall. And for the record book, adults are only indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release
I didn't
gets you
know that,
up right
actually.
away and then down. Now, in ADHD, this medicine is very effective. But from what this is being used for, clearly based on the combination, no.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were asked
fuck kind of a
about
question is
Mr. Depp
that?
passing out. Do you recall reading testimony of Mr. Depp passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Everybody lies.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what you
Yes.
recall?
Bruh.
I mean, for the record book, I don't think that falling asleep with
Do human
ice
beings
cream
lie?
on you is a
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled. Keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep.
Do people fall
with
asleep?
Ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake to put ice cream away.
All right. Michelle, if you can pull up defendant's 1090,
1090.
it's already into evidence.
I like this
If we
fit.
can publish that to the
jacket
jury, Your
with the
Honor.
red.
Dr. Spiegel, does this look like, I mean, would this be evidence correlating with behaviors consistent with IPV perpetrator risk factors?
This would be correlated a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed. They don't sleep with their head on a game box in a furniture. That doesn't happen to people who sleep, no matter how tired you are.
Kevin
I've
would
been a
disagree,
resident
but
Yes, and I was up for
but I get what he's
40,
saying. People
45
usually
hours.
don't
Objection
just
beyond the scope.
anywhere.
It's explained. Your Honor.
Game box
All right.
360.
Michelle, can you pull up
He's a
1095,
gamer.
please?
Now he's doubly cute. Where's Amber? I think she's more to the left. We saw her earlier.
And this has
Baby
been,
Brit thinks it's
I'm going to ask you
59.
the same question, Dr. Spiegel. What, if
thinks it's
anything, does
17,
this
IPV
indicate
thinks it's
relating to risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, colloquially passed out, and there's very few ways to get like that without pharmacological assistance.
Okay.
legal or illegal, and or illegal.
And then let's pull up 1094, please, Michelle. Defense, and that's also been admitted. And now we have the ice cream picture. And what, if any, indication does
This
this?
photo makes me really uncomfortable.
Probably could see how I could mistake that.
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
Because of the
What,
liquid
if
on the
any,
jeans.
correlation, what, if any,
I
evidence
can't.
does this indicate correlative with the risk factors for IPV purposes?
Again, this proves one of the major risk factors and precipitating factors for intimate partner violence.
Objection,
You are a
move to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
Is the cup broken? It
We'll-
looks like
We'll
it,
just move on.
right?
You were
But I don't
asked about
think so, actually.
earpieces.
Maybe
Did
it
you,
just
do you
overflowed?
recall
I don't
reviewing
know.
Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Yes.
All right, and do you recall them both testifying
Oh, yeah,
that
can we
Mr.
talk
Depp
about this?
had someone on salary to feed him his line? Passing out
To get like that.
relation.
It's not there. Never mind, I can't talk about
Catherine
it.
Arnold.
All right. And what is your profession?
I am a entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert witness.
Okay. And can you please tell the jury your educational background?
Yes. So I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors, writers, and directors. And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, and
Maybe
directors.
he had a mega punch of
After
ice
that, I
cream.
went into development of film and television projects for a company based in New York called the Maltese Company, which actually produced animated television shows and feature films based on Wall Street, animated product, like toys. And then I went to work with a company called the Goober Peters Company. And Goober Peters was, at the time, one of the largest production companies in Los Angeles. They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV shows like
Vault
Witches
at
of Eastwick.
$2,
And
but
there
what will be
I
your
was involved
opinion?
in
If
the
it comes
development
out
of
that she
scripts.
lied about
We worked
essay
with
and
the
physical
studio
attacks,
directly in
and that
terms
she
of what
fabricated
cast would be
events to
attached to
paint
the
a very
scripts
bad picture of
and brought
Johnny.
directors.
I think that's why she's hated, not
The
was
issue
wrong
is
or
people
right.
act like there's super, super good proof of her lying about the essay and physical attacks. And also,
I went on to
not
work,
being able to
in the
properly
independent film
provide
world
evidence of
as a
something
film
doesn't
producer.
necessarily mean you
So
lied.
I found the material. I would
You know,
get
like if you showed me
financial
texts of her telling her friends, oh yeah, I just lied about it, then I'd be like, yeah, she's a terrible human being and I'm fully Johnny Depp's side. But
financing for
that's just
that
not the
either
current
through
case.
Equity sources or international sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kirstie Alley, Thomas Jane, Ethan Hawke. And then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the procurement of financing. So I worked in both the independent world and the studio world, meaning independently financed or financed by the big studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and Paramount and such as that. That's the bulk of my work in the entertainment industry.
Did any of your films win awards?
A couple of them did. So a couple of the independent films that I produced, one of them won, called The Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category. And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called the Crystal Award.
All right. And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that time, in between those jobs, I also worked in the corporate world. So large studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and CBS would need corporate videos for their live events. So I would interview executives and interview their talent and then edit the piece together to create video and media for their live sales conferences that they had at that time. And then I also produced some commercials
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate relations and licensing?
So early on in my career, I worked at the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department where we handled the licensing of the Olympic logo, and we also worked with sponsors and suppliers who were funding those Olympic Games. So it was a lot of contractual negotiations with the use of the logo, as well as raising money for the games and working with those corporate sponsors throughout the 2 years prior to the games and then during the games themselves.
And what, if any, experience do you have working on film festivals?
Well, I've had films in festivals. I've actually been very lucky to travel the world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films, both here in the United States and elsewhere. And at one point, I was also hired
talking about her
to raise
resume,
sponsorship
bro.
funds for the Sundance Film Festival. They had a new program that they were starting to do online festivals, and so I raised about $500,000 for them in about a month.
All right. And do you have a degree, a college degree?
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
Unbiased.
What does
watches
your current
with nose
consulting
pick and
practice
smirk
entail?
counter.
So
This
as an
dude
entertainment
doesn't know
consultant,
the
having
amount
been
of
in the
counters
business
we
in both
had
the independent and the studio worlds as
for
both a producer and an
Amber
executive.
Heard.
I work with investment companies
Clueless,
and production
bro.
companies who are looking to navigate the various
When I
inroads
say
of
I make
Hollywood.
fun
It's
of
a
each
pretty,
side's equally,
it's a
I
business
mean
that's
it.
very different and unlike anything else, and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, the marketing process, and get them set up to be able to produce their films.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
I've been involved in somewhere between 85 and 100 cases as an expert, from beginning stages to testifying in court.
Wow.
And have you ever testified as an expert on damages and defamation cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on that?
Lot.
On defamation,
Yes.
I believe 3 or 4 times.
Okay. And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times have you qualified as an expert on damages?
Almost all my cases have some form of damage, economic damage
I expected
related
a
to
bit
the
more for
case.
defamation,
So I
but
would
maybe
say
those
in
are
all of
just
the
not
cases
as
that I've
common.
testified in, I have been qualified in
I'd
damages.
assume they're
Okay.
not common at all.
Have you ever served as an expert for both? Have you served as an expert for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How much of your current practice involves consulting as opposed to serving as an expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spend half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
All right, any objection? All right, so moved.
Thank you. Now, you have a dual role here as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to, or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to
Wow.
start you with Mr. Depp's claims for
She's like
damages.
us, playing both sides.
With respect to Mr. Depp's claimed damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that have impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed piece specifically.
All right. And have you been asked to limit that to the period of December 18, 2018, with the date of the op-ed, through November 2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the responses to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families.
I wish I had
between their
heard
management
this
teams,
portion
the audio,
of the last
recordings, the visual recordings that have been
witness,
presented in this
because
case and the previous cases that have
I
been
didn't really
involved
hear what his
in
clarifications
the last
were.
couple of years.
Monka
I
stare.
also did my own independent research from general
blink
publicity
for
and
Instagram.
press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry,
That's fine.
and utilize some entertainment industry-specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to the case.
Thank you,
That's
Ms.
fine.
Arnold. Please describe for
Have
the
you read the
jury
op-ed she wrote? I
your,
actually haven't.
Observations
Have
with
not.
respect to
And I
Mr.
assume
Depp's
most people
career
haven't.
trajectory.
Because there's
Well,
actually that would be really
Mr. Depp has
interesting
had
to go
an
through.
extraordinary career over
We
many
should.
years, so it's a long one to look at. Obviously, he was a rising star in the late '80s and in the '90s, starting
The
with
op-ed mentions
21
like
Jump Street,
nothing.
and you've heard
kinda
all
what
the
I
films that
figured.
I'm sure he's been in. He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and of course his character Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was, world renowned. And probably his biggest role. And he was, a well-liked, both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star. And at the same time,
I pulled it up. We can watch it during the next break.
his behavior and both on and off the set in his personal life and in his professional life start to interfere with what we would say, what everybody saw was his great talent. And it started, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid-2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her deposition, it really started to affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and other issues in his personal life. So it got more complicated for her to find him work, and I think it got harder for production companies
Where's the
and
alt?
studios to hire him due to the challenges that
Oh.
that would put on a production.
I've
And
run
when
out
did
of
Mr.
counters.
Depp's career downturn begin, based on your review of all the record evidence?
Okay.
Well, again, according
it
to
is.
Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was working with on the Pirates movie. And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to flex. I'm trying to stretch my shoulders.
and-
It probably looks weird.
In around 2014,
I'm just like,
when he
sorry,
had
guys,
the
I'm
appearance, it was presumed that he was under
stretching my
the
shoulder.
effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She's answering the
Low
career
key, that's
downturn.
so
Overruled.
rude.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Oh, you saw.
In 2014,
Thank you.
when Mr. Depp appeared in the Hollywood Film Awards, Ms. Jacobs received many phone calls from both producers, casting directors, and production executives asking her what is going on with your client, why, what's going on with his behavior, can we get him under control? And then I think it really started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the issues with the finger that stopped production and things of that nature. And then it got harder and harder.
Now, based on your analysis, what has
Motherfucker
caused
texting.
Mr. Depp's career downturn?
What are you, a
Objection.
Twitch streamer?
No foundation.
Pay attention. React harder.
Can you please repeat the question?
React
Based on your
harder.
analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's
Pump.
career downturn? And I realize you've
doing
said
the
a
Daily
number of
Wordle.
those, so just, is there anything else?
Sure. Well, we've talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse. And the lawsuits have had a really big impact.
What
not
lawsuits?
just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And
I don't know what
every
other
time he
lawsuits.
has filed a lawsuit, it has brought to light various issues with respect to whatever
guys
that
know?
lawsuit was about, whether it was about, erratic behavior or domestic abuse or
He
drugs
sued
and
some of his
alcohol
staff?
and
For
even
what?
spending habits. So every time a lawsuit has been filed, the press and the publicity has just been charged up and brought
I
everything
thought the
back
UK
to
one
light.
was
And
basically
it's-
the same thing.
It's been an unfortunate problem on that level for the industry to continue to work with him, even though all this is out in the public.
For the films that were shortly before Pirates 5, how successful were they?
Oh.
We're talking Mordecai, Alice
Are
Through
they
the
gonna
Looking
do it to
Glass.
him?
I think you testified to some of those. The Lone Ranger, Tonto.
Right.
Objection compound.
Of course,
they
Mr.
gonna
Depp
do
has
it
had
to
some
him.
extremely successful films, but also in the 4 or 5 years prior and, through Pirates, there were
Oh,
films
he
that
sued a
didn't do well
newspaper
at
in the
all
UK for
and were
defamation
considered
laws.
what the industry calls a bomb, which could have
Defamation's
been
really hard.
Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and Mordecai were films that just didn't perform, although they were valued in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's also had a lot of recent, what they call failures in the business.
And
What
if anything,
they
did
call-
Mr. Depp
I'm not
do
calling
with
him that.
respect to showing up for a
But they
press
call 'em
conference in
failures.
Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her
Mordecai is
deposition
such a
testimony
cool
that Mr.
word.
Depp
I don't
didn't
even
show
know
up
what
for the
movie it
press
is or what
conference in
that
Mordecai,
means.
which he was not only an actor for,
But I wanna
he was
watch
also
it. It sounds
producer.
so cool.
And he didn't show up. Apparently, he was sleeping, so he wasn't able to make it.
Now, what, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's
Yeah, it makes me think of
career?
Mordekaiser. Mordecai.
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can, I mean,
Okay, so the Brooks litigation was, there was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched someone on one of the, I think it was a location manager, on the set of a film called City of Lies. I don't know exactly what happened to that litigation. However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
so in 2018, and I'm going to say before the op-ed on December 18, 2018,
I wonder what
was there
XCC
any
is saying
negative
about that.
articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in
That
the
would be an
limelight, and
interesting
everybody wants
thing
to
to
look at
look
everything
into.
that happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the Rolling Stone. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally.
The diminishing? Yeah, I think because you're
Okay.
saying the fifth one didn't perform
Let me
as
ask
well
you this.
as
When
1 through
was that
4.
Hollywood Reporter article on diminishing returns of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay. What, if any, other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2017, 2018, before the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article
I
that
wonder how-
was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life.
Is that known to
again,
be a
his
lot?
erratic
Why is 200
behavior,
mil-
the
200
money he
mil
was
is a lot,
spending
but-
on wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
Sustained.
All right. What, if any,
Vaulted
knowledge do you
$2.
have
What
of
evidence are you
how,
looking for?
whether Disney
It's hard to say, but
saw
I
the
feel
Rolling
like
Stone
an opinion
article?
could be made if you saw
There
a
were
majority
emails
of the
between
Sorry for listening.
the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the one of the co-chairs of Disney, used the word sad, and I think one of the other executives used
She said
depressing,
sad.
that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. Was there any more articles about the Pirates of the Caribbean prior to the op-ed in December of 2018?
There was an article in October 28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to two writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection,
about rebooting the
hearsay.
franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general, she's not.
Approach.
They stay fighting. Objection, hearsay. Objection, lack of foundation. Pirates 5 budget was $230 to $320, and the box office was, so it did okay. Yeah, it made half a billion dollars. So I'd say that's pretty good. I guess I still feel like and I assume others, are lacking general understanding of, like, should these things typically go up? Is it more likely for, as you make, like, second, third, fourth, fifth movie, does it sometimes at one point go down? I wonder how the Harry Potter series did. I assume that is one that just kept making more and more and more. But also, you know, no two series will be the same, so I'm not really sure. Is it common for it to diminish? How much of it had to do with him or not? What, if any? Okay, I don't see this full message. I really don't like how Miss Brennehoff reacts to objections. It just feels
So without
unqualified.
saying what the article
I
said,
agree.
say what it's
She
about.
isn't hiding her agitation at all.
Okay.
I
So
agree.
in October 28th, the article was,
And that is
it was called,
objectively
the article was
yikes.
about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean
Objection,
franchise would
hearsay.
be rebooted without.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Well, in the article in October 2018
She's
was
also getting
about
really annoyed by
whether
the
or not the
objection.
Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp, and that was in
Has
the-
it been annoying?
regarding two writers
yes,
that were
but
on
can
the-
you show
the
that?
project.
You probably should.
Okay. And
There was one other one I'd like
Okay,
to
go
talk
ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article, there was an expose on the president and production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say...
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
please continue.
Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney
That's
wanted
really
to let go
interesting,
of
actually.
Mr.
They
Depp
reprinted
because
a
of the
negative
op-ed,
article of him
but it was actually
at
printed
the same time as the op-ed.
in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journalist wrote. So they were on the same morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
And the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, it was just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018 relating to The Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that
Right,
Mr. Depp
so-
was bringing?
So a lot of press was about the UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press
So
around
the-
that.
the
both
Sun
at the
is
time
the
that it was
UK's
filed and
publication
throughout
that
as
he tried to
documents
sue
were
for
being shared with
defamation
the
of
public,
laws.
and then, of course, during the trial itself.
Okay. And what is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, first appeared?
I believe it was in July of 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is
The
your
Sun
understanding
is
of when
scum.
Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay, June, would it be?
I wish
Would it refresh your
I
It was in the
wish
spring
he,
or summer. It was
won
fairly
that
shortly after
lawsuit.
the article. So
I think
it
that would
was
have set
long
good
before the
precedent.
op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what,
Do I
if
have
any
a bear,
impact
bro? What
did
is all
Mr.
this?
Depp's litigation in the Sun case have on his career?
That was a really tough one on Mr. Depp's career because every allegation of abuse and every text, every email, all the audio, all the visual stuff was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family-oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict for a lot of the people in the industry to how to navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
I know, baby.
And what, if any, impacted Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
As I was trying to say earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his against his business manager, against his former
he
lawyer,
had a lawsuit
even
against
when he
his
fired
business
his talent
manager.
agent, it becomes
wonder
news.
why.
And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
What is your understanding of Mr. Depp?
So I guess she's kind of saying, like, it's not just the lawsuits, it's the details that come out in the lawsuits that become
Claiming
an
that he's
issue.
lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're looking for me to.
And in fact, since Mr. Depp's damages are limited to November 2, 2020 and nothing since, and that hasn't happened, is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well,
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or was going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018
You
or
can't
now.
claim damages for opportunity
There just
loss?
is no Pirate 6. Not only did he not have a contract even back in the day, 2018 or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we.
Objection,
as we
legal
today.
conclusion.
Sustain the last part.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it cast or with the director yet.
Okay. Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney, in their file for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out. And there are other factors that Disney was considering: the lateness on set, the cost overruns that costs, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when you have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor.
She's very average size.
He can earn between $20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp's talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness, and all the other allegations that would affect a
I wonder
brand
what
such
she's
as
gonna
Disney,
say.
right? someone
Johnny's
talks about a
side
burnt
towards
corpse
Amber.
does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many problems. And interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry.
Objection, hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain, can't say that's hearsay.
All right. Please
don't eat.
Please continue without saying what the discussion in the industry was.
The Jack Sparrow character had been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay.
And evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier ones.
Can cats
And-
eat
and-
eggs?
Was there any article that came out on November 5, 2020, 3 days after the damages are cut off, relating to Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr. Depp's chances
Eggs.
of being Jack Sparrow?
I think they
they
reiterated the
can?
fact that he was probably not going to be in
don't want her to
the
anyways.
movie.
Okay. Now, what impact has
Objection.
the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's career?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit. If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
Okay. And
Really?
what impact has the
I
op-ed
mean, it's hard to say
had
that
on
now,
Mr.
but
Depp's Q
I guess I
scores?
can't really recall back then.
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs,
Hey, babe.
an expert in
Stop.
statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available to us, Mr. Depp's Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database,
that's
which
for
is
it,
available
too.
to public and to the professional side, his Q score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at like 113, which is where it was a couple weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed didn't have any effect on his Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
And then you testified in response to an earlier question I had that people,
I've
or
never
that
seen
nobody
you
seemed
like
to
human
notice
food,
the op-ed
especially
until
not
Mr. Depp
eggs.
filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when
Okay.
the lawsuit was filed, and
Literally,
Why,
she does
why do you
not
say
eat
that
human
they
food.
didn't notice until then?
Ever.
because the op-ed piece for most people in the industry kind of came and went without much fanfare or much conversation. It was much more about I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit. It kind of came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody even saw it at all.
All right. Between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020, our window here, has Mr. Depp continued to star in films?
So Mr. Depp, the article the op-ed piece came out December 18 and 20 of 2018. In January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script
even
and
heard
wanted
about
to
the
do it. So
op-ed
he was
before
able
the
to
trial?
film that
I
after
agree.
the
I
op-ed
didn't.
piece. And then the Dior campaign, Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019. And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior, so he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. He was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film Fantastic Beasts in
I want
early
you guys to know
November
if
of
my
2020.
PC turns off
That's no longer the case, is that correct?
Objection,
because
Your
of
Honor.
her, okay?
What's the objection?
It's
we
because of her.
approach?
Okay.
Don't do it, baby. Okay? Thank you. An absolute menace. She gained some weight. Listen, her hair is growing out again. You guys always do this. As soon as her hair grows out, you're like, look at her, she's getting chunky. I do think
And
she's
that's
been
no
eating
longer
some
the
of
case,
those
correct,
dry
on
food,
Fantastic
though.
Beasts? I don't want you to say anything more than that. That's no longer.
It's no longer the case, correct.
He's no longer in that film, correct?
He was paid for it, but he does not star in the film.
Okay, thank you. Now,
Oh, thank
what
God
if any
she jumped
effect
off
did the
behind
op-ed
pieces of
have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
Tech source is typing.
I don't know I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again, his Q scores
Subtext,
didn't
thank
shift,
you so
and
much for the 5
he
gifted.
clearly has a strong fan base.
In your opinion, what or who has caused the damage, if there is any,
Maybe
to
I should do
Mr.
a
Depp
prayer counter for
on his
Depp.
career and
One
reputation
prayer.
between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Mr. Depp.
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord? And any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp, and those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were also
Objection.
put out by Mr. Depp's team. So in actuality, he's causing his own demise by bringing these lawsuits forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire of.
Do you guys think that she's biased against Johnny? Or do you think that that is an accurate,
With respect to Mr. Depp's
objective perception of what occurred at the time?
Now I'm going to move you to.
Because I think it's important to differentiate between evidence that is against him and then people just actually being biased against her. Because to be honest, I couldn't tell you either which way. I would need another expert in this industry to speak and say, no, at the time, people were maybe unsure of Johnny, but they only really tried, or they only really stopped being involved with him after the op-ed. Was it the op-ed? Was it his own behavior and issues that he had? Was it him filing the lawsuit? Like, technically, is him filing the defamation lawsuit, if people decided not to work with him because he filed it, is that technically her fault for writing the thing or his fault for filing the lawsuit? You know? The way we don't know the industry, so we all have to take her word. That's what I mean. Like, it's hard for me to say whether or not she's biased because I don't know much
her
about that industry
perspective,
at
after
all.
those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at again, emails back and forth and texts back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers that the management team is working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Okay. Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page
She's
going through
definitely
it.
biased and
The jury
trying to
has
tell a
seen
story,
the three
but I don't think
defamatory
the info
statements.
she's
They're
sharing
defendants
is
1245, 1246A, and 1247.
Do you guys think what she's
And I'm just
sharing
going
is
to refer
accurate
to
or
them as the
inaccurate?
Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please describe
Oh.
Amber Heard's
So
career
you guys think
prior
she's
to the
biased,
publication
but
of the
also
Depp-Waldman
what she's saying
statements.
is accurate? Because to me, I'm going to be honest.
So Amber's had
it sounded like it could be accurate.
a
but
long
I also
career
have
for someone
no
who is not, is
knowledge
fairly young still.
on that industry,
She was
so I
in
can't
over
say.
50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent
Have I ever met
working
Amber Heard?
actor's
I
career.
barely knew her before
Her
this.
agents were
I really don't know much
strategic
about actors
as she
at all,
started
to be
getting
honest.
more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is the bigger scale movie, and then, of course, Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice, steady rise, and she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statement.
Aquaman.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
Oh.
No.
I didn't know any of these.
What, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused. But
Right. So in Aquaman 1, there were many emails from the director and the producer and
Objection, hearsay.
she's just characterizing, Your Honor. She's not quoting them.
Well, I don't know where it's going. I'll overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
She got emails from the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance. and they loved her work.
Objection, hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or characterize them. Can you do that?
Accolading emails of accolade from her, from the director. and the
Positive?
producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
Thank you. Okay.
She ended up
What
wording
type
it
of
well at the
press
end.
opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp Waldman statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of
Whoa.
press. She did a lot of press,
That's a
both
lot.
in magazines, but also on the press tours and the press junkets that she did for the films.
And were some of those California style, Marie Claire, Elle?
I know this is irrelevant, but it makes me so sad to hear about how successful they both were, but then in their private relationships, they were just shitting on each other, both for their commercial successes and just personally. And it's like, okay, no, not literally. No, not literally. Stop. I'm trying to say someone could be that famous and rich and successful, but they'll still feel like shit because their partner will discredit them.
Defamatory statements were made.
And this
which
goes
then
both
the
ways. They did it
negative
to each other.
Social media campaign ensued after that.
Now, what factors relating to social media does the entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a
That
big
moment
part
is
of how
$2.
studios decide
She
to
is
use an
nitpicking
actor or an
stories.
actress in a
For
film
example,
because they want to
she's
know how the
mentioned decisions made by Disney despite she never worked there. She also tried to use a self-funded movie as a way to say that JD was still getting jobs despite admitting later that he was kicked from one.
Because not only can social media be directed at
Oopsie.
the actor or the actress themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actress is working with. So it becomes very complicated, and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
Okay. And after the Depp Waldman statements, what happened on social media?
After the Depp Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative. According to Mr. Schnell,
Trolling,
there
as
was
we
over
call it.
1.2 million negative tweets about Amber using
Trolling, as
hashtags
we
that
call
used
it.
the words in the statement of the Depp Waldman statements, that 1.2 million negative statements between April of 2020 and November or January of 21. That's a lot of negative publicity, and there was just a lot of
I mean,
what
hey,
we call
I can
noise
relate.
around Ms.
I
Heard
wish I
and
couldn't,
her
but I
work
can.
of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
So A negative social campaign
Why are
would
there
be
juicer
when
refugees?
a fan base, or in this
Oh,
case, according
did his stream
to
drop?
both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts, live Twitter, people that actually have are individuals, as well as what we call bots.
Objection.
Live
May I be
Twitter.
heard?
All right, here I come.
Live Twitter. The expert witness is stating facts, but she sounds biased. Now, I wonder why that is. Does she objectively sound biased, or does she sound biased to us because we're used to hearing bad things about Amber? I don't know.
How Punish tipped $2. How can she attribute pirates not doing well to Johnny and Aquaman doing well to Amber? Those are not only fair, but that is also grossly not the same.
I
Amber
don't
is not as
think
renowned as Johnny. I
she
don't understand
was.
what is she trying to do here.
I think she's just speaking objectively of the things that they did.
Other than the
and
bots,
although,
please describe the rest of the social
although
media
Aquaman's
campaign.
sorry, I can't finish my take.
What's
The
it about?
fan base was very energized by Mr. Is it the DEPP
Yeah, let me just
Is it
ask
DEPP
you-
Waldman? I'm
Yeah,
sorry. There's a lot in my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different
Yeah, I
question.
think she's
How
just
has the
generalizing
negative social
things.
media campaign been used against Amber Heard since?
For example, even though Aquaman's success, my takeaway was not that Amber Heard is the reason Aquaman was so successful. My takeaway was that she was a part of Aquaman, and because it was so successful, her career trajectory was like steadily rising. So she's not saying like the sole reason Pirates was bad is because of Johnny, and she's not saying the sole reason Aquaman did so well is because of Amber. So again, I think that's a difference in how we're perceiving those things.
The
To
The
me,
charities that she was
was just
involved
trying
with
to
were
explain
hammered.
this is how their careers were going, whether it was relating to them specifically or not. Like, there are sometimes things outside of your control that make your career rise or drop.
And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this
Decline.
day?
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking a little bit before, I think, about remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp-Waldman statements?
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in
That
the
these
tweets
trolls
and the
would
posts.
use online.
How difficult is it for an actor to repair this type of negative social media?
Well,
Depends how
first of
good
all,
the
it has to
PR
stop.
team they have.
Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both, maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop. It just needs to stop so that they can, the consumer
It
can
needs
get
to
beyond it,
halt.
and then they can reactivate their
Stop.
career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp-Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who
I haven't
you're
even
talking
watched
to, but
Aquaman. I
in
haven't
the
watched
public,
Aquaman
It's been very negative.
or
In
any
the
of
industry,
the Pirates
they
of
like
the
her work,
Caribbean.
but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars.
I'm
and
so
then have a lot
grateful
of
for the
negativity
sames in
towards
chat.
the film
Oh
or the
my
TV
God,
show
thank
or the
God.
product.
I haven't seen
So her world has been
I haven't watched a single movie they
silence
mentioned.
in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
Sorry.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what should her opportunity, what would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018, up to what's going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now world renowned because she was in the most successful film almost of all time, if not all time, and certainly for DC Comics. She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful, and it was just this extraordinary moment for her career to take off, right?
Well, guys, objectively, was it the film that made the most money? Again, guys, I don't think she's saying the movie was like the best movie, but was it like a commercial success? Was it not one of the?
2.
No?
So for a moment in time,
Well, she said it was number one for DC, right? I don't know how else you can really
there were
measure
conversations
movies.
that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie, you
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say what the email said, just summarize it or describe it, please.
Was that
I'm just
public
trying to understand
knowledge?
this world. So her management team worked hard, and Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard to be in the
Your
film.
Honor, she has to be able to say that.
Well, sustain is the hearsay. Next
Right.
question.
So,
Some of y'all probably would go that far.
Assurances did
You probably would go that
Mr.
far for
Momoa
this
and
man.
Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
That was public knowledge? Has he retracted his statements or his support of her?
What, if any, are you aware of
He
any
did.
chemistry issues between
Whoa, what did
Amber
he
and
say?
Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry
I
test
think
with
so.
Ms.
Didn't you follow
Heard, Ms. Heard, and Jason Momoa, in
How
order
did
for
he
her to be hired,
retract?
that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had
No,
good
he
chemistry.
followed Johnny Depp, but
Obviously,
he's
when you
still
look at the
following
movie,
her.
they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I think it's general awareness that they had great chemistry.
I don't
And
think he
what, if
retracted his
anything,
statements, did he?
would also suggest, with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He wanted her in the movie.
Tip is $2. I feel this lady references
think
Johnny's
she has to
finger
be able to
injury as a
rely on
direct
sustain.
cause to a decline in his
Strike
career.
it from the record.
I think it would be key if they could prove Amber caused the injury. Also,
In
Amber's
your
Colonel
review
Sanders
of all of
cosplay
the
is
record
fire.
evidence, what, if anything, did you see
I
in writing
agree
anywhere
that her
there was ever
causing
any
it
chemistry or
could
creative
cause
issue
that, but I
with Amber Heard
disagree
and
with it
Jason Momoa
impacting
from
the trial
Aquaman 1?
because the defamation is only in
There were
regards
no
to the op-ed,
communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry.
and it's nothing
between the two.
else.
And,
like
and what, if
legally
anything,
speaking, that's
did you,
the
in all
only
the
part
record
that
evidence,
impacts
did you see that
verdict
the
at the end of the
producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber
Does that make
Heard in
sense?
Aquaman 2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
Okay.
Good,
In fact,
thanks
the
for the 5
opposite,
months.
correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Okay. Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make
It must be so cool to
an
sign a
agreement with
contract
the
like that.
actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well,
Oh, yeah, Amber
they want to
did
know what
explain
they're going to
this.
pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up.
Increases?
It can
Yeah.
go up by 10%, 20%, 100%. It could double,
Whoa.
what have you. And in the case, as Ms.
Alice
Kovacevic
tipped $2.
stated in her
I've had security
testimony,
detail on
that
my-
in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors, agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What if any other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from
Oh,
Aquaman
yeah.
1 to Aquaman 2.
He's probably
Do
making
you know
like
roughly how much more?
100 million.
It went up from the, somewhere between
less,
3 and 4 million to 15 million.
100? I'm trolling.
Did Amber have a contract for
Not even
Aquaman
like
1?
20? That's
Yes.
still a lot, though.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
It's like when
And
people
and
Try to
did
calculate
that
how much
same
streamers make.
contract,
Probably like 100 million.
Provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
All right. Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million.
Exponentially.
Ms. Heard, I don't know if she
Exponentially,
would have
but
gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly could have
Maybe like
increased it by
$4.
$1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
You don't understand how a jury trial works. There could be evidence that he did an abusive act at some point, and the jury could still find her guilty of defamation because she was way more abusive and misrepresented the situation. Do you guys agree or disagree with that? Any lawyers in chat? I don't know if that's correct. That's the thing, though. This should not be an opinion kind of thing. I feel like a lawyer should clarify. Reddit lawyer here. Self-proclaimed lawyers. And the other issue is, again, from what we see, it's like them impacting each other. It's not so clear-cut. As a former law student, I can confirm that I have no fucking clue. Are you guys paying attention to what this lady is saying at all? This is literally probably the strongest case against defamation. The other stuff was more of intent of action. I agree. That's why it's like, I think this kind of stuff is just as important as to how did the finger injury occur. But nobody cares to talk about these things because they're just not as
Scripts when
spicy.
her colleagues were getting the scripts, she heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act One. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, two things happened. One, the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished. And
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right, go ahead with the second one.
Okay,
That's
and
all right.
more importantly, though, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie, in the third act, was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically
Low-key, that does
reduced
suck.
from what it was in the script and what she even
she train
trained
so
for
much?
While she was preparing for the movie.
And what,
But
if any, changes were
I'm
made
sure
to
they
the
both took
storyline?
L's from what has occurred.
I haven't seen the movie yet
Okay.
specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All right, and when you say she was in the hospital,
Also,
what do you mean by,
Never
was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or has something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just
The
going with what
baby?
Ms. Heard told me about was that she ends up in
baby?
the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the
baby?
interactions,
Like the
with,
rapper?
Momoa's character, and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
Okay. How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen, we call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also, very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom, I think it was at DC.
okay, but similarly to what she said about Johnny, maybe these are byproducts of him suing her or her op-ed, but it's kind of like it's both things. It's not just one. It's not like these are all things that have occurred because of her op-ed or only because he sued her. It's like both things together and all the falling out that has occurred.
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows
Yeah,
about
it's
her.
like a
She
chain
doesn't have the
reaction.
same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So prior to the defamatory statements, but either around the, after or around the time that Aquaman 1
It's just
came
tough to
out,
say that
she
it's
was
solely
in
'cause of
the
those
TV show
statements.
called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So big book, going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber Heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp Waldman statements?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show, and they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any.
Do you guys? Oh,
So yes,
my
they
God.
affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't any.
oh my
Has Amber Heard
God!
obtained any roles since the Depp Waldman statement?
Yeah, high key
For
roasted.
many years.
Is there? Do you guys know if Johnny's side is gonna have a similar witness come up and talk about these things? Because again, I just can't tell if this is
Has Amber
biased.
obtained any studio movie
If
roles
this
since
is
the Depp Waldman
accurate or
statements?
not, less so than biased.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited
If
to
so,
do some
I think that
charity
would be
work,
really
and she also
interesting.
had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it wasn't going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with a product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then...
Dude, when she mentioned charity, I had flashbacks to when she said pledging and donating is the same thing.
Consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years.
Whoa.
And they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public events for the product. And it basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Sustain the
That
objection.
is hearsay.
Have the Depp Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work, so she's not out there in the public eye related to the product.
I wonder if
and
she still
they
gets paid, though.
have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative
They won't be
campaigns will
doing
stop.
that anymore.
And so they extended her
Not
contract,
that
but they
that's
did not
public
pay her for
info.
that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly, so I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked consistently, and then she was on this kind of very
This
large
is not
upswing
Amber's
with the big
agent.
movies,
She's just
Justice
an
League and
expert.
Aquaman and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project. And then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame, grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw, after they had their Star is Born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to
That makes
see,
sense.
including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film.
But I
as
don't think they're
Aquaman,
on the same level.
Came out.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what we call comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word comp. With films, you try to find
was already
comparable
getting
films.
paid
With
way more than
actors,
her
you
at
look
the
to
same
see
time.
comparable actors. So you can it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I
Hopefully
wanted to
not
look at
Jason
actors that were in
Momoa.
superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner?
Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the, similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all
like
able to do
6
stunts.
years
So
younger.
there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range
I think.
from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Miss Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be
And she's
identical
been
for
around
purposes
since she
of
was
measurement?
really, really young.
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess, so what happened in December of, 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis, but when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q-scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out, so like right after the success of
If
their
she
big film.
ends
what was their
fast
Q-score?
enough, there might
But
be enough
moreover, he
time
just
for Johnny
looked
to
at
take
them
the
in a year
stand.
range. So it doesn't coincide from
Plug.
actor to actor just because
But
you
they
look
might not
at
want
it
it-
over
well,
time.
no,
You
actually,
have
I
to
think it
look
should be
at it
fine.
specifically
'Cause he started either
after
way, he
each
can
of those
continue tomorrow.
individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into
Is the Q score
limelight
on
again.
IMDb?
So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparisons show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout
Available there.
roles?
Okay.
I'm talking about the comparables.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their stars born
Unrelated to
moment?
Q scores. Right.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went after their Star is Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well. So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
And what does this mean for Amber?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event,
A
her
force
career should have followed that
majeure?
same upward swing in
Une
about the
force
same time frame,
majeure.
give or take 6 months to a
Which
year.
basically just means a
But
big thing that
it would be
happens.
very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
Again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. Jason Momoa is on, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Ana de Armas.
stop comparing
They've
her to
all
Zendaya,
done
please.
either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She certainly didn't get any others.
So what did your analysis show with respect to Amber Heard's losses, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant if we follow the trajectory of her, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2. What would she have
How
realized
did you
there?
say her name? Zendaya?
Well, as I stated
Zendaya?
earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right?
Zendaya.
So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
So 2 to 4, you had said before?
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about other films?
So once, as Amber's agent, Ms. Kovacevic, I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on the success of Aquaman and how much press she did, maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever, that $2 million for a studio film and had it jump to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, about the same time as
By the way, this
Aquaman,
is
but
not
got
her
the
agent.
press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements
just
and the
an
negative
expert
campaign.
witness.
She got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9
200
episodes, it's
Damn.
$1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee
streamer?
would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee.
Like me?
Some actors go up to $1
Amber
million
would've worked
an
with
episode.
me.
Jason Momoa's in his TV
Monka.
show got $1 million. So
Let's play Among
there's
Us.
an exponential range of where she could have gone.
What about endorsements?
Same thing, all the other actors.
Wow,
were doing
imagine Among Us game with a
over the
bunch of
course
actors.
a
That'd be
couple years
sick.
period, anywhere from 5, 6, 7 other endorsement deals. And Ms. Heard realistically should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or jewelry or
water.
wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should have, with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been associated
And what would
with.
that have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2 years. And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film
Who
activities?
asked? Just kidding.
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at,
I think it's
and there's a
important
wide range of them.
information to
Some
give.
of them
I
did
just
bigger
think who
films,
asked
and
is
some of
funny to
them
say
did
sometimes.
gigantic films, but it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman-style film, you'll either continue to do those, right?
Someone
Some of
said
these
she
franchises,
speculates
as we
so
know,
much,
go
but
4,
that's
5,
literally
6
what she's
films.
there to do.
Or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with
That's
Aquaman.
what she's there to do.
But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least one film a year at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, had there,
But speculation
if there
isn't facts.
a
Yep, and that's
Aquaman
something that should be
3,
clear to
her
the jury.
price is set at $4 million.
And
So it's very
be clear to the
reasonable
jury.
to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year for 5 years at a
This-
minimum of $4 million
Chat,
a
if
year
you're
without
a
any
field
negotiation,
expert,
which
it's your
probably
job
would have
to
happened, but
speculate.
let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's earning power over time?
that it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
We don't claim him.
Right, so
Oh,
again,
God.
it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
May I sit down?
Yeah, you can step down, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, that's
I
okay.
do feel like
That's all right.
40
I
million is a
appreciate it.
very high minimum to set, because she was saying at minimum. I'm
This
like,
minor court is still in session.
minimum? You talking about a bazillion figures? Oh, Camille! We're such fanboys. I saw a bit of her head.
We know, go for
The outside.
$1 million over.
Yeah, you can step down, that's fine. This minor court
Oh,
is,
wait. You can't see.
please. This minor court is still in
covering.
session, please.
Camille Pog. Maybe she'll talk her shit today. All right. If a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump its butt a hoppin'. I had thought that Johnny. Spending habits to please AH with her drinking habits. Another expert willing to be famous. Jesus Christ. I hope she gets demolished by Johnny's lawyers. I want to see Johnny take the stand. I'm curious either what the cross will look like or the expert witness that Johnny will bring on. Because I find all of these figures and this information interesting, but it's hard to tell how accurate or unbiased it is until you hear an opposing side. Happy late birthday to you too. Johnny's not taking the stand anymore? No. 30 is a more realistic minimum. I would agree. I mean, when we're talking about minimums, I would say like half of what you can calculate. What you can calculate tends to be like an ideal scenario. Very, very high up. What is this? X is calling. No. Sup?
So are you still watching or not?
Yeah, I watched that part.
That I'm gonna be honest, that was kind of boring.
I mean, it's not spicy, that's for sure.
Well, also because that lady is on my opinion, lethal dose of copium.
So, yeah, my chat was saying she sounds really biased, but does the information that she's giving sound accurate or not? It's hard to say until they cross-examine her, or I don't know if Johnny Depp's team plans on bringing on their own witness.
What do you mean?
Their own, like, industry expert to, I guess, give their opinion on what they felt were the causes for these people's declines in their careers.
It is much easier to show decline than loss of potential. That's just not even debatable.
Yeah. Did you hear what she said when she was like, he didn't have Pirate 6, so how could he have lost something that he didn't have?
I mean, that lady is. I think she's dishonest. Also.
You think she's dishonest?
Oh, absolutely. Either it's cope or just maybe they actually believe that. Yeah, I mean, she's major cope. Wait, you think that her projections make sense?
I think they're generous. Didn't they say that she was going to testify for Johnny's side as well, or did I misunderstand?
No shot. Absolutely no shot. Not with the way she's talking. Absolutely not. I'd be.
My chat is saying yes.
She is super biased. Why, you don't think she's biased?
Oh, no. I think she's going to testify for Johnny's side.
Wait, real shit?
I'm pretty sure she will.
No. You mean that she's gonna get crossed?
I don't know. At the beginning... Oh, she did already. What did she say when she testified on Johnny's behalf? She's supposed to be an independent expert for both sides. Did she say anything that was favored towards him? Because obviously a lot of what she said right now was favored towards Amber.
It was massively favored.
She testified on Johnny's losses, not on his behalf. Prior to today? I do think she brought up some fair
Jones
points.
tipped $2
Like what?
trying again.
Like the other things that movies or producers considered in regards to dropping Depp, whether it was the lawsuits, like him, instead of it just being the op-ed, it was the fact that he tried to sue her and the things that come up during these trials that were kind of an issue for them.
Wait, in what sense? Oh, yeah.
Like the UK lawsuit where he tried to sue that newspaper or that
The Sun?
publication. And then those texts about him effing the dead corpse and stuff came out. It's stuff like that that makes it hard for companies to work with him as well, which is understandable.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I just think her projections are very, extremely dishonest. Also, I think maybe the whole success of the movie on the one actor is massively short. It's very short-sighted.
I actually spoke to Chad about that. I don't think she was trying to say that Aquaman was successful because of Amber Heard.
That is exactly what you were saying.
No, I think she was saying that Amber was involved in a successful film and therefore her career should have kept growing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say Pirates 5 was less successful than Pirates 4 because of Johnny Depp. It can be because of a lot of things. But I think it's fair to say, if you're a part of something that is successful, your career is likely to grow. It's like I streamed during the Fortnite era. Fortnite wasn't popular because of me, but my career will grow because I was a part of something that was popular. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, I agree. I had something about Ninja, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, there's evidence of both this could be true and not true for certain actors. I think a superhero being your home run when you've been acting for a while and you've been given parts is kind of like, I don't know. It's not crazy impressive. I don't know. Maybe maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
I mean, yeah, I think that was supposed to be her big moment, like her being involved in a really big thing. So I find her projections to be generous. Like, I don't think Amber was going to take 5 different sponsors and like 2 movies and like all this shit. So if anything, I find her projections to be a little bit on the higher end, but I wouldn't say that they're disingenuous. Like, the way she explained it made sense to me. She renegotiated to $2 million, and if she didn't have so much negative press, I could see her going to 4, and then I could see her doing one other movie, and she had a $1.5 million contract. So if she did like 4 more of that, I would anticipate like 20 mil. Her saying 45 minimum, I think, is a little bit high. But the way she explained it still kind of makes sense.
Wait, that much? That much?
What do you mean?
I think her coming off of a superhero movie, which is a lot about the fan base,
Yeah.
a lot about the comics, a lot about the
Yeah.
legacy,
Yeah.
a lot about a lot of things, right? And her not, I mean, I get it, she's one of the main actors, but her not being the Aquaman, and saying that her career would have blown up out of proportion when the movie, in terms of acting, I think, did poorly. I mean, yeah, it was a successful film, and the acting was pretty bad.
I think now we talk about her acting in a more negative way, but you heard she was talking about how she was preparing for this fighting role. She was working out like 5 hours a day with someone teaching her to do all these moves and shit. So we're talking about this hypothetical where her involvement in the next movie was really large. Because you know they cut out like all of her scenes, right?
Yeah.
They mentioned that they cut out like her cool fighting scenes and the majority of her scenes. So
Yeah,
let's say those scenes stayed in. Yeah, her career probably would have grown exponentially.
I don't necessarily agree.
Why not?
Well, it's a superhero movie,
Yeah.
literally. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that that's like not as good as other movies,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But it's a lot about other things than acting, and superhero movies that they've shown that this is true, right?
Yeah.
Overall,
But
right? It's
it
good
makes
that you
someone
can have good acting.
so popular. Being involved in a movie like that?
Does that mean that you're a good actor and you're gonna get good roles though? That are gonna not.
No, but you could do a bunch more commercial roles. Like, you know, The Rock? Would you say he's the best actor in the world? No, like you kind of know what you're going to get when you see The Rock. But he's been involved in enough stuff that of course he makes a butt ton of money. Because people like him. And typically when you're involved in a franchise where
He's been
there's
around
already...
He's been around the block though. He's been around the block.
Yeah. So they're they are talking about a hypothetical where she has been around the block. So like 5 years from now. And 5 years from now, when did Amber Heard start acting? Let's say like 2008.
Oh, wow.
That's still going to be like 15 years in. That'll be quite a long time. 5 years from now. Wait, that's like 10 years. Yeah, that's like 10 years in. Anyway, so ultimately, I'm just saying, I do think she would have started making a lot more money. Have you watched the most recent Batman?
Yes.
And you know, is it like Catwoman or something?
Yeah, but I think she's gonna have a weird, which is weird.
Why is she weird? Yeah, Zoe, her.
Why didn't she like do some weird shit?
I don't know. Did she?
Yeah, I heard she did some weird. I heard she did some weird shit.
I do not.
It's kind of a Jaden Smith thing where like she's kind of like predatory type of thing. I think that's what I heard anyway. I mean, I don't want to be weird about it, but
Monka. Well, listen, I don't know, but don't you feel like after her role in Batman, albeit being kind of smaller, she looked fucking cool. She did a bunch of action scenes. So I'm sure she's going to keep getting like really large roles and making a lot of money.
yeah, but roles in what though? What kind of movies?
I don't think it matters what kind of movies because the movies will pay a lot. Like, this is not about how good of an actress she is. Because again, there are plenty of mid actors that still make a lot of money because they've been involved in like cool projects. I really think The Rock is like a perfect example. Because he's not a crazy good actor, but...
The Rock is a world-class entertainer.
Sorry, I would not compare The Rock to Amber Heard. I am using The Rock to give an example of an actor that doesn't necessarily need to be good at acting.
Okay. the thing is that The Rock has been a lead actor in a lot of movies for such a long time, and WWE proven entertainer, and he's built that consistently.
So
Right?
do you think if
Having one good role isn't a home run for 8 years of success? Think about all the superhero movies and actors that were part of them that just hardcore fell off. How are those not a good sample size or a good sample to use?
well, like who? Who?
I know. I had
Did
the idea of
something
Tobey Maguire was a good one.
Who?
See,
What did he do?
Spider-Man 1.
And then what happened?
I don't know. You tell me.
Did he not want to work?
I don't know. Life happens. Shit happens. Is he a masterclass 800 mil a year juicer? According to projections made from Spider-Man 1? No.
Well, yeah.
But,
so that's the point of projections. On the low end, she could be a Tobey Maguire, top whoever that person, and make $0, right? I think what this testimony suggested is a bit high. So let's say the high end is she makes 50 million in 4 years. Because I think she was saying like around 5 years, something like that, like 2 to 5 years.
50 million in 4 years.
So yeah, let's say that's the high end. Would the reasonable projection be in between, like 20 mil?
No. Life can happen. I think projections for somebody's entire career is very disingenuous to make when you haven't proven yourself as somebody who has at least a certain amount or a certain block of good shit. Having one pseudo home run isn't I'm gonna be rich and slam forever the rest of my life. I think that's just so cringe to do as a comparison.
Okay, let's say you took the stand here. What would you project? That without all the negative press and all the stuff that happened, what would you project that she was going to make in a 5-year time span?
Probably a Aquaman 2, grossing probably maybe a little bit less than Aquaman 1 and giving her a lot of money. Then a falling off Aquaman 3 probably, right? With a couple of these in between that are about as good or about maybe a little bit better than her L'Oreal. Then depending on how she does in her acting, not her projections, see what she can get from that point on, based on her performance, which has shown in the past not to be fantastic.
Objection, non-responsive. So I asked you, how much would you expect her to make in a 5-year time period? Just a number.
5 year, anything can happen. I don't know, 25 mil, 20.
That's literally what I said. I said about 20 mil. Listen, we're not saying that's for sure what she would make, but you're on the stand. You as an expert.
Depends. I
I would
think
also
according
guess
to these
a lot
projections
less
of
than she
going
suggested.
perfect. Yeah, 25. If anything goes perfect, but I mean.
I would say perfect is like 35.
She couldn't stop herself from trying to get some Twitter followers with this crazy article, which is why she's here in the first place. So I don't know. Maybe not as stable and easy trajectory as maybe we think it would have been. If she's literally losing everything to an op-ed, who said she wouldn't have lost everything to somebody else? Something else.
Well, wouldn't you also say Johnny lost everything to an op-ed? So who's to say he wouldn't have lost it? To
Johnny had everything to lose. She had everything to gain.
You were
that's
asked
a
the
complete different story.
Waldman statements.
That sounds like a good beginning to a movie.
Okay,
all right, we gotta go. Bye.
Mr. Depp knew of the statements that Mr. Waldman made.
He had everything to lose.
Do you?
She had everything.
Association with Mr. Waldman, correct?
You don't know when
she
the
also
first
had a
time
bit
Mr.
to lose.
Depp learned
Just a
about
bit.
those statements.
I don't know.
No. And the association you're talking about is that Mr. Waldman worked from time to time as Mr. Depp's attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
This is gonna be a good cross. I'm thinking the same thing. Unfortunately, this is just a defamation case. This testimony is damning. It's showing Amber Heard suffered more than JD. That's the difficult part. The person that said the things suffered similarly. I mean, obviously he lost a lot more, but they both lost a lot. So it looks bad on him. And it's less so like how much they lost monetarily. It's almost like percentage-wise. They both lost like 90%.
All right, and I understand that you're testifying as a damages expert and wear two hats, talking both about Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages that resulted from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Fuck.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statements.
So mad. That sneeze
That's what I was
felt
tasked
so
with, yes.
nice.
Right. The mere fact that there were activities after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
Well, all right, that's an interesting thing because the witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay.
It
But
doesn't.
you're an expert
but
who is
still.
purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand
Amber didn't have negotiation
where
power
you
in Ecuador.
put
Yo,
the
yo,
link
I'm not going to talk about. We
between
can't
the
compare
Waldman
these
statements
actors because I don't know
and
shit about actors.
all
Don't
the
talk to
other
me.
activity that occurred
Don't
since
talk
then.
to me.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood was that it was a time frame between which the Waldman statements were made and the negative decline in her career started happening, and in discussions with her agents and her publicists, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman
I'm curious, how could she?
caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
Well, actually, both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative
that's
analysis
a pretty
was
good
done
point.
on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldminion in them. So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements.
Isn't he just helping
and
her
the
reinforce her point, then?
Negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my
Now he's trying for
expertise.
something else or not.
Let's then go back to what you just testified
They
to.
need Camille.
And
They
I think
need
you
Camille.
said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right, and the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes?
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 980.
Heroic villain
I
one
feel
tipped
bad saying this,
$2.
but the amount
Got
of
time
stuttering
out for
he's
saying
doing.
Nick Cage, Sag, I
Words
promise
that were-
I'm a well-behaved
It also
chatter.
appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the
All
same
right,
thing.
ma'am, I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right, so your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that and let's talk about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's
Someone just said my bias is showing because I said that, but I said the exact same thing about Amber's testimony. And I said it numerous times. I said the way she talks makes her harder to believe than Johnny. Johnny just speaks very calmly like he has nothing to prove, and she doesn't speak that way. And I'm going to point it out with her, and I'm going to point it out with this lawyer. He's just not fun to listen to. He's like,
right. None of those things are. And in terms of the use of the words fraud and hoax, that appeared in only 6.5% of the millions of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can
I
look at
guess
it
they're
together if
bringing
you'd
it
like
up to
to.
say
Right.
that she also
And,
suffered losses
and you
from
said
this? I don't know.
Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldminion.
According to Mr.
Minion.
Schnell, yes.
No, all right. But if that's your
She
only
is
evidence,
countersuing, but is
however,
that all said in
that
the same time?
any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
He
Well, no, we also
said
look at the
Amber
timeline because
Turd.
those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they
Oh,
started
that makes
appearing,
sense.
so there
Cowboy
is some
Apotica tipped $2.
connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for
the most
the
part.
social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statement. That's a social media
I'm going to
campaign.
object, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach? You're being too nice, lady. You got to get another guy to just start, objection, relevancy, objection, objection, just like they do to you. It's a tactic. It's a tactic. She's like, objection, could we please have a meeting and talk about our feelings? Whereas Camille's like, objection, lack of foundation, objection, relevancy, objection, I don't like your hair right now. But yeah. It is what it is, though. Who do you guys think is gonna win? Defamation, countersuit, or neither? Defamation, countersuit, or neither? Oi! I feel like neither as well. Jason Momoa. I don't know if he's dub sing from this, to be honest.
All right. So I'm
Because
just
I think
looking
people
for
will boycott Aquaman too.
all evidence of the causal connection that you claim exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the three statements made by Mr. Waldman.
Orion, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Well, you also I also looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other lawsuits that she was either involved with or was discussed. And her career might have had a pause, but she was able to overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand, both very prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn
winners are
in her
the streamers who
career
got that free
after any
content
publicity.
back.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess,
I'm sorry.
It's just nerves. It's really just that.
Yeah, no,
there's just
that's okay.
dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career,
Yikes.
and you looked at the way her career was moving,
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the
Just
initial
kiss
filing
already.
of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated. She overcame that. She did Justice League. The stand,
No, I just
and
had
she
a
got
bad
the L'Oreal
thought. It's
contract
so
all
bad, I'm
after
not
that.
even gonna say
The
it.
only time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory
do
statements
it.
came out.
Nope.
So,
But there was a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them, right?
no, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was
Well, you didn't
that
use
was
the words
excuse
both
me,
of them?
please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career. That was not in context of when I was asked about Ms. Heard's career.
It's not the same fire?
It is and isn't. Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So
But
most
there
of the
were-
negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
There was negativity, yes, about it. Remember both of them in the case, yes.
You're right. Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Right? And so you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps or Ms. Heard from working.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted and kind of more oxygen was
I will be right back.
put on the fire when the UK case came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social media activity, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years, yeah.
The instigating event, and therefore your damage analysis with some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you. But obviously we know that a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this. You decided that there were a number of persons that you described as comparable in order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have
Okay.
no idea.
You would agree with me that that is a negative influence with respect to Hollywood.
If one believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it, you know, it was reported. Yes?
Yeah. It certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
I certainly do not have proof video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But what you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story has adversely impacted Miss Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causal link between that poop story and her demise of her career? I can't. No, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do it?
Can I make it? No, I can't.
Right. And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I stand by them. So
You did by just pointing out that time frames are relatively close.
the time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces, again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at, yes.
All right. So you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps your or Miss Heard from working.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and the Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I would look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK case came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
It's further back.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the from the wall.
I've also seen them online myself.
All right, so I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection.
Same time.
Bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social media activity, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years now.
The instigating event, and therefore, your damage analysis with some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Or trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you. But obviously, we know that a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this. You decided that there were a number of persons that you described as comparable.
I can't believe this is 1.5x.
In order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable
You're totally flirting.
actors
Chad, are you guys okay?
is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have no
Okay.
idea.
You would agree with me that that is a negative influence with respect to Hollywood.
If one believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it, you know, it was reported.
Yeah, it certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
I certainly do not have proof a video of anybody defecating in bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But what you know, you cannot put a causal connection, and there
If one tree burns and then not a firefighter.
a number of
What do you
persons that you described as comparable in order to determine what Ms. Heard
This part?
was likely to make
Objection,
over time.
defecation.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have no
Okay.
idea.
You would agree with me,
Oh my good God. I'm just going to the
in Furious
live
franchise,
feed. That's
what,
fucking crazy.
8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
All right. Mr. Momoa remains well liked, even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
Pandemic Jones.
I don't know, I don't
tipped
follow his
$2.
fan base.
Kate Moss is reportedly
You don't
taking
follow
the
Jason
stand
Momoa,
on
but you use him
Wednesday
as a
for
comparable
Johnny.
to come up with a
You're flexing
45
a lot
I said I
today.
don't follow his
Just
fan
kidding,
base.
Lamar.
I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
Mr. Memorial.
Isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right. All right. You indicated that Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Yes, she's a star.
She's in fact Wonder Woman.
No, she's good too.
Yeah. All right. She's the title character, and there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes?
Yeah. And even before that, she was in franchise films.
Which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
Excuse me, I honestly don't remember her being that as one of the main characters. I know it's The Rock and
You
that whole
you
group.
didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on her resume, but I didn't. Again, I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples in that exact movie, yes.
All right. What about, does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films?
Not yet.
No. And Ms. Gadot played a much bigger role in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
In what movie they were in together? Oh, in Justice League?
Yeah.
I haven't counted the screen time, so I can't really say.
Okay. You indicated that another person that you compared Ms. Heard with is Zendaya.
Zendaya, yeah.
Person so famous she goes by one name.
No.
I guess when you have a name that's a Z, it works, I guess.
All right. She's
Oh, no.
she's been on the Disney Channel since she's
You
13
just-
years old.
Right.
Ripping
Right.
apart all her examples.
She won an Emmy.
Yes, she did.
Right. She was singing and dancing and swimming from trapezes in The Greatest Showman, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's now been in multiple Spider-Man
So
movies.
cool.
Yes.
She's 10 years younger than your client.
Right.
Yeah. But this is a person that you deemed incomparable.
Well, as I was explaining to you how I chose them, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I worked on pulling characters that were in superhero movies that were about the same age range within 10 years, as you've noted to me, thank you. And also just where her career would have gone. I said that they were comparable, they're not identical. So you can just look at what their career has done either before that superhero movie, then in others, or the one they were in, and then you look at where her career should have gone. Even though she may not have been at the stature of a Zendaya at that time, you can still look at it as a comparable trajectory of what happens when you're in a blockbuster movie. It's just a reference point. It's not meant to be
I think
identical.
that's
They're not meant
fair.
to be the same people, or not even have the exact same career. It's meant to be a reference point.
It's
Simple as
kind of
that.
like, it's also like, who can she bring up as an example that wouldn't just be ripped apart.
And the light that shines on Jason Momoa will also shine on her. So you have to look at it in context of the biggest
I do
movie
think
that this
Zendaya was the
amazing.
worst one, but
And
I
also
think the
one of
Gal
biggest
Gadot
box
one,
office
I can
films
imagine
ever,
that being
probably within
similar.
the top 10.
But obviously Amber's would be on a smaller scale because she wasn't the lead. Does that make sense?
Her career move forward, not stalled it and be her world be silent afterwards.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree with you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice of a meteoric rise. That's the word you used, right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave the jury a range that they weren't all going to have a meteoric rise. Some of them would be smaller, right? And so what the numbers that I gave you do not represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from, I don't know, 4 million, 5 million to a $50 million payday. That's a meteoric shift in our business. But when someone has contracts that actually go from 1 million to the first one, 2 million, and then 4 million, that is standard for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I based those calculations on very specific numbers that were already contracted. I wanted to stay within reality and look at the numbers that were already contracted for Ms. Heard and just move out forward on one film a year, maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts, which is very typical for an actor in our business to make that kind of money. It just is what happens.
So the example you just used is somebody went from 1 million to 2 million to 4 million. Your client has never had a contract that exceeds $2 million, correct?
Incorrect.
All right.
In the Aquaman it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid $1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it was written that she was going to earn $2 million. And if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get $4 million. So it actually was a contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right, but the movie hasn't been made.
Aquaman 2 hasn't even come out yet, so the
Right.
third one is still on deck, as they say.
Yeah. Okay. Let's put it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
Right.
Aquaman 2.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was
If
on
she's
the
in the movie.
Right, but if Aquaman 2 does even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to most likely be a third one. So we can look at that as a precedent that was set.
Spoiler.
In writing, actually.
If a movie makes $795 million, you think there's likely to be a next one?
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth in the series, I assume that you're referring to Pirates 5. It performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or do we need to change it?
A studio
or stop
like
it?
Disney wants to walk away from an $800 million payday?
Well, an $800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget that it costs to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the increasing costs of not only Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive, then you
what
put in the
she's
marketing
saying is
costs, which
fair.
are sometimes 1, 2, or 3 times the budget of the film. A film like that, a studio can spend $600-800 million
I didn't
just
know the
making a
marketing cost could be as much as
So
the
it-
budget for the
$795
film. Because the budget for the film was like 300 million. Is that correct? And it made 800. So if the marketing was also 300,
marketing and the
that's already 600 million, and you're only making 200.
Again, it's all in context
Marketing budgets are
of what the
insane.
budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas.
Oh.
That's another one you used.
Yes.
All right. She's
200
most
is
recently,
still
I guess,
a lot,
in Deep
but
Water with Ben Affleck.
you're getting close to making not that much.
And
And you can
I don't,
anticipate
again, I know some of the
that
movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deepwater.
if
I don't.
you're
Is that? I don't even know if that's out yet.
like,
Okay.
sorry, if the cost it takes to make
She
it
was
is
in the
for
last
sure
James Bond
rising,
movie.
and it
she
starts
was.
lowering in profits,
They were talking about making her the next female Bond, right?
Right, after her big star.
You can anticipate that the next one you might be cutting it close and barely
which
profiting.
is what we had hoped from Ms. Heard.
Yeah. And you said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
It was like the first big, studio movie that.
Oh, wait. Is this correct? No, so say the budget is 400 million. The marketing for a blockbuster is usually anywhere between 200 to 300 of that 4 million. Is that correct? So is the marketing budget part of the budget of the movie, or is it on top? Oh, no, so they're separate. Then that makes sense to me as to why they might not want to renew.
Gigantic naked billboard?
Wait, what? Oh
Are you
my
saying
God,
that's
her
the only thing
face.
she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard for Ms. Heard.
Yeah. And you said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
It was like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her, sure.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
I did.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in, what role she played, but she was in that movie, and from that, her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
You have no knowledge that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
Are you saying that's the only thing she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She wasn't in the
That's
movie.
the principal role in that movie.
I don't remember the movie well
Was
enough to know.
Okay. And did you know that she was? I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
He's an interesting
That is
example.
weird
because
of her lawyer to say, though.
he's
You
been in
gotta
a
word
role
it differently than
that's
that.
been recast multiple times.
It's a
You know that
little.
role?
Are we talking about Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman.
That makes him look
All right.
bad.
So the title character
Wait, so
in
did
that
she have no
DC
lines
series
or something?
has seen how many actors?
Several.
Right.
Now I'm just
Michael
confused.
He was Batman.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff, yeah.
She did.
Yeah.
Then he kind of has to. Be
Christian
careful
Bale was
how he
Batman.
words that.
I think he was. You're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
Definitely.
Yeah. I guess Robert Pattinson is now Batman.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Okay. But you're taking an absolutely iconic role that the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times, correct?
Correct.
So that just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean that you get it in the third movie or the
Lemon
fourth
has
movie.
tipped $2.
Unless
Love
it's
the
contractual.
streams. My
Right.
pups say woof. That means
Unless
hello.
it's contractual. So, now, let's look, Ana de Armas, she's like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix too, right?
I believe so. She was also in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But
Right.
again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment in time.
Yeah.
She was in Knives Out.
All right. The other person you picked was Chris Pine. Chris Pine is in a superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
Oh no, she wasn't.
He is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero, right?
No, she
Yeah,
wasn't. Oh my God, I was talking about
He was in
Amber.
both Wonder Woman movies,
Okay, they're talking
right?
about someone else. My bad. My bad.
Yes,
I was
he
like,
plays the love interest to
she
Gal
wasn't-
Gadot, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't recall that.
On Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise, he plays Captain Kirk, right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I just know it from his resume, to be honest.
Do you know who Captain Kirk is?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Well,
But you
I know
didn't
with
know that
characters.
Chris Pine is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
I hate to say I'm not a Star Trek fan.
Okay. But you used Mr. Pine as an example, irrespective of the fact you didn't even know he starred in this franchise film?
I did know that he starred. That's why I used it. Again,
In fact, he was the most prominent person in the movie.
we can go over this a couple more times, and I'm happy to do so. All I wanted to do was look at from a small pool of people that have been in huge franchise movies or superhero movies and give you a sense of what the range is or what someone's trajectory can be. Again, they are not apples and apples. They're not both green apples or both red apples. I just was looking at a range. It's what we do. It's what we do in the industry. It's what you do to kind of get a sense of how much you're going to pay an actor, what they're worth in the foreign markets and the domestic
Ma'am, I think my
markets.
question was, did you know whether he was in Star Trek?
Yes, and you were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose him because he was part of Star Trek and Wonder Woman, but mostly because he was in Wonder Woman. And I don't know the exact time frame of which came first, but the fact that he's in both of them is consistent with what actors of this ilk tend to do once they're in a movie like this.
But you talked about breakout roles, but you don't know which was his breakout role.
Chris Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in both Star Trek and in Wonder Woman. And
Did a
Star
movie
Trek.
with Denzel Washington?
Pardon?
Did a movie with Denzel Washington?
He's had a good career.
Yeah, great career.
Yeah.
Yeah, much longer career than Ms. Hurt.
Yeah.
Right?
She
Have
was
you
on the
watched his
precipice
movies?
of a great career.
Some of them.
Yeah,
She hasn't had the chance
Would you like to watch one?
for that yet or be in those
Hypothetically,
movies yet.
do you want to
so
watch
we
it
may
with
not.
me?
We're getting back to Precipice. Didn't you just deny Precipice a few minutes ago?
You guys
I
should just
said-
go get a room.
I
You've
thought
talked
your
enough.
testimony
I'm
was
over it.
She was on the precipice of meteoric rise. You said, I guess.
I didn't say meteoric. I said consistent. I don't know. She could have a meteoric rise, but I was talking about consistent with Miss Heard.
All right. So of the actors you selected, two of them are the title characters in their DC movies. One of them,
One is Aquaman. Who's the other title character?
Yeah.
Gal Gadot.
Wonder Woman, right.
Right.
She's Wonder Woman. And you mean Jason Momoa? Sure. Yeah.
So you get two title characters. You got James Kirk, and those are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Heard.
Again, there are not that many in the pool to pick from. I'm not going to put comparable actors that haven't been in either large, what we call tentpole movies, or franchise movies, or superhero movies. So I wanted to work within those parameters, and that's what I did. So those are the actors I chose, yes. And to when they're the lead character with Jason Momoa, but to your point, there are many actors that have no career prior to a breakout role and then have a meteoric career and have had no career prior. So you don't always just look at the past. It's helpful, and with
I don't
Miss
really
Heard, she
feel like
had
he's,
good reviews,
like,
so that's
rolling
what I
her.
looked at.
I don't
But
really
if
feel
you
like
look
she's
at
rolling
other
him.
actors and they have their first role, and all of a sudden they
Kinda
become a
neutral about it.
superstar from one role. So that happens.
I
in our
think she
business.
tried
It
to
just does.
compare, and it was hard, and he's trying to pinpoint
All right.
how her comparisons are bad, but
With
it's also like
respect to your
that's how careers are.
comparable actors,
it's very hard to find a perfect one-for-one comparison.
you
I do feel like she picked
have
some bad
no
examples, like
personal
Zendaya. I
knowledge.
don't think is a good example.
as to how much any of them were
yeah.
compensated
I think she's doing
over
fine.
the period you reviewed.
Incorrect.
You have personal knowledge as to who,
Jason Momoa.
and you derive that personal knowledge from talking to somebody?
Yes.
He didn't tell you.
His agent did.
Okay. So what you will rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have no you didn't see the contract.
No, his agent is at William Morris as well, so they told me that.
Right. And you've never seen anybody else's contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors are paid when they're in blockbuster films and then they're in large budgeted studio films. So it's not a leap to kind of understand where the actor's making. And again, I really didn't want to try to be speculative in my analysis. I wanted to work with the numbers that Amber had contracted for already and just take it from there and said if she had done one movie a year and one series and done product endorsement, that's how I got to the number. So I wasn't looking to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason Momoa. I took her numbers that her agents had actually negotiated and worked from there.
Well, guys,
When you say you weren't trying to give her the same career as Jason Momoa,
oops. Let's just do the math real
The-
quick, okay?
the TV program that
So-
she most recently did, The Stand.
She had one plus
She made 200,000 an
plus
episode. That's what you
hypothetically
testified.
4
Correct.
mil.
And in your damage
For those
analysis,
3 movies she was
you
contracted.
give her $1 million an episode.
1.5
had the Waldman
L'Oreal.
statements not occurred, and
All
you do
right.
it only because
So let's
you believe
do
Mr. Momoa has gotten
5
that
years.
in something that he's in.
Right.
So
5
you are
years.
giving her the same career as Jason
And
Momoa.
she said
Well,
about
again, with someone
4
like
of these.
Ms. Heard, who was in a
4
blockbuster film with the team at
equals
William Morris,
6.
in my discussions with William Morris,
And then let's
that's
do
what
that
they were
times
looking
2
to negotiate for
equals
her
12.
on other
So that's
projects. So I got
in
some of
4
that
years,
information from
4
her management team
contracts.
directly.
So her agents were looking
Over
to get
4
her
years.
as much money as possible.
I think that's the job of an
Yes.
agent. They usually
Right.
try
That's
to get the
12
most money as
mil.
possible.
Your testimony is they were looking
Plus,
to get the money for her, but you need
4,
somebody
5, 6,
willing
7,
to pay on the other
7.
side of
And
that
let's
deal,
say
don't
one
you?
other movie.
Right, but
And
agents
one
are
more.
working with people in the industry
Okay.
and have a pulse on what, have
12,
a finger on a pulse of what's
19,
going on, so they know who's
23,
marketable and what the
27.
prices that all the streamers
So let's
are
say
paying
even
these days.
27 mil over 5
You
years.
haven't
I
seen
feel
a
like that's
single
a fair.
one of the endorsement contracts that you referenced?
That's fair.
Other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than
50
again,
is
what
high,
I was
though.
I was talking
Yeah,
to
the
what-
L'Oreal contract was over 2 years. So we're saying a 5-year period. I actually went under. I said 4 years. 4 contracts every 2 years. And yeah.
So,
So I'd say 27
familiar
mils,
the rates of
27 mil
endorsement
over.
contracts.
You
That amount of
haven't made
time
any
ish.
reference to the actual earnings of any of these actors.
Again, as you do an analysis, you put together the numbers that you know from both your experience and the
Minus 7
marketplace
mil
and
for
the agents that are
charity.
working in the marketplace. So together, that's how
Which
I
is
created those numbers.
countersuing for
and mostly
100
using
million?
Ms. Heard's numbers specifically and giving her a very steady career, which is what she had had prior to Aquaman.
Yeah, and you don't have the prior
I
earnings
thought it
of
was
any of the
50.
actors you looked at.
I
other
was
than
like,
Ms.
okay, well, I think it's fine to go on
I
the
don't have all
higher
the
end
contracts
because
now.
you know
You
the
don't have
judge
any
is
of that
likely going to
information.
rule for less.
I'm sorry?
You don't have any of that information.
No.
Okay. In fact, that information, I guess aside from Mr. Momoa's, is confidential, right?
Usually it is, yes.
Yeah. And the only reason you know anything about Mr. Momoa is that Ms. Heard shares an agent or an
Right,
agency.
but I've also been in the industry for many years, and I know what actors get paid. I talk about budgets constantly, so it's not a secret within the industry the amount that actors in those types of movies are paid very, very well.
That's fair.
You're not currently working as an agent for anyone, are you?
No.
All right.
So you're not too busy, right? No. So
So
you typically free on the weekends?
the salaries
Well,
of these
yeah.
comparable actors, did they form some basis?
This is
for
me
your
as a
opinion?
jury member.
No.
Okay. So your opinion, as I understand it, is that Ms. Heard should have been able to renegotiate an existing contract.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her agent
Do
specifically.
you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I don't know if it's standard at any of the studios, but it is standard for agents to renegotiate, and oftentimes are successful when the film is done so well.
Right, but what you're talking about is there's an existing contract where Ms. Heard has made a promise
Mordecai.
that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right?
Right.
And what the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, you should pay her more than your contract says, because her more than your contract says. You should pay her more than your contract says, because
More.
you like her? What,
That was auto-tuned a little
Well,
bit.
as Ms. Kovacevic said, also, it's standard in the industry. As again, I've been in the industry, I've worked with agents, and I've worked with lots of lawyers, and we have conversations about what is an actor getting, or what can they do, or what are they going to do the next time. So again, it's a standard in practice in the industry, especially when a film is as successful as Aquaman, that the agents will go back and renegotiate. In fact, that was
Isn't the
conversation.
standard practice is that they would try to renegotiate, but it's up to the studio?
Sure, but oftentimes in a movie of such as the nature of Aquaman, they're very successful, usually.
But the entirety of your analysis assumes a renegotiation with a studio for terms that are double what the studio had already got a
I have seen. I'm so sorry for calling out stuff like this. Actually, I think the message is gone. So
promise from Ms. Heard she would work
Y'all
to
be
Walter
nice.
Hamada.
Have I spoken to him?
It wasn't even about me.
Do you know
either,
who he is?
You know?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a senior executive at Warner Brothers, or yeah, I think he still is there, but certainly at the time of the renegotiation, he was a senior executive.
And do you know whether he's the president of DC-based film productions?
I think that's exactly his title, yeah.
Yeah. Who's in a better position to determine whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate, you or Mr. Hamada?
Again, I based this on the agents that were talking to Warner Brothers about Mr. Momoa, and they were wanting to talk to them about Miss Heard as well.
Okay, I'm not.
So I based my information on them. So the connection should be Mr. Hamada or the agents, not Mr. Hamada and me.
All right. Who's in a better position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Just asking.
I'll sustain the objection.
Sorry.
Just asking. I was just asking.
Do you review any
That's
testimony
the
from Mr.
funniest
Hamada?
response.
I did.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada says that they want to hold their
Because the other lawyer's like, well,
hold
it's
the
not
actors to
proof
their
to
deals?
foundation, the blah, 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 blah.
That
And
he
he's
said
like,
Warner Brothers had, yes.
Yeah. Did you understand that Mr. Hamada said that nothing Mr. Depp did impacted
my
her compensation?
Just
I
asking.
don't remember that part of the testimony. You have it available for me to read?
Just make it small.
You don't know whether Mr. Hamada
Oh, that one
testified.
hurt my
Did anything
throat.
Mr. Depp said about Amber Heard affect her compensation?
Just flirting. Just getting to know each other.
Again, I don't
remember. That's
I don't
okay.
recall, I don't recall that testimony, no.
Do you know whether Mr. Hamada indicated whether he even knew who Adam Waldman was?
Again, I
biting her
don't
lip
remember
shades.
the conversation about Hamada and Waldman or Depp.
And you don't remember whether Mr. Hamada made any statements as to whether anything Mr. Waldman said affected Ms. Heard's compensation?
In my experience, studios don't talk about how or why they make decisions based on publicity or conversations. They're not going to try. They're going to be very protective of all their relationships. So that's just natural.
True.
Yeah, unless you can get him to
Which is
testify
why
under
these
oath
kind
at
of
a
things are
deposition.
so hard to prove.
Well, even so, they're not going to say anything negative. They may bypass it by being positive, but they're not going to do anything that could potentially damage a relationship that may change or be worthwhile in the future. So that's just what a studio person does.
Mr. Hamada is in the best position to determine whether there were chemistry issues with Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
He's the president of the company.
Calls for speculation.
I don't know how involved
She has
Mr.
like
Hamada
one
was on a
objection
daily basis
per
in terms
hour,
of chemistry, but
and
I
she
do
always
know
says
that
it
Warner
like a
Brothers did
finally
chemistry
found a one.
test with Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa before she even got the role. She went in and did what they call a chemistry test. So that was to actually see whether there was good chemistry between them. And evidently there was good
Professor
chemistry because she was then hired to be the romantic
okay,
interest.
the time
So
frame between Aquaman
whatever
1
Mr.
and 2
Hamada
is
said during
going
his
to be for
deposition,
5
I look
years.
at what actually
She
happened
also
in real
could have
life,
used
which is she got the chemistry test and then she got the job.
I can't argue with this.
Yeah, let's look what happened in real life. She went in before and took the test. Then she made a movie. Then there was an existing movie under which Warner Brothers could then decide whether there was chemistry, right?
The movie worked. It made over $1 billion, and they're all over the poster. If they didn't think that there was chemistry, they wouldn't have put Ms. Heard on the poster next to Mr. Momoa. So,
You know there were multiple posters for the Aquaman movie.
yes,
And
there always are. That's standard.
and that 3 out of the 4 posters, the standard posters for Aquaman, didn't even feature Miss Heard.
Right, so when you make a poster at the studio, it's normal to have 3 or 4 variations because you want to appeal to different people's perspectives. So you want the romantic poster, you want the action poster, you want the superhero poster. So it's normal for them to have many posters, but the romantic poster was of Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa.
Right, and everyone, and all the others are just of Mr. Momoa.
Like we talked about, it's Aquaman, but she was prominent in the ones that that Warner Brothers wanted to appeal to women and to the romantic interest of the consumer.
Right. What movies would Ms. Heard have gotten absent Mr. Waldman's statements?
Well, the ones we know about specifically that she was in conversations with was a movie with Gail Garcelle Bernal, I believe that's how you say his name, at Amazon, which is what Ms. Kovacevic said. And she was also in consideration for a movie called Ambulance with Michael Bay. But again, after the Waldman statements, nobody would talk to the agents, and so they weren't able to garner more. Oh, she also had a movie that she was interested in producing that a good friend of hers, or a friend of hers or colleague was doing. So there was at least those 3 that I read about.
Those were 3 movies that she was being considered for, but you don't know what movie she was going to be in.
Well, again, they stopped the conversation after the statement, so we don't know where they would have gone, of course. But she was in consideration for all of them, and given her fame from Aquaman, that would have helped all those movies. So it would have made a lot of sense.
You're projecting movies way out into the future that you have no knowledge would ever have gotten made.
Well, that's what we do when you talk about comparables and economic damages. You talk about the future.
Damn, this woman is doing too much. She
as a
needs to
forensic
stop.
expert and in the industry.
She's just answering the questions that
That's
she's
how movies are
being asked.
financed, as a matter of fact, is by forecasting what happens in the future.
She's supposed to answer. Yeah.
What connection do you draw between
I wanted to let you
Mr.
know.
Waldman's statements
Yeah.
and the reported reduction in Ms. Heard's Aquaman 2 role?
Again, it's just it's the timing of it all. It's the timing of it all. And also, they were going to take her out of the movie after the statements, and then they put her back in, and then there. Can I talk about the emails that I read? I'm not sure at this point, but.
So, when you're saying you're going to take her out of the movie,
That's all I've heard today.
when you have an option, you literally have
So
the
is Johnny
option
no longer
whether to
taking the stand?
include
Is that confirmed?
the actress, right? That's what it means.
Correct.
Right. So they can choose to exercise the option or not exercise the option.
Not sure.
Entirely up to them.
Correct.
And they have that particular
I
studio,
don't know either.
to your knowledge, has repeatedly recast.
When are you going to continue Life
even
is Strange after the
major
trial's done?
figures in their DC movies.
We talked about Batman.
What about Superman?
You know, I'm not. I think I'm more familiar with the Batman actors. I think there have been a couple actors of Superman, but depending on how the movie performed, if a movie doesn't perform, they'll look for other actors. If they want to go a different direction or reboot a franchise, they will look at different actors. So if a movie's successful, they're not likely to change the actors, especially not in the second one or the third one.
Another reason they'll look for a different actor or actress, if the actor or actress is charged or asking too much money to play the role again, correct?
Yes, not in figures under $10 million, but yes.
Yeah. If you're asking for too much money, you might not get your role again. And your analysis assumes that Ms. Heard could double her money.
Well, her contracts doubled her money from each one to the next, so it wasn't that large a leap to do that, especially when the agents had told me that that was what had been they were considering and what they'd been discussing.
All right. You seen the script of Aquaman 2?
Personally,
Yeah.
I did see a draft. I don't know what the date was or when it was or where in the succession of the rewrites it was. I did see one draft, yes.
Okay, spoil it.
You don't know what? Warner Bros.
It's a superhero movie.
Right. supposed to be like a buddy comedy, right?
I don't know. I don't know about a buddy comedy. It's an action movie, superhero movie. I don't know.
Who's Patrick Wilson?
Patrick Wilson. I've heard that name in terms of an actor, but I don't know Mr. Wilson.
All right. Do you know if he appears in Aquaman?
Again, I don't know him by name. If you want to show me a picture, or a clip from the movie.
All right. Do you know if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently
He
in
sounds like he's
Aquaman than your client does?
I don't,
More frequently in Aquaman. Do you know if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does? Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does.
I didn't count the screen time when I watched the movie. It was a long, even when I watched it again, I didn't count the screen time of anybody else.
Do you know if Mr. Wilson?
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Hamada?
We discussed that, yes.
You disregarded all of it in your analysis.
Bro, that's what
as
she
to
knows facts based on this
her
trial. She
ability
doesn't
to
know
renegotiate,
in-depth
correct?
facts about every actor on
Well,
Earth.
I remember the part
It's kind of
where Mr.
annoying to
Hamada
hear
said
questions
that
like
from
these
time to
because
time they will
no matter
put
what she
their
answers,
philosophy and
I don't really
negotiate, which
care.
they did
How
with
many
Jason
minutes was
Momoa
he in it?
and
How
with
many
Gal
minutes
Gadot.
was he not?
So,
What color
that
shirt
just
is he
it
wearing
coincides
today?
with what we know in the industry, which is it can be done.
It's what they did with the two title characters in the DC universe.
Again, I've worked in the business for a long time, and I've seen a lot
Goes
of
to
actors
credibility? I don't
renegotiate
think
their
so.
careers. I'm sorry, not their careers. Renegotiate their.
I know he's
their
trying
fees.
to discredit her,
It's common practice.
but being like, do you know this one actor and how many
And
minutes
it's
he was in
certainly
the
what the
movie?
agent will think about first when a movie makes $1 billion
Nope.
plus
Especially
dollars.
because he
Right.
he
Again,
didn't answer those questions.
focused
If
on
he's
the
like,
agent,
oh,
but
he
it's
was
the
in the movie for half the
studio
time
that
and you don't know him, then maybe
pays
that would have
the
made her
bill.
look
Yes.
bad. But he just moved on.
All right.
I've never seen Aquaman. I don't fucking know.
Your Honor, I have a fair amount more to do.
Continue.
I'm sorry?
Continue.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to 5:30 today or not.
Every day is 5:30 day.
Okay.
Oh my god.
No, we may not even need to get there.
Every day is 5:30
All
day.
right. Perfect. All right.
Poor
You
lady.
talked about
She
Ms.
pressed.
Heard's endorsement deal with
She's
L'Oreal.
tired. I don't
Yes.
blame her.
And that L'Oreal has concerns about using her because every time they try to use her, people respond negatively to her.
People don't. The DEPP fan base has responded, have posted negative things about Ms. Heard on their
Not
campaigns.
trolled. Not
So,
trolled. That would
did
be
you
me
say
on
the
the
DEPP
stand.
fan
Yeah,
base?
they're just shitpost
People that were
writing
using
negative
hashtags
things
that were
online.
consistent with the rest of the DEPP fan base.
Yeah, but there are people posting negative things that, other than things that came from Mr. Waldman, correct?
I haven't seen all that. I was just looking at what L'Oreal discussed and what L'Oreal said in their communications.
All right. They made, do you see L'Oreal make a word cloud of the words that were most commonly associated with Ms. Heard in its marketing
Oh
campaigns?
no,
I knew they
poop
did that.
must
I didn't
be
see it myself, actually.
huge by now.
Do you know what words there were?
Again, no.
Oh no.
You didn't talk much about this, but in order to get to the damage analysis that you got, the $45 million, I think at least initially you suggested that Ms. Heard would have a role producing and starring in a movie, and that she would make $12 million.
I've talked about that, but in the latest calculation, that was really less what I considered and more about what films and TV and endorsement deals that she would do. The producing was something that she had wanted to do, and again, Mr. Momoa got that, so that's where the agents were discussing those figures with me.
The last movie that she has a production credit for is in 2013, right?
Again, I haven't memorized her resume.
There's a movie called Syrup. Did you ever
Syrup?
hear of it?
No. Aside from having probably seen it on her IMDb.
And Soon the Darkness. That's her other production.
By
credit,
the
right?
way, this isn't her client, as in she's her
if you say so.
agent.
If you're reading it off
This
of her
is the
resume, I
client, as
believe
in
you,
she's
yes.
her expert witness.
2010.
Okay.
Thanks
12
for
years
bless
ago.
yous. Almost said bless you out loud.
But you, at least at some portion of at some point in this analysis, were of the mind that she would recover $12 million with a producing role and a starring role in a movie, because that's what Mr. Momoa got.
Again, the agents were just saying that those were the kinds of numbers they were looking at to help her as she moved forward in her producing career.
Right. Those are the kind of the numbers the agents would like her to get.
Right, but again, I didn't use that in the final analysis of my 45 million, so it was just a discussion point because that's what the agents wanted me to consider.
All right.
Because he's like, hey, what about this thing?
You
Well, I didn't use it in my
have
calculations.
testified that the breakout
So-
role for Miss Heard
So,
was Aquaman,
yeah.
right?
I didn't say the breakout role, but I used it as a movie that it was a superhero kind of super box office success. I think that, some of her other critically acclaimed movies probably helped her break into that role, which would have been The Danish Girl, and then her
Man,
work
this
in
divorce
Justice
trial
League,
and
which was a
scandal is
natural
actually
progression
boring. We
to
need the
getting to
90s
star
style divorce
in
where they did
Aquaman.
crazy stuff in and out of trial.
all right.
It's all
But
been about drugs
I
and
used
shitting on a
breakout.
bed and
Perhaps you
owning
didn't,
20 million
but
houses, owning
this
every
is the movie that
home on a
springboards
street.
her
What do you
to
mean
the
this
kind
isn't
of
crazy?
money that you
What do you
are
literally,
suggesting
what do
she
you,
should earn.
you want murder?
I should have, yes.
And other than Aquaman, which was released in 2018,
Okay.
how many movies has she booked?
Well, she booked Aquaman 2,
Right,
and she did The Stand, which was a significant television show.
right.
I've never watched it.
But
What is this?
outside of the Aquaman franchise, she obtained only one movie role, since 2018, right?
Right. The industry also knows that she's planned to be on the next movie, and they understand her production schedule, so she's not going to go after films that would conflict with a mega box office movie. So there's scheduling and conflict issues as well that she and her team would consider.
So when was Aquaman released in 2018?
I think OTV's lawyer
December.
episode
It
featuring
was either
Ludwig had
December
better ratings
2018
than that.
And then it depends on where it was in the world. It started in
Yikes.
December 2018, and then it moved out, into 2018.
How many months between December 2018 and the Waldman statements went by?
12, I think, 15 or 16, if my math is correct.
Right. She got one role during that 15 or 16-month period,
Pretty sure my cat licked this egg.
during the
but whatever.
entirety of the post-Aquaman boost, right?
She got The Stand,
Right.
and then she was in discussions for the films as they were getting ready to go.
But she didn't get another role for 16 months between the release of Aquaman and what you say are the Waldman statements.
Well, she got The Stand,
Right. She got one TV role.
a pretty significant TV role, yes, for a Stephen King novel.
Right. She was in a movie, though.
I'm sorry?
She was in a movie that was released after Aquaman.
What movie are you referring to?
Gully.
Oh, well, I don't know when that was shot, so you'd have to tell me when it was shot. Movies get released at different time frames. Like, they can be shot in 2016 and not get released till 2018. So you'd have to tell me, we'd have to look at, the actual filming dates of the Gully for me to talk to you about that.
She wasn't initially cast in Gully, was she?
I'm not familiar with the casting process of Gully.
All right. Do you know who Alice Eve is?
Who?
Alice Eve.
Alice Eve.
Oh my god.
Sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling who she is. at
She's
this
an
point.
actress, been in any number of movies. You don't know who she is?
Again, I know her name, but I don't know her resume.
She's in Star Trek. Right. She was
Okay,
in one
that's
of those
tough.
breakout roles, Star Trek, but you don't even know who she is.
I talked to you about Star Trek before. I'm not a big Star Trekian.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, I'm canceling our date.
Ms. Heard replaced Alice Eve in the movie Gully, right?
I don't know the casting process. I don't know who's starring that movie.
Do you know what she was paid?
Who?
Ms. Heard.
For Gully?
Yeah.
Can you tell me
So
when that
then
was in? No, I don't. But what was the filming date of, and what was the start date of Gully?
You didn't look at the Gully contract when you were making an analysis of
She didn't even know about the
Ms.
movie.
Heard's damages?
I don't recall whether I looked at it or not.
Did you understand that she was making $2,190 per week for Gully?
Can you tell me when it was shot? When does that contract get negotiated? It's relevant.
I know it's like movie
The
expert
contract was
lull, but
negotiated prior
depending
to
on
the
how
release of it.
small this was,
Okay.
in like the movie industry, I can't tell. Was Gully
signs this
popular?
contract.
Is this an actress that she should know? Like, you could say that I'm a streaming industry expert, but you could name some streamer, and I'll be like, who the fuck is that?
Micro budget, it can be a minimum budget,
Really,
low
who the
budget.
fuck?
There's like 4 or 5
But I
different
do
scales
agree,
that they use when it gets to anything
2,100
other
is
than a
really
studio
low
film.
per week.
And oftentimes actors do passion projects. And that
Oh,
has
you're a
nothing to
movie
do with-
expert? Name
or
every
something that
movie
they
ever
really
and
love to
every
do,
actor
or they
that
think
ever
that would
played
be
in
good
a
for the
movie.
career. It doesn't have anything to do with the fee made on the film.
All right.
Feet.
What's a loan out?
Huh?
A loan out? A loan out is the corporation that an actor will use so that their money comes in through a corporation, and then that corporation technically loans out the actor's services to the production. So the loan out is the corporation that the actor uses, and then they loan out the services to the production company.
What's the
it's just
benefit?
really for
Taxes?
tax purposes.
Got it.
Do you
always
know
about the
of
money.
any movie that Ms. Heard booked immediately prior to Aquaman other than Gully?
Well, I know she did Justice League. I don't remember the dates and times of the filming of the other ones. You always have to look at the filming dates.
You talked about Mr. Schnell. Gully was in his chart, right?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right. Did you look closely at his chart?
Pardon?
Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart,
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media campaigns is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
What
Okay.
the fuck is a gully?
Do you know whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's chart?
I don't remember.
Nar. I've never seen a score this low. I mean, I don't blame her for not watching
You
it.
talked a little bit about Q scores and Mr. Bonney. You remember that?
Yes.
Diagnose. There's a storm coming.
For Ms. Heard, Mr. Bonney used Q
Somehow
scores
our voices
from
inside
immediately
knows.
after Aquaman, right?
There's a storm coming.
Again, if you want to tell me something, I can answer. I don't remember every word of Mr. Banya's, but I remember I'm talking about the dates of the other.
But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Bonney used were after Aquaman but before the Waldman statements.
He used a couple different scores based on dates. I don't remember if they were correlated to the statements or not. I remember years more than anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember exactly what his said.
Even before the Waldman statements, Ms. Heard had
Yeah,
very
1.7,
high negative
bro.
Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores?
No, very high negative Q
That's
scores.
what I said, very high negative Q scores. I remember discussions of a lot of Q scores. I don't remember exactly what or when, which score, or whether it was net.
So in your analysis, you didn't consider
It got trashed
Ms.
because of the
Heard's
Amber hate. I
negative Q
really
scores as
I'm not surprised.
a restraint on what she might earn on a going forward basis?
No, Q scores change all the time. Ms. Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253. You know, Q scores change all the time. Scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
1. When would Johnny Depp's be 1?
You talked a little bit about Mr. Depp's damages. Did you talk, who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Who's Jerry Bruckheimer? The producer of the Pirates franchise. Well, he's a huge producer of a lot of movies, but he happens to be the producer of the Pirates franchise.
You didn't talk to him prior to your testimony?
Personally,
When
no.
would hers be 1 then?
And you didn't have other people talk to him on your behalf,
Weird.
did you?
Me personally, no. I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
And you've never
But she
spoken
said
with
that
Mr.
hers was one
Bruckheimer
as well.
about why Mr. Depp has not appeared in a 6 pirate movie?
There has been no 6 pirate movie. There is not a Pirates movie titled Pirate 6 yet.
Right.
Or ever.
But you haven't talked to Mr. Bruckheimer as to whether Mr. Depp was going to appear in the movie?
From things that I've read in newspaper publications and emails, I've read that Mr. Bruckheimer was uncertain whether Mr. Depp would star in.
Right. But you haven't talked to him. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney?
I actually put a call into someone at Disney, and they didn't want to talk on the record.
All right, you called somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk to you.
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to talk about their stars, whether they want to preserve a relationship that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk about people they are in business with.
Bro, he looking
So you
at
have
her.
no personal knowledge why Mr. Depp
He looking. I
hasn't
wonder why
made
he
a
was
6
laughing
pirate
so much earlier still.
Well, as I said, there is no 6 pirate movie.
Right. But you don't know why. You have no personal knowledge why.
I don't work at Disney now.
Did you listen to Mr. Wiggum's testimony in this trial?
Wiggum?
I read Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
Yeah. And Mr. Wiggum said Mr. Depp had a deal for the movie, right?
Correct, thanks for subbing, Jets.
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no Pirates movie, there have been no deals negotiated, and that's what Ms. Jacobs also testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something else.
It doesn't correlate, as we say, to the other 2 agents' testimony.
Don't you just mean relate or
You
discount?
indicated that a portion of the reason that Mr. Depp
Maybe corroborate?
has received negative, has
Guys,
received
smirk
a
counters through the
variety
roof. I took it off.
of negative comments in Hollywood is that he
There is no Aquaman 3.
engages in lawsuits.
The difference that she was trying to explain was that Amber had signed a contract that assures her for the first Justice League, and then if there was to be a movie spin-off like Aquaman 1 and the one after, and something like that. Whereas I'm guessing Johnny Depp's contracts were per Pirates movie basis. Not
Mr.
one contract
Depp's
that assured him that there would be that
lawsuit
many.
has generated negative publicity for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
That many Aquaman.
That lawsuit, until she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman statements, did it?
Mr. Depp's lawsuits?
Yeah.
No, we talked about that. It was pertaining to her op-ed piece.
Right. It related to what
Pardon?
Ms. Heard said.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Heard said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
Aquaman.
It related to the op-ed piece that Ms. Heard wrote.
Right. So Mr. Waldman's statements have no connection to the negative publicity that Ms. Heard has received relative to this trial, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation, hearsay, and outside the scope.
Any response?
Okay.
We're looking for a causal connection here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Any response? Bro, actually shat on. She won't say
When was
anything
the
for an
last
hour and then be
time
like, here's 4
You
objections,
met
sit the
with
fuck
Ms.
down.
Heard.
I only met Ms. Heard at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
First time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
For a testimony, it's $650 an hour.
What has been your compensation to date for providing the assistance
She
that you
allowed
have
to
in this
say
case?
that?
I've been working on the case for about 3 years, and over the 3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
You said 60?
Yeah, over 3 years.
For all this stress?
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm going to make it definitely fit within that 5:30. Ms. Arnold, you were asked
I
a
don't think
number
it's
of
worth
questions
either.
about the different social media, the negative, and how do you know that it relates to the Waldman-Depp statements? Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some of that was your testimony, some Jessica Kovacevic, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the 3 statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection
She
leading.
gets paid more than Amber Heard by this point. Oh my
Okay.
god.
What, if any,
Oh my god.
efforts were made to track the negative social media that caused the damages that you've attributed?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So L'Oreal did a lot of research. William Morris did a lot of research. Mr. Schnell did a lot of research. And in those conversations, those were also connective tissues to the negative social media campaign and the Waldman statements.
All right. And they connected back to those 3 statements, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those 3 statements?
Again, we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminion. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the
like 9 minutes left.
negative social media campaigns and the Waldman
Social
statements.
comedians?
Okay. And I'm going to jump because I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions about Mr. Hamada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And asked whether he testified that, whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their initial decision not to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or that,
I recall the
those
questioning.
questions?
The questioning, yes.
Okay. Now, the testimony from Mr. Schnell tracked the 1.2 million tracers to January 2021, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Right. So when Mr. Schnell did his analysis, it was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising her Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
All right. And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the
Objection, only I can talk
1.2
to her.
million negative social media tweets and Instagrams and other communications
Objection, no foundation.
had any impact?
Sustained. Next question.
Are you aware of whether he said anything about that?
I recall in the Warner Brothers file.
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
See, I feel like the
Do you
other
know
lady needs.
whether
Amber's
that
lawyer
had
needs
any
to
impact?
object more.
Objection hearsay.
I'm asking now. She's allowed to rely on hearsay.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. You were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparables. And so I'm just going to go to this again. Of all the different
think
movies, of all
Amber
those
just
comparables,
needs
Which
Amber's
movie was
lawyer
the
just needs to
highest
object just as
grossing
much.
of all of them?
Again, I believe it's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films. Certainly the highest DC comic film. We're in that superhero world. But again, I don't want to say it was the highest, but I think it was very close to it.
Do you know whether Walter Hamada admits it was the highest grossing DC film?
Yes, he said that, yes.
Okay. So when you're looking at all the comparables, what, if any, relevance is there to the degree of success of that DC superhero movie?
Objection, foundation.
She can speak to that, Your Honor.
That's the foundation. That's...
Do you know the answer to that question? Do you know?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. No, I have to admit. Okay, so let's go backwards. So what if, do you know whether it makes
you can't
a
be
difference?
admitting shit like that.
Whether how
Me at
successful
home being
that
tired of
DC
this trial,
superhero
I can
movie
forget.
is
You can't.
and, what types of films
She
they'll be able to get
forgot.
in the future.
No.
Objection, foundation.
I'm asking the foundation.
If you want to ask the foundation, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought I was asking. Do you know whether that plays any role, the degree of success?
Customarily, when a film,
Objection, foundation.
Ask her how she knows.
How do you know?
in 25 years of being in the film industry, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office, it shines a very bright light on the actors, especially if they're in lead roles. And it's customary that they will get, not customary, it is, I don't want to use the word standard, but it is very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and with a role model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten
I think she's just tired of hearing these objections
other roles
too.
and worked quite a bit afterwards, and that movie would have helped her career. I mean, that's no question.
Okay. And with all these comparables, when you gave the range to this jury of 45 to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time, did you put Amber Heard's estimated damages ranges above all those other comparables?
No, again, I was very specific in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get for her in that contract and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually
Random in chat is like, I too will make
and what her
50
agents
million.
negotiated, and I used that as
I
the
too
baseline
will
for
50
the
million.
financial numbers of her loss. I used the comparable actors to show how consistently they all worked
too.
and how their careers moved forward after
Sure.
being in a box office.
You were asked about Disney and the Pirates 6 again. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney is willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
Objection,
to
no
star?
foundation.
I'm asking her, what, if anything, does she know about whether Disney is?
If you can lay a foundation.
Okay. Did you listen to or did you read the Disney testimony in this case?
I did, yes.
All right. What do you recall Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million and give him alpacas.
Thank you. You asked about
Say that seriously.
the defecation. What, if any,
no.
recollection or knowledge do you have
I would like to know
about
recollection
whether
of that.
that social media negative campaign that you've testified had the words defecation in it or poop?
No.
Objection, no foundation.
What?
I know that the word poop and the hashtag poop is used.
Okay. Was that
I think there's
Move to
more than
strike.
enough foundation.
Sustain the objection, move to strike. Next question.
okay?
Yeah, you have to wait before answering.
In your review of the social media campaigns and the negative social media campaigns that you testified to with this jury, that include the L'Oreal, that include the WME, that include Mr. Schnell, and include what you've done, what, if any, recollection do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statements
Have
include the
anything
words
to do
poop
with
or defecation?
Objection,
Defamation,
compound.
defecation, that was pretty compound.
I don't believe poop was one of the hashtags that was connected to the statements.
Okay, thank you.
Huh? What if any turds were shat?
You were asked about the time period between the defamatory statement, between the release of Aquaman 2 in December 2018.
Aquaman 1.
Aquaman 1, thank you. And the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
Statements.
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. During that time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2 was in discussions with Amber Heard about scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2?
In the period between the statements and...
Before. I'm going before.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1.
Okay.
And the April 8th, first of the defamatory statements.
Right.
Do you know whether whether Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard about scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you know? I'm asking her whether you know.
I'll sustain it as the hearsay.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether Aquaman was in discussions with
Can we
Amber
stop
during that
talking about
period?
shit,
Objection,
bro?
hearsay.
You're not
I don't
wrong,
know
but
how
can
to-
we, you know?
I'm
I was
asking
going to ask her
foundation.
foundation.
Right. How would you know?
Well, Amber received an early draft of the script. Amber's agents were in discussions.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can say that.
Sustained.
Okay. What is, in your experience, based on getting scripts, what does that mean? I'm asking for experience.
In my experience with the movie as high profile as something like Aquaman, they keep the scripts very tight. You know, they don't let anybody read them. They're numbered. They have your name on it. So if you're getting a script for a movie such as Aquaman that's kept tightly close to the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you the script.
And so if a script was given to Amber
Can
Heard
confirm.
before the first April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest?
Objection,
Based on your knowledge that you've just testified to.
Objection, speculation.
It's not speculation. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Again, if she got the script, they were going to use her in the movie. That was their plan.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh,
So you're still
damn,
an
we
expert,
gonna
so
get
you
more
can
from her.
have a seat in
Okay.
the courtroom.
I'm
sorry.
still-
Okay,
okay,
you sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this comes to the end of our day. All right, so please do not do any outside research tonight, and don't talk with anybody about the case, okay? And we'll see you in the morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock,
Take
right?
care.
Thank you.
Do we not need to stand? I thought we were supposed to stand at the end. Well, I'm standing anyways. Not yet. Whatever, I don't want to sit down and stand again. I'm going to stand. When she stands. Oh, fuck. Now I feel bad because
All right.
look at the way she's
Just a
staring.
few planning notes, okay? After testimony tomorrow, and we've excused the jury, we'll go ahead and have the proffers that you requested, Mr.
judge
Rodborn. We'll do those
seems really
tomorrow after.
nice.
Is that okay?
I don't know what
Does
it
that
is
sound good?
about her. She just
All right,
seems so
we'll do those right after, like right now, tomorrow. Okay, that should give you with the proffers that you need to do for the record, okay? All right, and then whenever all the testimony is done, possibly at this point, it would be Thursday afternoon after the jury is excused. We'll go over the remaining jury instructions. I have 3 under advisement. We'll take up those. And we'll also, if there's any other from the evidence this week that we need to talk about, we can discuss those as well after the jury's
Got
gone
it.
on Thursday evening, or if earlier, if the evidence is done before then, okay?
Sounds good, Mom.
And just
I
as
mean,
time's
Judge.
up to this minute, the plaintiff has used 45 hours and 24 minutes. The defendant has used 57 hours and 6 minutes, which means the plaintiff has left 15 hours and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left, okay? So that's where we're at.
I didn't even know
All right,
it worked
anything
like
else for
that.
this evening?
Your Honor, the last witness, it appears
I didn't know
that
they both had a
is
certain
on the plaintiff's witness
allotted amount of
list,
time.
Mr.
Are
Depp,
you
and I was
prepared
just
for the
hoping we would
trial
get
on
an answer as
Wednesday?
to when.
Yeah.
Case Moss is
Yeah,
going to
defendant's
end
witness
this.
list.
I don't know. Are
Hope
you
we
still
get an answer.
changing witness? I'm not sure.
We're discussing.
Okay. Make a decision in the morning, okay? All right, everybody have a good evening? All right, thank you.
All rise. All rise. Oh, God. This is going to be made into a TikTok right here. Look at them in close proximity of each other as they're on the same side for a trial. Can you believe they're heading out at the same time? Can you believe he's heading out before her? Can you believe he's holding pencils she probably touched? Can you believe he's pretending not to head out at the same time as her, but they'll probably be together later? Can you believe? Can you believe it? I can't believe it. Alright, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today. I'm honestly brain boom from waking up so damn early. I love you guys. Take care. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Alright? See you guys. Thank you so much for joining me, especially so early and throughout a very long day of trial stuff. Take care. Drink some water, as I will. Go for a little walk. You know, we be sitting for a long time. Go for a little walk. Okay? See you guys. Bye.